everybody, and welcome back to the stream. Cinema Conversations here, aka Kerry. We're joined tonight by Boneyard Cinema, aka John.
Ho ho ho!
Merry Christmas! And we're also joined by a very special guest, his first time on the stream. So I hope you treat him nicely, Mr. Minty, aka the Minty. The cat is a beast. Say hello.
Oh, one moment. I'm just having some issues with. There's a bit of a.
No worries. That's okay. Take your time.
So Minty's joining us as the voice of God tonight because, unfortunately, Minty's from Berlin or broadcasting from Berlin. So we don't have image, but we do have the audio. So Minty's the voice of God this evening as we'll watch two classics.
Yes.
Superdeep and
The Thing from 1982. To be honest, I have never heard of Superdeep before. It's a new one.
Looking forward to it. I am looking forward to it.
Cool.
This
is actually
I found out about it actually during the pandemic.
Cool.
So I ended up doing a bit of research, and I don't think it had been released sort of on DVD at the time. But I was literally on lockdown. I managed to find a version of the film. And I remember literally watching it on the first lockdown. So I thought it was good.
Well, all the reviews have always been great, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it was all the Reddit reviews I've seen. Everybody's always said it's a good movie. I mean, it's kind of a similar vibe, isn't it? But it's about the group of scientists.
Yeah, it's based on a true story, I think, isn't it?
Well, I don't know how true it is, but certainly there was a lot of interest in sort of deep subterranean exploration. I think the Soviet Union at the time was quite enterprising, and some of the records I think the Soviet Union still holds.
So it's the deepest human manhole on Earth, apparently. They call it deep borehole, SG3 as it's known in Russia.
Yes.
Very good.
I was just reading some facts there. Apparently, the true vertical depth of 12,262 meters, or 40,230 feet, and that was measured in 1989. That's just off Wiki, but it is a good movie. It is. I've seen it myself as well, but it's interesting to. So I don't think it's not based on a true story per se. But it's based on the true deepest hole on the planet. Hole. Yeah, it's based on the true hole.
The true hole.
The true hole. That's Stephen King's next book. The True Hole.
So, Minty, you're in Berlin. How's German cinema looking these days?
How's German what? Sorry.
How's German cinema?
German cinema. Well, to be honest, I very rarely tend to watch films over here. The last one I did see was the Del Toro Frankenstein, which I really wasn't very impressed with.
Me neither. It wasn't the greatest film ever made, was it? Do you know what? Can you remember Crimson Peak that he made?
Yeah.
It was almost exactly the same. It was the same kind of vibe, the same kind of sets. It was just like, I think he was repeating himself a bit with that Frankenstein.
Oh, he said it was a passion project, didn't he? So
somebody asked on the YouTube comments, what's the difference between the new Del Toro Frankenstein film and the actual novel? And I just put in the comments, well, the novel was good. I think it relied on CGI.
Yeah, totally. I know. Yes, totally. Especially in the Antarctic and the scenes in the snow, it was really. It looked really like a stage play, didn't it? In parts.
Well, this year, within the last year or so, we started out the year. There was the new Nosferatu film that came out by Egger, and me and my friend, we were both really impressed. And when I went to see Frankenstein, it was just atmosphere. It's very grim, and there's a pervading sense of death in the film. Whereas Frankenstein, it's like the Apple Mac version, like the Disney Apple Mac version of and it just didn't really work for me, because really Frankenstein is quite a grim sort of depiction. You know, I mean, it's a gothic novel.
Yeah, it's one man's account of his escape from a monster, and then
Yes.
you know. But
I mean,
think
it's the Promethean myth.
yeah, it
you know,
is.
it's the
Oh yeah, the man's the monster. He stole the power of life from the gods, and he has to pay.
Yeah.
For it.
yes, he's tortured each. Well, he has his liver eaten each day.
Yeah.
Mm.
And
That's
you know,
nice.
by way of sort of
It's a hawk or something, isn't it? A hawk comes down and eats his liver every day, isn't
Yeah,
it?
yes.
eagle or a hawk. Yeah,
An eagle or a hawk or something.
So perpetual torture is the answer.
pretty much.
The modern Prometheus.
Mm.
It is a beautiful book, though, Frankenstein. I mean, it is. It's a great book. It really is. I mean, I remember reading when I was a kid, reading the Reader's Digest, like the condensed versions of Frankenstein and Dracula. Dracula were the first ones I read, and then I ended up buying the kind of black leather-bound ones that they did. It must have been in the early 90s. They were re-releases, but they were gorgeous re-releases when I read them properly. And I mean, the beautiful stories. And I mean, they're told both of them are almost told in found footage style, because we're getting, I mean, we get these stories told to us through letters and correspondence. And, you know, I mean, I think it's the ship's captain in Frankenstein, right? Writing back to his sister. And that's we're getting him meeting Frankenstein. Is it the Antarctic they're in? It is the Antarctic, right?
Antarctica, yeah.
Antarctica. And he's writing, so the ship captain is writing back to his sister. Am I correct?
Yeah, because he's relaying the story back to his sister, which Frankenstein is telling him.
Yeah.
So, and then at the end, it's, you know, basically he's left to die because
hands down favorite Frankenstein, Roger Corman, Frankenstein Unbound, based on Ray Bradbury's story. That's
I haven't seen that. I mean, to be honest, the majority of the ones I've seen, they're always Hammer releases.
Yeah, the Hammers are great. I really like the Hammers.
I've got a T-shirt. Is it the Revenge of Frankenstein?
Yeah, the Revenge is great.
I've got that as a T-shirt, which looks pretty cool. Just the artwork.
There's Squabblerbox there in the chat. Hey, Squabblerbox.
Hey, Squabs.
Frankenstein looked pretty good. And watching it after one battle after another. Pardon me. Watching it after one battle after another. Maybe that helped. Yes, maybe that helped.
I suppose they are kind of similar. Leonardo DiCaprio, yeah.
But my favorite, I mean, Revenge of Frankenstein is a really good Hammer horror film. I think my favorite's the last one, when he's in the asylum, the Monster from Hell.
Yes.
Frankenstein and the Monster from Hell. I love that one. I did a video on Boneyard about that. I think that's my favorite Frankenstein one from Hammer. But I mean, the curse is fantastic. I remember seeing that when I was a kid and being really shocked at the blood when Christopher Lee's Frankenstein gets shot in the face. And I mean, that was the first film Hammer made in color, if I'm not mistaken, was Curse of Frankenstein.
Oh, right. Okay, cool. I thought it'd be a Dracula, but so that was 57, 58, was it?
You know what it is, Kara? You're probably right. I think Dracula was before Frankenstein. But I remember that was the first color one I saw anyway. Curse of Frankenstein. But I think you might be right. I think Dracula was 54. Or might have even been 51.
Yeah, because Universal had the rights and then Hammer took over.
Let me check, because I'm a bit of a Hammer guy. I'd like to check that.
Yeah.
But Dracula, I'm pretty sure you're right. Dracula was before, so it was
55, maybe.
It was Dracula, but it was also the horror of Dracula.
Okay.
As it was released. So Dracula was 58.
Oh.
Horror of Dracula, 58. And Frankie Boy, Frankenstein, Hammer was probably the 60s then, I would think. Same year. Oh, no, it wasn't. So 1957, Curse of Frankenstein. 1958, Revenge of Frankenstein.
Aye.
But Revenge is really good. It's a really good movie, Revenge. In fact, isn't Michael Gough in Revenge, if I remember rightly?
Wonder how much the surname had to do with him getting the role.
Alfred.
Do you know what it is? I'm probably totally wrong, but I remember the Revenge of Frankenstein.
Well, he is in the Celestial Toymaker as the eponymous Toymaker. So
I'm totally wrong. He's not in it at all. I'm just checking the cast list. I'm totally wrong. Well, you can't be right all the time.
like a stopwatch or right.
Which is the best sort of this? There is meant to be one that was made in the 90s or the 2000s, the depiction of Frankenstein. I've not seen it. But apparently, it's supposed to be one of the best ones.
Kenneth Branagh.
I don't know. But is that decent?
Yeah, I think it.
That's the one with De Niro playing the monster, right?
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
and Kenneth Branagh's Frankenstein.
Yeah, the doctor. Yeah,
I don't know. Like I'd take Bram.
I like it.
I'd take Bram Stoker's Dracula over Kenneth Branagh's Frankenstein. I think.
I do like the Bram Stoker's one with Depp.
Oh, I love it. I think it's great. The Francis Ford Coppola's one, but you'd like it then. I mean, Minty would like it, right, Kerry? If it's very similar in style to.
Yes, it is.
I mean, it's nowhere near as stylish as Coppola's Dracula, but it's similar in tone.
It's lesser budget, but it is similar beats.
But I think in the recent Nosferatu, I think it was actually Willem Dafoe's character that I liked the most in that one.
For me, he's the best thing about most Eggers films. I really liked him in The Lighthouse. I thought he was really good in The Lighthouse. But he was the kind of court jester or the Joker in The Northman as well, wasn't he? And he was because he saw The Witch in cinemas, Willem Dafoe, and he said I got in touch. He got in touch with Robert Eggers and said, I really like your films. Is there a part for me in anything? And Eggers was like, no, Willem Dafoe, who's that?
Likewise, it's the second film, so this is the first,
I think I'll always go back to when he played that sort of counterfeiter in To Live and Die in LA.
Oh man, I know, freaking
such a complex, conflicted character that makes no sense to.
I mean, just the fact that he was works of art and then burns them.
That's right. He's there, sort of like admiring the oil paint, and then he just burns it. And then as it's burning, he turns away. Then he looks back, and it's like that's crazy.
As I'm talking to you now, Minty, I can hear doodle dun dun, doodle dun dun. To live and die in LA.
Yeah.
I can hear it in my head now as we're talking.
Yeah, I've actually got the Wang Chung soundtrack.
It's a brilliant soundtrack.
It's an amazing film, and I just love how when we were kids we'd watch American films, and they were always very educational. It's like this is how you do counterfeiting, kids. You know. And that is brilliant. They just show you how to do it.
Well, they do. Well, Freakin's a master, but apparently, one of the we're going to comment. Don't watch the new Dracula. Is that the Caleb Landry Jones Dracula that we're talking about? I haven't seen that one yet, but the new Dracula I haven't seen yet. But
Buck says To Live and Die in LA. Now you're talking, boys. Well, as I was going to try to say, we watched that recently, myself and Lexi. And
it's a masterpiece. It's a masterpiece.
It is a masterpiece. Yeah,
it is. It's a masterpiece.
It is really. It apart from slight inconsistencies, as we said about Defoe's character, you know, it is a good show.
He's just complex. He's not a cardboard cutout, one-dimensional character. The man is complicated.
Yeah. I get it.
I mean, there's that scene where you're not sure if there's a bit of strap-on action going on between him and his girlfriend.
Oh, definitely. There definitely is.
But it's still subtle though. It's not absolutely.
You've got Daphne from Frasier is one of the girls that he brings to bed with him and his girlfriend.
Is that the girl that he drives off with his girlfriend at the end?
Yep, that's it. That's Daphne from Frasier.
Yeah, there's some very complex dynamics in their relationship. Going on.
Solitude just said there. Do I hear masterpiece? I'm sorry, Solitude.
Yeah.
I think it's a word I use far too often.
But it is though. To live in LA is an absolute masterpiece.
Take off.
Just the intro.
Speaking of the soundtrack, Minty, since you have it, do you feel that it has what's the words, like preempted some themes? Like we heard like the Equalizer theme.
Oh yeah, with Stuart Copeland.
Similar beats to that.
Well, it was just the 80s, so basically everyone was on cocaine, and they'd got very, very sort of. I mean, they would have been using hardware sequencers. They would have had very little sample space, so you end up with like really, really tightly sequenced music that's just on kind of like cocaine speed.
Well, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, right, Minty, it's the same synths that Jackson was using on Bad, because you can hear the same kind of sound, right?
Yeah, that's what I was
It's the
saying.
same. It's that same kind of metallic gung, gung.
Well, it'll be, it'll be things like the Juno. It'll be one of the
Aye.
Junos. It'll be
Aye.
probably the DX7.
Yes.
Some of the standard drum machines of the era that
Yeah.
people still talk about, like the 808, 909 or whatever.
So there might be a bit of Phil Collins in there as well.
Oh, the Lindrum. You mean the Lindrum?
Aye, the Lindrum.
Oh yeah, the Lindrum was on everything.
Oh, I know.
It would be showing up everywhere. I mean, whenever you listen, even now, listen to a Michael Jackson song, there'll be a DX7 or a Lindrum or something on it, or a Fairlight. Do you remember the Fairlight?
Yes, I do. Yes, in fact, I've got a Fairlight VST.
I was going to say, have you got an actual Fairlight?
No, I've got a VST of a Fairlight.
Bloody hell! So if you watch the people from the 80s and the 90s, if you watch the Jane Child video where she's got like a Macintosh, she actually has a Fairlight in her house in the video.
Class.
But that was used absolutely everywhere.
I mean, William Friggum was cutting edge, though. I mean, he got Tangerine Dream for Sorcerer in 1977.
Yeah.
So he was already looking for alternatives to. I mean, Jack Nietzsche even on Exorcist, he was using synthesizers to tune. I remember him talking about tuning bees. He recorded the sound of bees in jars and then down-tuned them, then programmed them into a piano or an early synth. So I mean, that was literally
That was probably a Fairlight then if he was doing that. But I think wasn't the Fairlight the early 80s or the very late 70s? I don't know.
It must have been late 70s. It must have been.
Right.
I'll have a check, but I'm sure it must have.
I mean, when you start to, because of the way that the DACs work with older electronic gear, when you start to downsample things and play things at different rates, you get all sorts of strange sort of things appearing that you wouldn't get in a nice clean.
I love it.
Sample rate modern.
I mean, I love the hiss that you get, especially on the bass. When the hiss hangs around after the sound, and it makes it sound, I don't know, more airy, I guess. But I was just checking.
Some of it will be the analog media. I mean, when they were recording, it would be the analog tape itself.
Yeah, I love that. I love that sound, especially when you're holding notes, or if you add the reverb and you can just hear the tape and the reverb. I love that. I really do. But I was just looking there. It was the Quasar series was 74, 75. 76 was Quasar M8 CMI sampling, and then by 78 it was Vogel and Ryrie. Is that right, Ryrie? And then the series 1 was 79, so it was 79. Minty, the Fairlight CMI was 79.
So when was The Exorcist then? Was that
70s.
early 70s?
Well, that was early 70s, so it must have been something else that Nietzsche was using.
I did hear that when they were doing, they'd got a guy who was sort of cracking like an old leather belt.
Yeah, it was the sound guy from El Topo, the guy who worked with.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was the guy that worked with Alejandro Jodorowsky.
Jodorowsky, yeah.
Aye. So that was the guy. Friedkin, because he's such a legend, had seen Jodorowsky's films and loved him, and said, "Get that guy. We'll get the guy from those films." And he came and did. I wish I knew his name. I feel like I'm doing him a disservice not knowing his name, but it was him who did the neck snap, which was apparently leather. Yep, a leather wallet.
Yep. Yeah, you can do all sort. I mean, if you listen to some of the, radio, the radio plays, they'll sort of, even if you listen to the people who make the Archers or whatever, they'll sort of tell you how they get, the effects. I mean, you open a bottle of champagne and, you hear the sparkling, and it's probably just an Alka-Seltzer or something like that, because of course they're on a budget. So.
That's when it gets really exciting, isn't it? I mean, I remember one of the first times I remember somebody telling us that something wasn't an instrument was on Herbie Hancock's Headhunters, and I remember reading the sleeve of the record, and it was at my cousin Claire's house, Claire Kingston, and she had a boyfriend who was a DJ at the time, so he was like sampling stuff from Herbie Hancock and things, and James Brown and all that kind of stuff. And there was a guy who played the beer bottle. I was thinking, somebody's playing the beer bottle. And then when you hear track 2, the whole rhythm's made of people going like, ooh, do, 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 do. And it's people playing the beer bottle. And it was the first time I remember somebody saying it's an instrument that's not an instrument. Somebody was literally blowing different weighted bottles of beer to get a different sound. Incredible. That was the first record I remember hearing that on, where it wasn't an instrument.
But that's a similar principle to how a church organ would work.
Yeah, the same thing.
So I mean, if you you know, if you take white noise and sculpt it, you can get all sorts of them. I mean, like a snare drum. A snare drum, you need a gate.
Yeah,
and part of it's going to be noise, white noise.
That's incredible. I mean, it makes it. I mean, the first time, even on recordings, I remember this is back in Cambridge, actually, before we started the live cast. Everyone were just talking about Cambridge. Me and Minty both lived in Cambridge at different times. But I've lost my trail of thought then because I was talking about Cambridge. We're talking about sound. Yep, sound. So there was there a FOP then, Minty, when you lived in Cambridge? There was a FOP there when I was there.
There was a FOP, and apparently it's still there, according to you. Right. That was an amazing shop.
It was still there. And I used to buy my Velvet Underground LPs from there, Lou Reed of Velvet Underground. And I used to talk to one of the guys in there, Tom, and who worked in the store. We found out we were both really big fans of Velvet Underground. And they were releasing a newly compressed vinyl of the Velvet Underground, and there was a Pizza Express. I don't know if you remember in Cambridge, but underneath it there was a nightclub, and they played it down there, and they asked me to come and speak before they played the record, just to talk about the Velvet Underground. So I went down there and spoke a bit about them, and then we heard it. And I remember the first time hearing vinyl through speakers that weren't my little portable picnic player speakers. They were huge, like huge nightclub speakers. And you could hear so much that I'd never heard before. Like there was a bit of hiss from, I don't know, Lou Reed or who was that? Lou Reed or Sterling Hayden, I think. Plugging the guitar, and you heard the hiss which I'd never heard before. But it was just because they'd done a new kind of, well, it wouldn't have been a compression, it had probably been a recompression of the vinyl, and it was just so beautiful to hear it that loud through the speakers in there, just to hear all the fuzz and the pops and the fizzes. But they were intentional. It made you feel like you were in the room with them listening to the record. That's why I'll always prefer vinyl. I always feel like you get that experience more with vinyl than you do with digital compression.
Well, I think, and then the difference between analog media and sort of digital media is that analog media is always continuous.
Yes.
So if there's a scratch on it, it's a continuous scratch. Whereas when you start to find irregularities or failures in the digital media, it's like a glitch.
Yes.
Rather than like it's just like fail.
Yeah.
But if you get like a scratch, or if you start to mess around with an analog tape, start to warp it, or cut it in some way, or just try and mess up the magnetic field, it will change in certain ways. You hear it. So I think analog media to me is more interesting than just I don't take MP3s or FLAC or ebooks or anything like that very seriously.
Do you know what it is? I never really did either, funnily enough. I mean, even at the time, I remember buying my first mini disc. Remember mini disc players?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I remember buying a mini disc player, but you couldn't actually buy mini discs. You could buy blank mini discs, but at the time you couldn't get any albums on mini disc. You couldn't get, like, I think at the time it was stuff like, this must have been what, REM? Must have been around that time, right? Late 90s, it'll have been stuff like REM and that, but I couldn't get that stuff. So I was recording usually from the jack in the TV. I was recording live performances or whatever and plugging it straight into the jack on the stereo. Or, for example, I'm a big soundtrack guy, and back then, this is probably a little bit before we got like everything released on DVD or everything released on Blu-ray. And so I was recording a lot of soundtracks from VHS and stuff, just plugging it literally into the jack and recording soundtracks from like Walter Hill's Hard Times. There's a brilliant bit of guitar on there from Ry Cooder, and I really wanted that, and I recorded it from there. So I got so used to hearing those recordings that when I did eventually hear them even more digitized, that were on not just on mini discs recorded onto made into a digital signal, but actually it sounded awful because it sounded too clean.
That's the argument with a lot of modern era gear. I mean, I know you're using VSTs at your place for your music backing and all that, and it's functional. But to me, a mate of mine he used to be professional. Well, he used to be in a band, and he's semi-professional. And he's always using VSTs, and everything I use is always hardware. And
I
He always
wish.
asked me, how do you get it to sound like that? And it's like, well, it's alive. It doesn't lie to you. It really is alive. You know, it's physical signals in a physical machine that sounds a certain way because it's real and you can believe it. So I never really trust digital things myself.
I mean, it was funnily enough. I was watching today. Joe, do you know how the Criterion do the Criterion Closet?
How do they do it?
Vinegar, I think it's Vinegar Syndrome.
Yeah.
Have just started to do their own version
Oh.
called I can't remember what it's called. It was the Vinegar Syndrome Basement or something. And was it Vinegar Syndrome?
They
Synapse.
should just call it balsamic or something. You know, like balsamic or something.
But they got Joe Dante down there, and Joe Dante was picking out his favorite films. And he was just saying these guys are so great because they're making all these films available that have never been available for years, and we've only been able to view them on VHS, or we've only been able to view them on this. So, I mean, there's that kind of argument about it, that the fact that we can now see these Peter Cushing, films from the 50s and 60s that we would never have seen this good, we can see them good now. Pardon me.
Unless they do preserve it, all that media will eventually fail.
Exactly. It will, won't it? Exactly. And
I mean, 30 years for an analog tape and about 100 years for a CD.
Yep. Well, a lot of my CDs have already gone, and DVDs have had disc rot.
Right.
I mean, they already have. Loads of DVDs I bought when DVDs first came out.
A DVD?
Oh yeah, I've had loads, Minty. I've had the very first thing I bought from Woolworths. I've still got the case, but the thing I bought from Woolworths in, when was that? 2001, maybe 2002, is now gone. I got disc rot. The DVD got disc rot from the thing.
Maybe the early ones did. I mean, I remember when we first started seeing DVDs, they used to come with these sort of like made out of card and plastic covers.
I remember. They were like gatefold things, weren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I remember getting 7 in that format and a couple of US DVDs that had that thing going on. But later they got the sort of clam boxes, which I kind of like.
Yeah. But no, I remember I've still got a few of those. The first time I bought Outland, the Peter Ham, Sean Connery film, was in.
The one where he's like a police guy on a space.
Oh yeah, it's just the director himself even said it's high noon in space. He said that's what it is. It's high noon in space.
So they didn't stand a chance, really. Sean Connery going to their space station.
No way. I know he was always gonna kick ass, wasn't he? But I remember getting the DVD of that for the first time, and it was one of those clip cases that, like, I can still hear the sound like when you clip them together. Right.
I had a few of them, and I just got rid of them recently. So
I've still got.
They had the dual case as well, like the kind of full plastic thing, like a big CD case.
That's right.
Yes. Yes.
And they often, the little spindle thing inside that would clip the CD or the DVD in.
Yeah.
They would
sort of crack.
Oh, I've still got the plastic ones. Can you remember the first kind of plastic ones that we got? They were almost like little, but they always snapped off. They were like little plastic hinges. In fact, I just watched It's a Wonderful Life today because it's Christmas, and it's still the old DVD that I've got in the plastic case, and both hinges have snapped.
Yeah, well, I think the sort of current era and maybe the next era of technology, there might not be any physical media hanging around, so they won't have these problems that we're complaining about.
I'm hoping it'll be like the Matrix, and I'll just have a jack in the middle of my back. They'll plug us into the movie, and I'll just go and play in the world of, I don't know, Assault on Precinct 13 for 3 hours, and then come back.
Yeah. Okay, are you ready to go for Superdeep, or are you want to keep going for a little bit longer?
No, yeah, of course. I'm ready.
I have it queued up. I'm ready.
Okay. Anybody need the link? If so, it's in the description of the video.
So apparently this one's in English as well.
Yes. Cool.
I watched it with subtitles last time.
No, well, this is audio, English audio, so
we don't even need to think in this one.
No, we don't.
I've just really been getting into, Bruce Weber, the photographer. No. I've just really started getting into. He did about 7 or 8 films, and I bought one about Chet Baker, the jazz trumpet player. And man, it's a beautiful, beautiful documentary. So I've been watching all of his stuff's on Amazon Prime. I found out, so I didn't even need to buy it. I just bought it on a whim. But I really recommend it. And he did a beautiful documentary about Italian. It's a subtitle documentary. That's what made us think about this. A subtitle documentary about Paolo Di Paolo, the Italian photographer. It's a really great documentary because he kind of retired after the 60s, Paolo Di Paolo, but his pictures are the ones that we all know of, Fellini and Pasolini, and he was the guy taking all the photographs of those filmmakers. But yeah, Bruce Weber's documentaries are really beautiful. I've really gotten into him over the past couple of weeks. He's a great, great filmmaker as well as a brilliant photographer himself.
I really like analog black and white photography still. I think if you do something in black and white, and certainly an older film stock, it's almost ageless. It's like you can't really tell when it was done.
Yeah.
You know, whereas if you look at sort of like a lot of the sort of generations of digital cameras, you can kind of tell. You know, when it was taken and the level of resolution on the camera or whatever. But
I mean, you can tell. Sorry, Minnie.
So sorry, the older stuff you just can't tell when, you know, analog film, you just can't tell when it was done.
Well, I mean, people are emulating the look now, aren't there, as well, of all this? I mean, the other day I was looking for, I'd shot a film on digital on a Canon. I've got an old Canon camera, the C100, and I've got a newer Canon camera, which is the Canon 4K 5D Mark II. Not 5D Mark II, M50 Mark II. So that's a much smaller camera. But I shot something on the C100 because I wanted to be able to have the kind of weight of it when I was shooting. And it already looks old, and that camera is 10 years old. But because it's digital, you can really tell that it's an older camera. And I didn't realize that when I was shooting. I thought, bugger, this looks old. So I thought, well, what can I do? And I've been looking at different kind of overlays and things to age footage. Yes. And I've used some digital grain on it, and it's actually lifted the image up and made it look better. But I felt like I was cheating though by doing that, and I didn't like doing that. I felt like I was cheating by adding the grain to the image, but it was because that camera I'd shot with, because it was digital, it already looks old because it was made with the digital technology at the time. Whereas if I've been shooting 16 or 35 millimeter, it wouldn't have mattered. You know.
I remember reading one of the Alien video games that they made. They sort of got the footage by just putting it all through a VHS recorder.
Yeah.
And then converting it to sort of like, I mean, really, it's black and white. You know, it's monochrome.
Yeah.
But they sort of added a bit of a green tinge to it.
Yeah.
But
I love all that stuff. I mean, the first films I made were VHS. I shot on VHS tape and then digital video after that. But I mean, I remember. We're talking about Carpenter later on tonight, and I remember him talking about shooting the Prince of Darkness stuff on VHS for the kind of.
Oh, you mean like the scenes where they show the kind of church?
Yes, and it's like the dream that they're sending back from the future that we're transmitting from the year 1999 and all that. And you see somebody coming out of the doors of the church. He shot all that in VHS, then filmed it through a monitor to get the look. So, and that looks really cool. It still looks great.
I remember, you know, in Alien Nation, when it starts out, you see the footage of the spacecraft. It looks really kind of good.
Yeah, I love Alien Nation. I love the series too. I was a big fan of Alien Nation.
Yeah. I think it's the same guy. Was it the same guy that wrote V or directed V?
It must have been, mustn't it? Because it was so similar, the concept. I mean, it was almost the same as later on. It must have been. Let me check. Alien Nation. But it was a buddy cop movie, but with an alien and it was incredible. With James Caan and
James Caan was in the film.
It was James Caan and Mandy Patinkin. Terrence Stamp was
the guy that was in Robot Jocks, who died a couple of years ago, was in the series.
Yes.
Forget his name.
He always reminds us of the guy that was Hercules. He had the same haircut, didn't he? That same kind of 90s kind of half
90s, 80s.
90s, 80s. I mean, it was written by, who was it written by? Let's see. So it was written by Joaquin S. O'Bannon. So it was, Alien Nation was written by Joaquin S. O'Bannon. I had no idea. That's the guy that did Farscape, Sequest, Defiance, Cult, and Alien Nation. Yeah, same guy. I love Sequest.
Must have had a bit of a running then, because that was all sort of late 80s, early 90s.
I love Sequest. I still love it. I love the kind of Amiga graphics that they used on it. It was fantastic.
Yeah. Well, it was sort of the era, wasn't it? I mean,
in fact,
5 and everything.
I bought it on Blu-ray about 2 years ago. Sequest. I still haven't watched them all. At least I watched the first 2 seasons because Rochard is not in the 3rd season. It's another guy, but so I wasn't that interested.
He's eaten by the shark, was he?
Maybe it's a sequel to Jaws.
I love that.
Any chances?
I think it's Jaws 4 when they've just got a photograph of him in the background. It was like your dad didn't die of a heart attack. The shark killed him.
Jaws is absolutely terrifying as a film.
George,
I mean, it's not really a horror film, but it is. It's a real horror film.
Oh, it is. I think it's a horror. I think it's a proper horror. I mean, it's the same with Terminator. People don't class Terminator as a horror, but it's a slasher. I mean, James Cameron said it was a slasher movie. He was cashing in on that whole slasher genre. You know, it's about this unstoppable guy that's going to kill all these people. He's going to, chase them through the night. It had all those slash. I think Jaws is a full-on horror. Scared me. Really did.
It scared the living hell out of me.
I remember Ben Gardner's head popping out that boat the first time I saw it on CIC video. Remember that I've got the poster actually framed on the staircase. I'll go and get it. If we get a break, I'll go and grab it so I can show you. I've got the CIC video thing. It's not an original. This was like a reprint. But yeah, unfortunately. But when Ben Gardner's head popped out the boat, I was sitting watching it with a cup of tea, and I jumped up and spilt the tea all over us. and I'll always remember that because I was like, ah! And this was a sunny, like, summer's day. It wasn't like 12 o'clock at night. I was sitting watching it like 12 in the afternoon. Spilt this boiling cup of tea all over us.
It's like the bit where, basically that guy gets his leg like bitten off and you just see the leg sort of
float down.
It's really scary.
I don't know why. But it's like, hey, you guys okay over there? And then the fucking shark just comes up underneath him.
Yeah.
Like, horrible.
It's the same with, watching Arachnophobia. I mean, you never go to the toilet again.
I know. There's a great scene in what do you call it? The book. They did a film of, in fact. Stephen King did Dreamcatcher, and there's a bit where the monster's in the toilet, and there's a guy who's got who was it in the movie? I think it was Jason Lee in the movie from Kevin Smith's movies. Jason Lee, the skateboarder, and the beast's coming up from the toilet, and he's trying to reach to get this thing. And I remember thinking, Stephen King watched Arachnophobia, didn't he? It's exactly the same gag almost. Ghoulies.
Ghoulies Part 2.
Ghoulies. That was on the poster, wasn't it? Didn't it end up on the poster that the ghoulie coming out the toilet?
Yeah. I mean, there was a lot of those sort of creature feature type horror things like Critters and Gremlins.
I'm a big Mick Garris fan. I love Critters too.
I like the way that the critters have got their own language and they sort of subtitle what they're saying. It's really good.
More burgers. More burgers.
Well, I think part 2 is really good. Part 1's really good, but part 3 is a bit of a letdown. But I actually quite like part 4.
Oh, me too. Me too. Was part 4 the main course?
It's the one where they make that gigantic kind of ball of critters and they just roll into a not a McDonald's, but basically a standard McDonald's.
I don't know what you mean. It's like a cow.
And the grandma sort of painting up these critter eggs as like Easter eggs or whatever.
Well, the Easter Bunny gets killed, right? Doesn't he, in the movie?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
And then they throw him through the window of the church, and there's a critter inside of his suit, literally biting his balls off, if I remember rightly.
Oh yeah, I mean we lived in more enlightened times in the 80s. I mean, I remember the poster for Critters too. It's just like almost like a acrylic or oil painting.
Really?
It's just this gigantic critter ball.
Oh, I love Mick Garris. I think he's a great director. That was his first film, Critters 2. It was before then. I think he'd done TV stuff, and he was on the Z Channel, interviewing like John Carpenter and stuff. He did the press for The Thing and The Fog. And then he finally got into directing, then he got into Critters 2, then he did Sleepwalkers with Stephen King and ended up doing the Stephen King miniseries like The Stand and all that. I love him. I think he's a great director, Mick Garris. He's really into his rock and roll too. He's in a band called Horse Feathers that are pretty good, incidentally.
There's quite a few actors and such that are in bands. I mean, Dolph Lundgren, he's a drummer, I think, isn't he?
Is he? I didn't know that. I love Dolph Lundgren.
I think wasn't Bruce Willis a vocalist at one point?
Yeah. I've got the album, The Return of Bruno. I actually own that. He sings When the sun beats down on the sound of the carousel. Under the boardwalk. He sings Under the Boardwalk on it. He's not a bad mouth organ player, actually. He plays the mouth organ pretty well. But either the album that I have anyway was called The Return of Bruno. That was the Bruce Willis one I've got.
I heard that.
Solitude was saying there. Jaws becomes a horror later when you go swimming. Suddenly, all these images from your film start to haunt you. Solitude, I remember going to the swimming baths and swimming in the swimming baths and thinking Jaws was going to get his do in the water. Do you know what I mean? Solitude. I mean, like literally the most like. I mean, how could Jaws get into the swimming pool? but I'm in the deep end thinking, shit, Jaws is in here. Oh my goodness. It is a scary film, definitely. It's a horror movie.
Well, I mean, it plays on fear. I mean, fear is irrational. It doesn't have to make sense.
No, that's true. It's just your imagination. And
I mean, you know, I was watching that Jaws, the 40th anniversary doc, and they were talking about, was it the 40th anniversary? It was one of the anniversaries anyway. I think it might have been the first DVD release I watched the making of. But John Milius, the great director and writer in his own right, the guy who wrote Conan the Barbarian and directed Farewell to the King and Red Dawn, and you know, he directed Dillinger. He did these great movies. He wrote Apocalypse Now as well. In part, he helped write the speech that Robert Shaw gives about the, you know, no, that's the USS Indianapolis, you know, Japanese sub slammed two torpedoes into our side. You know, I can't remember how many it is, you know, 600 men went into the water, 23 of us came out, whatever it is. But man, when he tells that story, I remember Spielberg talking about it. Milius had wrote it and it was about 3 pages long. And Robert Shaw said, there's no fucking way I'm going to be able to do 3 pages. Can you let us take it away and kind of redo it a bit? And he said, yep. And Spielberg said Shaw came back and he just had that perfect. Those 3 pages that Milius had wrote. He just had it perfect. And he says, we all knew, like filming on the set, we're like, this is going to be great. This, everybody. It was like, it's such a great scene, that, isn't it? Now, what's up? Mary Ellen Muffin broke my heart. It's a great scene, that, with the 3 of them. I think that's my favorite bit of Jaws. I really like that bit. And I like to see Robert Shaw go down swinging as well. And earlier on, they really make a big deal out of the machete getting stabbed into the side of the boat when he has to cut the keys free. And then when he's going in and Jaws gets him and he just pulls the thing out and he's stabbing Jaws. Proper Gregory Peck going down with Moby Dick, isn't it? It's really great. I love it. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. It was so, I mean, I love Moby Dick.
The soundtrack as well. I mean, I don't think there's anyone who doesn't know the soundtrack. I mean, just a couple of bars of the Jaws soundtrack, everyone knows exactly what it is.
Well, apparently, when Williams played it for Spielberg on the piano, went, "You fucking joking, aren't you?" It was like dun 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 dun. You'd be like, "What?" But it's perfect, isn't it? It's perfect. I mean, it was the same with. I remember teaching. Students how to use film, music and film. And Carpenter was saying in Halloween, we used it like Jaws. So like the music followed Michael Myers. So if you watch them, when he sits up, it goes dun, 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 yes. Dun, and it becomes Michael Myers' heartbeat. And it gets faster and faster as he's coming after Laurie at the end of the movie. And he said, we totally got that from Jaws. You know, we understood that people associated that with the shark's heartbeat, the dun, dun. And then when it got closer, it got faster and faster. And he said, we totally understood that from Jaws and said, we'll do something similar, him and Alan Howarth. So even the masters like John Carpenter are influenced by Jaws.
There you go. You learn something new every day. So you ready to begin, lads and lassies? And
oh, yes, sorry. Yes, we should have started about an hour ago, shouldn't we?
Yeah, we should have gone for an hour. Sure, it's Christmas.
All right.
So, ready when you are?
Ready.
Ready.
Have we gone already? I haven't pressed play yet.
Oh yeah, we're gone. Yeah, we're 12 seconds in now.
I was expecting 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Should we go back and do a countdown?
Yeah, let's do it again.
Guys,
I was waiting on you, Kerry. I was like,
okay, then. Right, reset the clock.
Okay, yep.
Right, 7, 12, 4, 2, Clay.
Go.
Take 6 out of the 65.
So where are we? Trio film.
Yep, that's where I am.
Pulsar content.
That's going to be head on like now. Thanks, lads.
I mean, I'm looking forward to that documentary. I'm a big Kevin Smith fan, and Kevin Smith got involved with the funding for a new documentary about Jaws the Revenge, because he's obviously a massive Jaws fan, and he said that's the movie, that's his favorite film. And I remember even in the 90s when he was doing publicity for Clerks and Mallrats, he was proper bigging up the Jaws. But I'm looking forward to that new documentary about Jaws the Revenge. I'm a closet Jaws the Revenge fanatic.
It's a masterpiece, isn't it?
It is. It's no Piranha 2, though, Solitude.
Where we are at the Russian Airbnb.
Cool, Solitude. Take care. I'll see you. Hopefully, we'll see you for the thing.
Yeah. Fingers crossed.
God, you know what it is? I'm just watching Black Christmas at the minute, the Bob Clark film. Because
You mean the one from the 70s?
Yeah, from 74, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I really want to do a kind of a Christmas film for the channel, because it's Christmas time, and I thought it's always been my favorite Christmas movie, and they did that so well for 74. I was watching. I bought the Blu-ray of it for the review, so I've been watching the special features. And the cinematographer was talking about how, so you could see the first-person view, he actually built a specially made shoulder rig. So when he climbs up the trellis and everything to get into the loft of the house, it's actually the camera operator wearing the camera. And I mean, cameras were huge in 64. I mean, they weren't shooting on 16 mil; they were shooting 35 millimeter. So it was a big deal for him to have this. It must have been so heavy for him to wear it to get that point of view. But it still looks fantastic to this day. It just reminded us.
Films in the 70s still stand up, I feel. They look good. I mean, it was the sort of carryover, I think, from kind of theatre and very technical people involved in film and theatre who were still quite big on going into film itself.
Yeah.
I'm just watching the visuals of this. It's quite weird, isn't it?
It looks beautiful. That black and white's really nice.
Yeah. Oh, it's in English, bloody hell.
I know, it's weird.
Yeah.
I was just thinking, but it looks like it's meant to be in English, doesn't it? The way that we're talking there.
The magic of editing.
Oh, she's left-handed.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's quite incredible now. I got a message off YouTube the other day that now they've got auto translation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So people can watch my videos now in any language, which is fantastic to me.
Oh, coming from the northeast, John, that might be handy.
Oh, no, Zing. Lousy and low.
Right, that's it. Good night.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to call camera now. Move.
This guy looks a little bit like Peter Molyneux with Bullfrog.
But I've heard they've actually got Geordie on there, so you can watch it in Geordie if you want from now on.
Well, it's a dialect.
John, if you're looking for a real Christmas film, try Christmas Evil. I know the one you mean, Solitude. It's a great movie, I've got a few. There's a few good. Well, not good, but a few Christmas. I mean, there's Don't Open Till Christmas, which is kind of a Christmas slasher. There's New Year's Evil as well, which is, well, less Christmas and New Year's, I guess. But there's Silent Night, Deadly Night, which I'm a really big fan of the third one because it's directed by Monty Hellman. Silent Night, Deadly Night 3.
Revenge.
That sounded even silly when I was saying it. I'm a big fan of the third Silent Night, Deadly Night.
Of the third?
Directed by Monty Hellman. It's the guy that directed Thule and Bricktop. You know, I'm a big fan of Silent Night, Deadly Night 3.
It's a masterpiece.
So that intro bit, I don't remember that bit. I remember this bit where she's on the piano.
So did they say how much extra footage was in the newer version?
I think there's the longer version, and then they just edited it down just to make it flow. But we're talking sort of over 5 years ago now, so no, about 5 years or so I watched it, I think. It's very weird watching English though.
It is strange, isn't it?
Could be worse. Could be watching it in Irish.
So if this is in the 80s, then was it Khrushchev? No, not Khrushchev. Who was in power? Gorbachev was it?
Yes, Gorbachev. He's on the TV there. We send our greetings. Oh, so they're looking at the probe here, are they? Oh, no, they're not.
Soviet Union to the nation. Yeah. It is Gorbachev.
Yeah, it is Gorbachev, eh?
Wow.
The destination.
I always remember the beginning of Naked Gun when he rubs the birthmark off his head.
Yeah.
I knew it.
Yeah, the original Naked Guns are so funny.
Yes.
Oh man, I know that.
Leslie Nielsen was very funny. So I've not seen the new Naked Gun, but I very much doubt it'll stand up to the original.
Who was in the chat before? Squabblebox HQ said it was awful. I was talking
that bad?
Talking to Dave about it, and he was saying it's a terrible film.
But then again, though, it's never going to stand up to the original.
You can't. I mean, you just can't.
The thing about Leslie Nielsen is he could just keep a straight face. That was funny.
Yep. Played totally straight.
It was very funny stuff.
Just don't call him Shirley.
That's right. And we had little Frank.
I love that.
They have a little Frank. It's just ridiculous.
I love that joke in Aeroplane. I mean, this is silly. This is really silly. But when
Aeroplane's very funny. Yeah.
But when she walks up to him and says, "Excuse me, are you a doctor?" and he's got the stethoscopes in his ears. He just picks off and goes, "Yes, that's right."
It's like, no, I'm a cosplayer.
It's just so good though, like little things like that. When the kids goes up to the woman, "Oh, excuse me, would you like a cup of coffee?" It's like a 12-year-old. And she's like how do you take your coffee? Black, like my men. It's like two little 12-year-old kids. Oh man, it's amazing that. Well, when the Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, it's one of the pilots, and the kid's like,
Victor.
My dad says you're terrible. You can't nail anybody. He goes, "Hey kid, shut up. I'm not Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I'm a pilot." You see that? Oh, it's just so good. Oh, what'd you have? Fish for dinner? Oh man, it's so good, that film.
It scared me when I was younger, to be honest with you.
They don't really make those kind of comedies. They had a whole spate of those comedies from the 70s, 80s onwards. They just don't really do that anymore.
Well, kind of. I mean, the last like hurrah was like the Zucker brothers did I think they did the scary movies like 1 to 3, didn't they? And there was also the Me, Myself, and Irene. What were they called? The Farley brothers.
Yeah, Farley. Yeah.
And they were kind of, and then that was it. Like offensive comedy just became like a no-no, didn't it? After that.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
So I think they're going for a bit of a Thing intro almost here.
That's what I was just thinking. Or Predator. Long Town Sally.
It's like a cross between the prequel to the Thing and the Thing itself.
I always wondered what the prequel to the Thing would have looked like if it stuck with those practical effects. I'm not sure it would have made it a better film. But I wonder what it would have been like, because I mean, I'm a diehard. Well, I'm sure you know I'm a diehard John Carpenter guy, but diehard. But the Thing prequel wasn't as bad as everybody said it was. It was a half decent film. It just, if they'd called it Alien Invasion.
Yeah, this is the thing, though, where you've got that kind of like weight of heritage hanging over you.
Totally.
So if the moment you're I mean, it's like an alien film or whatever.
Yeah.
The moment you put the word alien, oh, it's got to have Sigourney Weaver and it's got to be this, it's got to be that. You know.
You have a timestamp there, any lads? Because I just lost it.
So the helicopters, I'm on the helicopter 10:28.
They're just on the way to this site, this facility.
So I'm on the helicopters, just about to land now at the facility. That's where I am. It's 10:20, 10:39 now.
So
great, thank you.
So John, is this all CGI or is this all real?
It looks
how they've done this?
It looks CG to me. That van definitely was. Did you see the Bedford van we just passed there? That was definitely CGI. It totally looks CGI to me. But I mean, you can see it looks like a couple of different layers. That's definitely green screen in the background.
So they arrive at the facility and there's a guy walking around.
Yep, there's a guy in a white kind of costume. That all looks, so he's real, obviously, but that looks green screen in the background. See the little like kind of bulb in the background?
Yeah.
That looks like CGI. That looks like green screen to me. I was just talking about the thing, funnily enough. I decided to try like a kind of radio broadcast for the Boneyard. It's done very poorly. I've only had about 30 views. But I thought I would do like a kind of late night radio show and try to, because I always loved late night radio when I was a kid growing up. And I took some of the music I've made from some of my previous episodes and like played them in between as if I was playing a record. But I don't know how many more I'll do. I don't think it did very well. But I was talking about the thing. And I mentioned Albert Whitlock's beautiful kind of matte paintings that he did in the thing. Like the spaceship that's buried in the ice. It looks so good. And I mean, watching it today, it still looks real when they abseil down into the crater where it still looks real. It really does. It looks fantastic.
That was an homage to the original film as well, wasn't it? The one that, they got that sort of people doing the perimeter, all the soldiers doing the perimeter around the site.
In the Howard Hawks one, that's how they get the saucer shape. And in the original, they all go around it in a circle and go, it's a flying saucer. I really like the original.
I like the original.
I really do.
I've not read the novel that it was based on, but I've seen the original film. And
it's really good. It's very similar to the John W. Campbell story, Who Goes There, is very similar to John.
Who Goes There.
It's very similar to John Carpenter's The Thing. It really is. It's very much about scientists. It's all male. It's all about the kind of, you can smell the gasoline almost in the novel. It's really well written, but it's also written very as if it's a scientific journal. The language is very scientific. It's only about 100.
I'll have to go and find a copy.
It's only about 100.
It's a bit crazy, really. I mean, they've all just been exposed to whatever. I mean, I find it very strange, the acting as well. It's like they've just landed and shot a guy, and it's like anyone for coffee. It doesn't. There's no consistency here.
So I mean, that's all green screen behind them, 100% there, definitely. But this is good though. I'm really enjoying this so far.
But there's no movement of air. So you see the hood that she's wearing. There's no movement of wind or whatever.
And in fact, it looks like it might be blue screen. You can see little tinges of blue around the fur on a hood.
Mm-hmm.
See on the edges where it looks blue?
Yeah.
But you'd expect some wind movement, surely.
Like the flag on the moon?
Yes.
If you believe they put a man on the moon.
I've had nothing but Christmas music for like 3 days. That's all I've been listening to for the last 3 days. I had to restring.
We don't get mince pies over here. That's one thing we don't get.
I've just bought some in Sainsbury's.
I remember brandy butter as well in the UK.
Yes, I like brandy butter. I've just getting a branded, not branded. What's it called? Basted turkey. I didn't want to buy a whole turkey.
Branded turkey. Yeah, it was really a criminal, this one. Put it behind bars.
No, damn Minty. That's what it is.
I've got a death row turkey.
That's right. Branded.
Branded.
It's like when you buy it, it's got like a wrap sheet.
Loitering.
This one robbed 2 banks, but then he got too greedy.
You know what? Looking back at this film after a few years, I don't think they're doing the suspense very well in this version.
I'm enjoying it. I think it's pretty cool.
I don't think they're building the suspense though.
Right.
It's only 15 minutes or so in, so go on, give it a chance. Like,
No, but it's almost like it's a done deal already.
Like, who do you think the good guy is here?
is it the guy with the hat?
The guy with the hat. You know, she hasn't got a hat on as well.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
that's
it.
the thing, the guy with the hat.
Everyone who's infected wears a hat. It's like it's like that, like in the Thing sequel. You know, when she figures out that there's, I think it's what do you call it?
The dog.
Fillings from the teeth.
Oh, right.
Or in the shower, and she figures out how, like, and now everyone's saying that in the original Thing, well, Childs had an earring, so he's not the Thing at the end because he has the earring. It's like those films were made many years apart, people. It's like that law wasn't invented when Carpenter did the Thing. Can you remember the X-Files did the Thing? They did an episode that was like the Thing.
Ice
with the worms, where they put the worms, and you could tell because the worm was in the back of your neck, I think.
Yeah.
All right.
What season was that from?
Number 1. It was the first one.
Season 1, episode 8.
Oh my goodness, you know exactly which episode. I mean, I've got all of the original first 7 series, but I never watched after that.
Oh, did you not like Agent Doggett?
That was after my time, I think.
Doggett and Reyes. It was Patrick, right, from Terminator 2.
And Annabelle Kids.
Oh yeah, the guy that was the T-8000.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's him. And the truth is,
You've seen this boy.
I love that. Can you remember Wayne's World 2?
yes.
Yes.
It's in the car. That's one of my favorite cameos in a film ever. Have you seen this boy?
I remember literally dying of laughter in Wayne's World Part 2 where he goes around and talks to his girlfriend's father.
And James Hong.
Yeah, and literally he says, "You could date my daughter, but first you got to fight me." And we just died. When he flies across the room.
Very well then, Jeff.
Absolutely ridiculously funny stuff.
He's the proper go-to flipping Asian actor, that James Hong, isn't he? He's in everything.
He is. He's in Blade Runner.
He plays Lo Pan in Big
Have
Trouble
you
in Little
seen
China.
Dead Heat? I'm sure he was in Dead Heat.
Aye, Dead Heat. Aye. Dead Heat's is that Treat Williams, the one with the 2 cops?
It is, yeah. There's two of them in it. It's pretty.
And one of them's a zombie, right? One of the cops.
Yeah.
He was great in that treatment. But the other guy was a comedian, right? Who was the other guy?
He was, yeah. I forget his name.
Me too. I flipping.
He looks a bit like a bass player from, like, you know, Huey Lewis and the News kind of, you know.
Oh yeah, Joe Piscopo.
Backing band.
It was Joe Piscopo.
That's it.
But yeah,
it's got that kind of 80s hairstyle going on.
Oh, totally. Treat Williams was awesome. Can you remember Deep Rising with Treat Williams, where he's fighting the sea monsters? It was great. It was Stephen Hopkins' movie. It must have been the late 90s, early 2000s. It's like a big tentacle monster on the ship, and he has to fight this tentacle monster. Really early CGI.
You warped John a bit.
What's that?
He went away underwater. He's drowning! Throw him the life ring!
Oh, it's getting exciting now.
That guy with the hat, he's in trouble, is he?
I like that guy with the mustache in the background. That would be me. I'd be that guy in the blue coat.
I don't think these
I know the
songs
guy with the suit there. I thought that was you. Oh, that's Hitman. So no. Agent 47. That's you, John. Yeah, yeah.
That would totally be me. I'd be the nerdy one that gets killed first. That would be me.
He actually does look like you.
Now, wish.
He does.
If I was about 5 stone lighter. Speaking of stone, I've just run out.
His password.
I've just run out of beer, so I'm going to have to nip down and grab a can. Don't worry, just fill us in on what happens. I'll be 2 seconds.
Okay. Nothing's happened.
Oh dear, he's getting his password wrong.
Just send an email, give your email address and get it reset.
In like 1984.
Yeah, why not? They
had
the internet.
In 1984.
They had the internet, military internet.
Yeah, they did. Well, I don't know if they had the internet in the Soviet Union though.
They might have done. So this is just
let them in now.
She actually looks like someone I used to work with, and that's scary.
Have you noticed she's got like blood on the side of her head, and she just hasn't bothered to wipe it off?
Yeah,
that's a bit odd. That is.
Did that just rewind a wee bit? And I think somebody spliced this together because it's.
Oh, I do own I've got a German release of the film. I don't know if it came out in the UK or America, but I do have a German version. But I just noticed at the time, the length of the film is different. So I thought, well, I'll watch this version instead.
Hmm.
I think that's CGI, isn't it? The lift sequence.
Yeah.
That's not going to be real.
Nothing really happened. They're just gone down in the hole.
I said I would grab it, so he didn't think I was lying.
So
it's not an original. This is a reprint, but it's a reprint from like 1983 or something.
Cool.
But,
wow.
It's in a little frame there. I've got it embossed. You can see I put some stuff on it to protect the screen. But that's it's the 83 original.
A reissue.
Yeah, reissue. Yep, 83. But I love it. I collect that stuff. I love film posters. I wish I could show you outside. I've got Salute to the Jugger framed in the hallway. I
still have a 1982 Halloween 3 original film poster from the US.
I love Halloween 3 Season of the Witch. That's my favorite sequel.
It's my favorite Halloween film, bar none.
Well, I mean, Tommy Lee Wallace, man, Minty. He went on to do It. He did, Fright Night Part 2. He did some great TV movies. He's a really solid director, but Halloween 3 is a great film, man.
Yeah.
And they got silent pronounced right.
One I've seen the most, and it was actually the first Halloween film I ever saw.
It was. I've got the pre-cert VHS, the EMI. The Thorn EMI. I've still got the pre-cert video from when I was a kid.
Ah, yeah, you said a couple of weeks ago when we started talking about Halloween 3. Because I told you I'd got like a massive collection of Halloween 3 media and tapes and various things.
But I love that. I love it. I just love the fact that the 18's like stuck on there because it was pre-cert, and I love all that stuff. But I've still got.
I think the soundtrack's amazing for it as well.
Man, definitely. It was what was the Stephen King's Maximum Overdrive used the Halloween 3 score on the original theatrical trailer. I was watching it the other day for a Stephen King review, and you can hear the music from the opening, the pew pew pew, and the opening of the film. You can hear it on the trailer for Maximum Overdrive.
I just like the way that the start of the film where you see like the scan lines in sort of slow motion, like really close up. It's just so well done. It just really matches well.
It's a beautiful score. It is. I don't know who does it. I haven't got the vinyl, but I've got a double CD of it.
I've got the vinyl and I've got the CD.
I don't know who did I don't know who did the CD, but I'd love to get the vinyl of it. I know that the same people did Prince of Darkness because I bought the two off the same company, Prince of Darkness and Halloween 3. When they would, must have been when they were first.
I think I got mine. It's a US version I got.
I wish I had it all
One
here.
thing I never managed to get the Japanese Laserdisc of Halloween 3.
Oh, yeah. That would be nice. I'll have to dig them out again. I haven't watched Laserdiscs for a while. I mean, there is some films that you can't get on any other format still. I mean, there's still some. I think I might have mentioned this on one of the streams. There's a film I love, an Aussie slasher called Mirage. And you still can't get that on DVD or Blu-ray or anything. It's only VHS and Laserdisc. It's never been released on any other format.
Well, it's a bit like, like The Keep or the sort of original version of Star Wars. People, the best copy you can get is probably the Laserdisc.
Definitely,
people still want it.
I love it how it was like I felt like a proper fanboy when The Keep. I think it was The Keep was released by Imprint, the Australian company. And everybody was like, reviewing The Keep and saying, this is a great movie by Michael Mann, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, I felt like I was one of those old guys, like going, you kids who don't know The Keep. I was watching that back when it was fucking nobody knew what it was.
The thing is, though, Mann, I don't know how they managed to get it released because Mann didn't want it to be.
He disowned it totally, didn't he?
Yeah.
Totally disowned it. I mean, the studio recut it. They took it away from him and did all that. And he said, well, it's not my movie anymore, man. And it was, but it was like, I always loved that. Me and my friends loved that. We'd sit and have a few joints and watch it and we loved it. We loved The Keep. And it was, but you couldn't get it. It was really hard to find.
Yeah, I did consider getting the American VHS at one point. Because at the time, you're talking a few years ago, at the time that was the only way you could really get it, just VHS.
What? All right. Well, that was what I saw it on VHS. It was, and it was cut to shreds. It wasn't the version we know now. It was a lot shorter than the one that we know now. And
they just re-released it as a massive kind of boxed edition.
I know it looked fantastic. I wish I could afford it, but it was about 350 quid, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's
350 quid, Jesus.
It was by Imprint, Australian company.
Yeah, so you're importing it.
They did the Never Ending Story as well, and I really wanted the Never Ending Story. You couldn't get it.
Never Ending Story.
I remember seeing that at the cinema.
Oh, I love it.
When it came out.
Atreyu.
Artax.
Yep, sorry. Atreyu. Artax, that's what I was thinking of.
The Childlike Empress. Yeah. One of my favorite movies of all time.
Man, that's so incredible, that ending, isn't it? It starts with a little grain of sand. It's a great ending, that. And she's got the pearl in her hand.
Apparently, the actress who plays the Childlike Empress, she was on, she commented on the soundtrack video, the theme video on YouTube from Lamal's channel.
Cool, aye?
And she basically said thanks to all the fans who love this movie and this soundtrack, and I had a lot of fun making the film. And
I think Wolfgang Petersen's great. I mean, he did a couple of films at that time. Can you remember Enemy Mine, where Louis Gossett Jr. and Dennis Quaid, when they do like Hell in the Pacific, but it's an alien and his enemy on another planet. I love that film, and he did Das Boot, and he did he did that great Clint Eastwood one with John Malkovich, The Line of Fire. He did some great movies, Wolfgang Petersen. Oh, here we go. Shirts are off.
Indeed for ladies.
That's it. I'm invested now.
That is a piece of clay. It's not an example.
Did you ever see the Thor that I think it was Larry Fessenden did, or was that the Last Winter that Larry Fessenden did? That was kind of a similar movie.
Sounds familiar.
That was really good. That's worth a watch. I'm a big Larry Fessenden fan. I like his low budget movies. He did one that was very similar to The Thing called The Last Winter, but it ends with a massive, obviously I won't spoil the ending, but that's got the same kind of vibe. Ron Perlman's in it. It's a really good one.
Okay.
And also The Thor with Val Kilmer. That was a pretty good low budget kind of rip on The Thing. With Val Kilmer as a bad guy.
Why are you whispering?
Because we all know Val Kilmer's not really a bad guy.
Can't really take these soldiers very seriously. They look like real cosplayers.
Real cosplayers.
Kind of silly. You'd have thought maybe they could get real soldiers or people who at least look half believable.
Last night, I finally watched a film that I've been told for years was epic and I should watch it. It was a TV movie called Stalking Laura with Brooke Shields and Henry Thomas. Any of you guys seen that?
Heard of it, I think.
Rings a bell.
It's a really famous film from like the early 90s, which was like kind of a TV movie, but it blew up huge. It was not Henry Thomas, Richard Thomas from the Little House on the Prairie. And everybody kind of said this was his kind of breakout role because it was so good. Man, was it?
Hang on. Was he not in Waltons?
That's him, Richard Thomas. That's him. Sorry. Sorry.
Yeah.
The Waltons, not Little House on the Prairie. The Waltons. He was in It. Yes, he was in It. That would have been cooler, wouldn't it, if I'd said he was in It? Instead of sounding like a proper, instead of sounding like a proper flipping
nerd.
That guy from the Waltons.
Hey, I like that show. I've got it over there somewhere.
But I highly recommend it to anybody. You can get it on YouTube now, upscaled as well from the old TV version.
Okay.
Fantastic movie. I mean, it's a TV movie, so I expect TV movie production values. But it's a true story about this woman, Brooke Shields. She just starts a new job, and this guy starts stalking her. But it's a true story. It just escalates and escalates and escalates. And I was fully like into it, you know. It was an incredible. It's got about 3 different names, in fact, because I IMDb'd it after I watched it because I was so impressed. But man, I really recommend it. It was a fantastic film, and Henry Thomas, Richard Thomas, was fantastic in it.
It's Christmas. Get it right.
I'm sorry.
I'm joking. You enjoy this, man. This is what's good about our stream.
I always get everything wrong.
I'm getting some Event Horizon vibes now.
Oh, definitely. I can see that. But apparently,
when it's welded shut and the door is very closed, there might be a reason for that.
What was it that said in Event Horizon? It was like the Latin. It was cool. I remember the Latin thing.
Yes, that's it. Yeah.
Oh, what did they say?
They're supposed to be demons, and of course, demons are very fluent in Latin.
And it was like he got it wrong, and it was like save me from hell, and then right at the end, he figured out that it was save yourself from hell. It was demons are here. There you go. that must have been what it was. But I'm still a big fan of Paul Anderson. I think Event Horizon's still good. Everybody,
I think Event Horizon's good. I think I've got a slightly longer cut. I had to look around for different versions, but there is a longer version.
I really like what mine is. I think mine's an hour 40.
I haven't watched it for ages. I think the last time I saw it will have been when I bought the DVD, and I mean that must have been early 2000s. But I remember I did like it a lot. Although
mine is a 2-disc special edition, so I don't know.
But I've seen it since then on TV.
It reminds me a little. Is it The Sphere? There was a German-made science fiction horror film, which kind of
that is
the vibes.
That's familiar.
I don't think I know it.
Maybe not The Sphere. I forget the name of it, but
I remember Samuel L. Jackson was in that. I think
The Sphere. I'm getting confused. The Sphere is based on a Michael Crichton novel.
That's the one. Yep, that Sphere with Samuel L. Jackson. Yep, that's Samuel L.
Probably the 90s.
All right, Samuel L. Sharon Stone and Dustin Hoffman.
That's right.
All right, and it was about the Samuel L. Jackson's reading the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, and the thing's attacking the station, and it's the squid from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Oh,
that I enjoyed that. Dude, Michael Crichton, totally underrated director, by the way. I think Runaway and Coma are fantastic films. He's a great.
I always go back to the Andromeda Strain. I think have you read his novels?
Yeah. Have I?
He was a medical doctor that sort of got into writing whilst he was still a doctor.
He actually didn't he graduate? He's a surgeon. He can actually perform surgery.
Yeah.
He graduated surgery school, and but he quit before his final exams, didn't he? If I remember rightly.
I don't know how far he got, but he was definitely sort of doing both.
Oh yeah.
and I think he just wanted to do writing. So, but
he's a great director. I love Westworld. I think Westworld's brilliant. In fact, I remember Jurassic Park coming out, and I hadn't seen it yet. And one of my mates was like, "Oh, this happens and this happens and this happens," and I went, "So it's Westworld with
dinosaurs."
Dinosaurs. And he was like, "Well, yeah, I think it's the same guy who wrote them both." And I was like, "All right." It's like, but because I'd never read Jurassic Park, I didn't know it was Michael Crichton that had wrote it.
Oh, when Jurassic Park came out, it was the talk of the town. Everybody was talking about Jurassic Park.
Well, I'd never seen it, but one of my friends was telling us about the story. I said, "Oh, well, that's Westworld. This guy's obviously ripping off Westworld," and then obviously it's the same guy. He was ripping off himself. But I really love him.
We've got one of the survivors here that they're going to interview. It looks like she needs to wash her hair.
She must be crazy. She can't find the Head and Shoulders.
That's right.
I know it's from him, but no.
All of you lay. I just like the way the doctor's got a little face mask on, and the guy at the door hasn't. Like he's like bulletproof or whatever.
Oh, he's a soldier.
Oh no, there's a window there. There's a window, so.
Oh, what's happening here?
This is going to get nasty if I remember correctly.
John, get in there.
That's going to need more than a plaster.
Yeah, just a bit. Like,
looks like when Freddy Krueger takes his shirt off and he's got all them souls in there.
Yeah.
That's why I don't use Tinder.
I see.
I mean, it looks fake, but it's good. It is good.
No, it looks great. I love practical.
She actually looks like what you call her? A young Isabella Gianni.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think she's a Serbian actress. You know, she's not Russian.
Looks great though. I tell you what, I was watching the other week. It was we're talking to Cynical Celluloid about Videodrome, and it made us put it on again. I've got the Arrow Blu-ray of it. And I watched the Blu-ray, that bit at the end when he shoots Barry Convex with the cancer things and he breaks open.
Yeah.
So it's cancer bullets. Man, it still looks fantastic, that. I was blown away.
Videodrome's one. I mean, Cronenberg is my favorite horror director, but Videodrome's definitely one of my favorite films.
But it looked incredible, though. The effects still, it was like, I couldn't believe how good it looked.
He was just eons ahead. I don't think really anyone is in his league, personally, Cronenberg, but... He kind of gave up on the horror thing, didn't he? And I remember I went to see in central London years ago. I went to see was it Eastern Promise?
Yes.
Yeah. At the cinema, and we were all expecting, it's going to be another Cronenberg. No, it wasn't.
And all you got was a naked Vigo fighting the guy in the showers.
You got a load of Russian gangsters fighting each other in a bathhouse or whatever.
The Shroud was good.
I've not seen The Shroud. That's one I've not seen yet. Is that the last one he did?
Yeah, it was. Was it this year or last year, Kerry?
It was made last year, but they released it this year.
Is that a horror film then? Has he gone back to form?
It's
sort of horror, yeah.
It's not. I wouldn't say it's horror though. I mean, it's nothing like Videodrome. It's more like Eastern Promise or History of Violence. It's sci-fi, but it's like a sci-fi drama. It's a sci-fi drama.
That'd be kind of more accurate.
Well, I think I might have been in the minority, but a few years ago when Possessor came out, loads of people disliked him. I thought it was really good.
I thought it was good.
Me too. I think Possessor's great.
It's trippy as fuck. But...
I loved his first movie, Antiviral, with Caleb Landry Jones. That was great, but Possessor was really cool.
There's supposed to be a couple of different versions of Possessor. There's like one with a yellow cover and one with a red cover.
I've only got one. I bought my release is from Second Sight Films, I think. I bought a release of it in physical media from Second Sight Films.
Right.
But it was really cool. I thought it was a bit like Scanners, how it was almost like CIA kind of psyops and stuff. I thought that was really cool about that movie.
I was impressed by it. It was sort of my favorite film of that year, which the year I watched it. So I thought it was good.
When was that? So that was 2021 or something, right?
something like that. Because I remember during the pandemic, it was hard to get things, so I think
Right.
it was around that time.
Must have been. Because I didn't buy it. I saw it on Amazon or something before I bought it. But I bought the second sight one. I saw loads at that time, loads of films I'd never seen. Finally saw that during the pandemic. Lake Mungo, that everybody talking about is like being one of the best kind of found footage films. And it was like, oh, I'll finally sit down and watch it. I thought it was going to just be another terrible found footage film, but that was great. And it was the same time Second Sight released that as Possessor, so I bought the Blu-ray of that. But I mean, I know obviously the pandemic was a horrible time in the world, but I've got to catch up on my movies, definitely.
Yeah, it certainly was a good time to catch up on all the novels that you've not got around to reading.
I read 3 books by Roger Moore. I read
in 1 week.
in 1 week. I read so much of the pandemic, but I also worked a lot too. I mean, it was because I was a media technician then, and I was kind of fitting universities with projectors and things. So because the universities were closed,
Yeah.
I was able to go in and work and work under the floorboards, lay cables, put projectors in, sort out the kind of technological parts for the presentations.
Yes.
So it was I actually worked quite a lot during the pandemic. It was really eerie getting trains though, because I was the only one on the trains, pretty much getting trains at that point because everybody else was at home.
It was a very weird time to be around. I think this lady, this scientist, I mean, is she like a microbiologist or something like that? But she should know that if she's got her eyes exposed,
she's infected.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
This is a very good film, though. I am very much enjoying it. But it was weird. It was a weird time, and I loved. There was a couple of films came out of the pandemic I really liked. There was one that I love, Abel Ferrara, who did Driller Killer and King of New York and and all that. He's one of my favorites.
I do like King of New York. It's a good film.
And he lives in Rome, and he made a film in Rome with Ethan Hawke during the pandemic. So he shot Ethan Hawke in the streets when there was no one else around, and it was I mean, it was really low budget, because nobody was funding films then either. So he was shooting on like iPhones and whatever cameras you could get, but it looks great because it's Ethan Hawke, supposed to be in a kind of post-apocalyptic world. And there's no one. It looked fantastic, and that's kind of CIA too. It's a bit like Possessor. It's all kind of about CIA the operations and undercover guys. But it's a really good film. But because the city was empty, it looked fantastic.
Yeah, she wants to leave the suite. This lady.
When it zoomed in on the speaker there, I thought I was going to hear. From the thing when he smashes the fire alarm.
This guy has got serious Lex Luthor vibes, the guy on the left.
Totally.
He's gone for that sort of poor man's Bruce Willis look.
Return to Bruno.
Can you remember Striking Distance with Bruce Willis? That was the one I had on VHS. I watched a lot.
Can't say, dude.
The first time I remember seeing him, I think it was on the second version of the Twilight Zone.
Oh, when he calls himself, right? He's in a bar and he rings himself at home.
Yeah,
and it's like there's another version of himself, right?
Yeah, I think that was the first time I ever saw him.
That was a great season, that at the Twilight Zone. There's a great one with Morgan Freeman.
I've got them all on DVD somewhere, but I think the main film that I remember him for was definitely Die Hard.
Oh, me too.
Which is kind of a Christmas film.
It is, it's a Christmas film. He's going to see his wife for Christmas. There's
is it his ex-wife or were they on a bit of a breakup time?
Break. Because he makes that big thing about using the name Holly Gennaro, doesn't he? Instead of Holly McLean.
Yeah.
But I mean, I remember him first from Moonlighting with Sybil Shepherd. Because still to this day, I am a huge Sybil Shepherd fan. I think she is awesome. I love her in the Last Picture Show. I've got all the seasons of her TV series, Sybil. I love her in Taxi Driver. I'm a really big Sybil Shepherd fan. I've got her in, Nickelodeon and Daisy and all those movies. I think she's great. And I love her in that show. I think her and Willis had a great rapport with each other. I think it's a great show, that Moonlighting. But definitely Die Hard was what I know him from the most, like it. Definitely. Yeah. And then Color of Night, funnily enough. I had Color of Night on video in the 90s, and I used to watch that quite often.
It had a whole load of action sort of cop film type things. Because he is a cop, isn't he? He's just not a cop in that city.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's from New York, isn't he? And he goes to LA, I think, and
to show them how to do it properly.
I did love Die Hard with a Vengeance.
Yes, me too.
I love Die Hard with a Vengeance. I think it's great, that scene.
Is that the second one?
Jeremy Irons.
That's the third
one.
Yeah,
that's it. Yeah.
Simple Simon met a pieman on the way to the fair. Jeremy Irons is flipping gorgeous, man. I love Jeremy Irons. I really do. It's like I remember watching him growing up, and anything that his name was on, I watched. I just thought he was great.
He comes across as a bit of a sort of stage actor, you know.
I like that about him. I think it makes him stand out. It's him and Julian Sands. I think him and Julian Sands have got that
Al
same
Pacino, Charles Dance, and Jeremy Irons.
Charles Dance, definitely, yeah.
They all sort of elevate things. Right. I've noticed actually Charles Dance has been in loads of films recently, loads of horror films.
He's had a bit of a resurgence, definitely, and they're all like kind of low budget horror movies as well.
But he still looks the same as he did 20, 30 years ago.
I think he just kept himself fit, didn't he? He still looks super fit.
Yeah, he's in his 70s. He's in 76 now, I think.
God, 76 years old.
I think.
I always remember him from, what do you call it? Last Action Hero.
Yeah.
It is the drug dealer of the house at home.
He was in Alien 3. He was in Firstborn. He's been in loads.
He did a great film with Greta Sarchi. I think it was called White Mischief. About I think it was set in South Africa about this true life murder. Man, that was so great in that, him and Greta Sarchi. I remember, actually, funny enough, I was talking to a friend of mine. I was editing a film for money, a job that was all shot on iPhone 16s. And I was having such a bad time, like, interpreting the footage so I could whack it into an editing system. And I had to download a piece of software called Shutter Encoder in order to reinterpret the footage so that I could edit it in, I'm using Premiere Pro, so that I could edit in Premiere Pro. And I found out that the iPhone just shoots like its own kind of codec. It doesn't shoot like in any kind of .mov or anything. It shoots in its own codec. So I had to
use Handbrake. Does Handbrake handle it?
Yeah, I couldn't. I did try to use Handbrake, but I tried to use Media Encoder as well, but it didn't. The only bit of software I get was this bit of software called Shutter Encoder that worked in the end. And it was when I was checking out films that were shot on mobile phones and the kind of workflow that they'd used, Charles Dance was in the very first movie ever shot on a mobile phone.
Wow.
He played a parking attendant in a little low budget film, like a kind of festival circuit type movie. And it was pretty good. I watched it, but that was the first film shot in a mobile phone, had Charles Dance in it. There's a bit of useless pub information for you. If that ever pops up on a pub quiz.
Talking about which, I'm going to one on Tuesday night.
Well, that's not a good sign when the eye opens. That's concerning.
That's pretty cool. Pretty cool practical effects, all by the looks of it. That's not CG. Oh, the eye looked CG there.
Yeah, that's why I don't use Tinder. Obviously, yeah, that's scary.
He's not going to let them out, is he?
It's going to be like a kind of fungus, I think, fungal growth or something like that. You can get like a viral infection, a bacterial infection, or a fungal infection. I think it's fungus.
Can you remember that the movie Splinter? That was really good. It was a really low budget one that was similar, and it was the people got infected by it, and it turned them into like it splintered out of the bodies, the virus. So they had like big.
Yeah, it does ring a bell.
That was must have been early 2000s. I think it was the girl from Joan of Arcadia who was in it, the actress. I always forget her name. She was in one of the Ring movies.
Oh, look at that.
I
knew it would be a fungus.
That was pretty cool. Once those spores are in the air, though, you're knackered. You can't just cover your mouth. We know that. We know that now. You can't just put a mask on.
It's game over.
It's a nice soundtrack.
These sort of spore things, they're like industrial strength like systems. These are.
Yeah.
That's like almost like when you get like a fog machine on stage. It's kind of in that league.
That was pretty cool.
So she just remembers that she's got a mask and she didn't bother putting it on.
There was a great movie with Rory Cochrane called Right at Your Door just after September the 11th. Can you remember that one? Where it was like all the anthrax scares. It was so.
Oh yeah, when they were sending it in the post.
It was based on that kind of thing. That. And there was the whole city. I don't want to give spoilers away, but Right at Your Door. It was a great film about that, and he kind of locks himself in the house because that's what they tell him to do. And because he locks himself in the house, he lets it in, but he locks the spores in with him. It's a really good movie. Right at Your Door, it was called. It was a really low budget, like it's all just one guy in his house. But
I know Legionnaires, there is no antidote, but did they have an antidote for anthrax?
I don't think they ever did. No, at least I don't think they figured out how to treat it.
Right. I don't know myself either.
But I mean, I remember there was a post office in the States that killed about 40 people.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah. Pretty nasty stuff.
Oh man, I remember, this is many years ago when I was in my late teens. I was traveling and I worked up Scotland for a little bit in a place called Knoydart, Scotland. And I got a job on just as a labourer. And we had to take the roof off an old barn. And like, it was just a labouring job. Take the old roof off and throw it down. And when we started the job, we were all young guys and he gave us all like hazmat suits and masks. And it was because the roof was asbestos.
Yeah,
and we were all like, kind of young and we didn't care. So, we were literally throwing sheets of asbestos off the roof into skips below us. And now when I look back, I think, God, there's no way I would do that now, if I knew what we were actually flipping working with. But, to be fair, we did get given, hazmat suits and masks. But, if one spore of that gets into your lungs, it can lay dormant for years and then kill us when I'm 60, It's scary. It's scary to think about. But at the time, we were just young lads and thought, we're getting paid 50 quid a day to be labourers. We'll just take that old roof off, lads. Here's some suits. What are these for? Oh, don't worry about it.
Some of the industrial accidents, stories where, in Russia in the sort of 60s or 50s, people had sort of be walking around in the winter and it'd be cold and then they'd sort of huddle into an area and there was something that would keep them warm. They found out it was like discarded radioactive material. Some of the horror stories that have come up over the years.
Well, there's that the story about Tarkovsky, right? Doing Stalker.
Yep.
And then they were in a zone and the cinematographer died of cancer that was apparently related to radiation poisoning, and Tarkovsky died when he was like 53. Am I right, Kerry?
Yep.
Oh, I know. Apparently, they were all related to. They think it was related to the water that they were filming the film.
Yeah, there's a YouTube video about it. The film nearly killed his director.
Yeah,
and he had to repeat it so many times because of the death of the cinematographer, because the footage was lost because it was polluted or something.
Yeah, I did. I'd had to shoot the whole film again. It's scary.
I think, with the whole nuclear thing, I don't think they really knew at the time, what it would do. Of course, Richard Feynman, he developed a cancer, quite a big one. And he died of that. He wasn't that old when he died.
Yeah.
It's like, I think a lot of the time it's, I can't see it, therefore it mustn't be fatal. Can be.
About 11, like. So.
It's like arc welding and such. People end up with vision issues and all the rest of it. It's like, you can see it, of course, but you don't realise the damage it's doing, or pneumatic tools or whatever. Same thing.
I remember when I was a kid, there was a guy, he's still alive, who lived a couple of doors down. For one of my friend Aaron and his sister Rachel, who's a brilliant cinematographer. In fact, she worked on Andrea Arnold's American Honey, and she also worked on World War Z. I was really surprised. It was like we got in touch with each other a few years ago. It was like, wow, she's great. But her dad, Barry, was a architect. And he obviously did intricate drawing plans his whole life. And he started to go blind. And I think it was because it was his whole life. He'd scrutinized over the small details. And I was speaking to my dad about it not long ago, and he was speaking about it. And I think that's what it's related to, is because his whole life he's been like literally drawn millimeter by millimeter, drawn the architectural plans of things since he was a teenager. That's what he studied to do. And I think it strained his vision so much that he's starting to lose his sight now he's getting older. It's crazy that. Because obviously he's worked with his eyes his whole life. It's been the most important thing.
People that work in sound engineering, live sound environments. I mean, most of them end up with deteriorated hearing. And there's certain bands where they just can't hear properly.
The amount of heavy metal I used to listen to when I was a kid, I'm sure I'll develop some hearing problems eventually. I was listening to Meshuggah. Can you remember Meshuggah? I used to love listening to a band called Meshuggah.
Oh, they're still going, yeah. I quite like it. Is it the Obzen album?
I love it.
With Bleed. It's absolutely amazing.
They're like no other band. Their time signatures are incredible.
Yeah.
I remember listening to them really, really loud.
To me, it's almost like industrial because it's just continuous. It's just doesn't really stop.
They're fantastic. I really like them a lot. But when you listen to them loud for a long period of time, when you turn the stereo off, it's hard to hear for a couple of minutes.
Well, for me, when I listen to it, it's very strange, but it always hits me in the stomach or the intestine.
I love that. I love that feeling.
It's just such a unusual sound that they have.
I love it. I got it with one other band. I remember seeing. Can you remember At the Drive-In, the Mexican band?
No, not heard them.
They were. Do you know Mars Volta? They were Mars Volta after they were driving. But I got that. I got that in my guts. I went to see them live, and I got that feeling, the same kind of thing. It was great. It's a great feeling, isn't it?
Well, it's very. I think with Meshuggah, I mean, they're very hypnotic. I mean, they didn't start out in that kind of music. They were more like a thrash band.
Yeah, they were thrash. It was. They were just thrash with.
But I think it was the era. I mean, there's a lot of thrash when they, late 80s, it would have early mid 80s or whatever. There's a lot of thrash metal going on. So I think later they came up with their own sound.
But no, they're a great band.
Well, they're very technical. I mean, there's some amazing musicians in Sweden.
Well, I lived with a guy. This is when I was a student, actually. There was a guy lived with us who was Swedish. And I didn't realize that that's their pop, right? It was thrash and metal, and that was their pop music throughout the late 80s, early 90s. And he was saying that there was some amazing. I wish I could remember the names of the stuff he played for us, like stuff that he'd grown up with.
Yeah.
It was just fantastic.
There's some very, very, I mean, there's only, 6 million Swedes? There aren't that many of them, but, pound for pound, they've got so many decent musicians over there. It's amazing.
There was less of us, but there was more musicians
in Ireland.
Yeah.
I was looking through some drives because I had to back up my drives. I've just lost 2 drives, and I was so worried because they both kind of failed at the same time. And I was like, oh bugger! So I've been digging through all my old hard drives. I've got so much stuff that I've written for the Boneyard over the last couple of years. That's how I got the idea of doing that little kind of radio show episode I did. That's, like I was saying earlier on, it's totally failed. But I've got so much music on there. I don't know what else to do with it. I mean, I could try just putting it on that Boneyard music channel I've got, but it's so like kind of Some of them aren't really full tracks; they're just little kind of stings or little bits and pieces. But it's all stuff that I've got there. It was really nice to listen back to it all.
Well, sometimes you forget. I mean, these days you don't have as many limits on space and media. So sometimes it's just nice to record everything. Then you go back and think, oh yeah, I did do that.
Right. But I love the
You
idea.
get ideas from it as well. You say, oh, I made this. I can use that.
I've just done that. I'm doing I was mentioning before on one of the other streams. I'm doing a kind of a pantomime. I'm writing the music for a pantomime.
You're doing a pantomime, are you?
And it's
behind you.
I know. So I've never done one before, but a friend of mine, I did. He's a playwright, and I did 3 short films of his works, and now he's writing a play, to pantomime for next Christmas, not this Christmas, for next Christmas.
Uh-huh.
And he just said, "Do you want to do the music?" And I was like, "Yeah, okay." I'll do the music. But it was pretty fun. I went and met the actors who had to read through the other week. It was really fun, but he wants us to do it like Bavarian folk music. So he wants the music,
Bavarian folk music.
he wants it to sound really kind of almost Baroque folk. But he played us a couple of Bavarian folk tracks, and he's kind of said, "This is what I'd like it. This is what I'd like it to sound like." So it could be interesting. Well, it is interesting. I can't wait to do it.
What's the pantomime called?
Dance with the Devil.
Uh-huh.
So it's
So Mephisto Valtz or something.
Kind of. It's about. I mean, it's a lot of comedy. It's really great. The actors were fantastic. There was Simon Lawrence and Valdo Cabal. I can't remember. There was 2 other actors as well, but I can't remember the names. But it was a great read through. One of the actors didn't turn up, and I was there to talk about the music, and I ended up reading one of the parts, and it was just fun. It was just fun. But so it's just like the usual tale. There's a princess, she's stuck, and she dances through her shoes every night, and her dad's the king, and he can't figure out how she's getting out and dancing through her shoes every night. The first song's dance through her shoes, and he kind of she's supposed to marry the prince and all that, but the prince has to go to hell to talk to the devil, to dance with the devil, to get the key that her father wants so that he can marry his daughter. Pardon me, all that kind of stuff. But so you
sounds like the inverse of the Epic of Gilgamesh.
Exactly, you've got that kind of thing. So they have to cross the lake on the boat and stuff to get to hell and all that from there. Right? But it was fun. It was fun. It was. I'm really looking. Well, I am having a good time doing it. It's great.
That's good.
I'm so privileged to have met Paul Stone, the writer. He's great. It's a pleasure to work with him. But yeah, composing the music for that, it's interesting because I'm doing it all on the acoustic because it's more folky. So that's it's been nice to sit and play the acoustic a lot more. I've just restrung it, in fact, today. I've just restrung that acoustic today.
So, are you mostly a guitar player?
Mostly. I mean, I prefer synth and electronic, but I'm more proficient on guitar, yeah.
I can't play anything with strings. I'm terrible. I remember when I was at college, a mate of mine was a bass player. And the moment he got like a delay pedal and a distortion pedal, that was it. Bass through a couple of those pedals is just something else.
You get some great sounds.
It sounds amazing. I think I've got more guitar pedals than most guitar players. I use them for all sorts of things.
My favorite delay bass is Pink Floyd. One of these days, when he does the dunk a diddle a dunk a diddle a dunk a diddle a dunk a diddle, and it almost sounds like Doctor Who, but it's not.
It sounds like Doctor Who, doesn't it? Yeah.
But it's the Floyd doing it, and the delay is fantastic on it. I love that, the delay on that bass, and especially when you get the distortion hanging around. I'm not the best bass player in the world, but I do love to play bass. And in fact,
have you got a fuzz pedal at your place?
I've got a fuzz. I've got a Boss reverb.
Yep.
I've got an analog reverb.
Is that a digital reverb or
a digital? Yep. But I've got an analog reverb pedal as well, a tape delay.
Yeah.
I think that's about it. I've only got about 3 or 4 pedals.
Well, I find having an EQ pedal is really handy. I've got like a bass EQ pedal I use a lot.
So do you put the piano through the pedals as well?
Well, I do it with all sorts. I do it with synths. I do it with drums. I do it with all sorts. I mean, everything I do, especially the drums, it's highly processed.
Aye.
I'm doing this as a hobby. I'm not professional or anything. I just do it as a hobby.
Oh, well, me neither. It's just but it is what I do though. I mean, I don't go a day without composing or playing something or making something. I mean, that's what I like to do the most in the world.
I think there are no rules to sound. You really, you sort of go to your own little universe. And you sort of, find your own sounds, and I think it's quite a good hobby.
It's been quite nice because obviously for this pantomime project, I haven't wrote the lyrics. I've just been given the lyrics, and I've got to fit the music around the lyrics, which is quite. The first song was "Dance All Night" because she's dancing through her shoes. I should have danced all night. I should have danced all night and still begged for more. But when your dad is king, he can do anything like nightly lock your door, like locking her in the room. And I just thought of a natural rundown in my head when it like like
a rendition of Lionel Richie.
But that's exactly what I mean. I'll tell you what popped into my head.
Dancing on the ceiling.
It was the Bond theme tune. All I wanted was a sweet distraction for an hour or two. I can't remember. I think it was Rita Coolidge, All Time High. And it popped into my head as soon as I read the lyrics. So I sat down, played the guitar, and put the thing to it. And it was, obviously I didn't play exactly the same chords or anything, but it was the same kind of rundown. And it was nice. It was nice working with somebody else's lyrics. It was definitely a change.
So I always wonder about lyrics. The lyrics come. I always thought lyrics came first in the music, but that I didn't really know how it would be done. But I think a lot of the time it's the other way around.
Well, I mean, with me, it was. In fact, I don't know if I can find it, but there's a really embarrassing video of me in a pub in Newcastle when I'm like 16 or 17 doing a gig, and I've got like a proper, almost like piano key necktie on. It's that fucking long ago, right? And my hair's like brushed in front of my face. I've got this long friggin'. Anyway, I'm playing, and I'm getting interviewed outside. Honestly, it's horrible. I'm getting interviewed outside this club, and someone says to us, "So, how do you write your songs?" Like just a bunch of college students interviewing the musicians. And I'm like, "Oh, well, man, I wrote poetry first, and I was reading the poems, and then a friend of mine said, 'Why don't you put some music to the poems?' And that's what happened." And I sound like the most pretentious person you've ever heard on the planet.
Like a little mini Bono.
Totally. But that's how it started with me. It was. I was writing poems.
Michael Stipes and Bono, they are people I cannot stand.
I know what you mean. And they think they're really good as well. That's the problem. They think they're really good.
Well, I mean, they're rich and famous, but, yeah. It's the pontifacting bit I can't stand. I mean, in the 90s, like, everybody became, like, Richard Gere became a Buddhist and various other things. It's very... I mean, I don't mind Richard Gere so much, but it's very sort of, oh, look at me.
Oh, I love a bit of Richard Gere. I think American Gigolo is great.
He's awesome. But I was thinking the other day, he was in American Gigolo, and then later he was in Pretty Woman, wasn't he?
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah. That's him.
So he's actually played both sides.
Yeah. I never thought about that before.
Came to me the other day, and I thought, my God, Richard Gere's played both sides.
God, I've seen that movie so many times, and I never thought about that.
It's pretty funny. I remember the scene when he's sort of hanging from the ceiling and his exercise regimen.
And I remember it really well, and he's listening.
He's got like a tape of learning Swedish.
Aye.
Because he's got like a Swedish lady flying in, and he has to stand her up.
Mm-hmm.
He speaks
really
French.
Funny. It's like she could probably teach him English.
Man, it was. I just did a little video, which is like I say speaking about Giorgio Moroder's score for Cat People, and his kind of disco soundtrack for American Gigolo. He does a song called "Love and Passion." It's so great on that soundtrack. And I love the disco sound that he had in like 1978 with Midnight Express. The single was called Chase from the album, and it was a worldwide disco hit. from the soundtrack of the movie Midnight Express. I love Giorgio Moroder's stuff, and I love that score for American Gigolo. But that love and passion, boom, 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 boom.
I do remember sampling that film. There's one part where he has to go around and deal with that guy's. It's like a sort of inverse cuckold thing where, you know, he basically hires Richard Gere to go around and.
Oh, I mean, he says to the woman, "You're going to come, and I'm going to make you come, and you're going to enjoy it."
And he goes, "Now slap that, you know, see you next Thursday," or whatever.
Aye.
And I had to sample. I think when I got my sample, I think one of the first things he ever did was I sampled that. You do, don't you? You know, you just sample the most stupidest things.
The first thing I ever sampled was one of Ry Cooder's guitar sounds from that movie I was talking about earlier, Hard Times, that I recorded onto mini disc.
That's sensible. I mean, that's a sensible thing to sample.
Not now.
I remember, you know, Pam Grier. You know, a lot of her early sort of exploitation films. She's a goldmine for sampling.
Oh man, she's great. Well, they were all Roger Corman movies, weren't they? Like Coffee and Flippin' Foxy Brown.
That's it. Foxy Brown. So it's only later when she became, you know, she started doing more sort of normal kind of non-exploitation stuff.
Oh, she's great when she's younger, man. I mean, she played the female version of Spartacus. She was literally in a movie where she was the female version of Spartacus. What a Roger Corman. I can't remember what it was called now. Man, she's so great. I love her. I do. She's got such a great sense of humor.
I think it sounds like he's in a submarine at the moment.
Yeah, he's swimming. That's why I was going.
Yeah.
Well, give it a minute.
That's it. Yeah, you're back now. You sound like you're in a submarine.
I don't know why that happens with my connection, but it happens all the time.
They might be listening in on you.
Pam Grier, turn him down.
Right, the aliens have found you.
Stick that warble on. John's talking about Pam Grier again. Nobody wants to hear that.
No. No.
Yeah. Some amazing films that she was in the 70s and onwards.
What's the one when she gets the judge? Her and her mate get the judge in the room, and they're gonna flipping, like, they literally just strip him off, and they're gonna like chop his what off if he doesn't do what they need to do. In fact, she does, doesn't she? And is it Foxy Brown where she cuts the guy's what off and takes it in a bag to his girlfriend?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, I remember
There's some really harsh ones.
I mean, they didn't pull any punches in these films. It was the real deal.
And she's like, "I hope you have a long life with your boyfriend."
Yeah, that's it. I do remember sampling this. And that guy's like, the drug dealer's like, "Don't you want your fix? I got your fix." Just like morally wrong on every level.
No, totally, man. I mean, well, I don't know if you can see because it's all blurry, but I've got Garner and Hess in the background. Ganja and Hess. That's my favorite blaxploitation movie. I absolutely love that movie to the max. That's Dwayne Jones from Night of the Living Dead with the Bill Gunn movie he did, which is a black version of Dracula, but it's so brilliant. It's such a great movie. But I love that whole genre. It was great that there was like, I remember when I was teaching film and teaching students about blaxploitation, about genre, and you know how it was all of a sudden they realized that there was an audience now and they weren't making films for a black audience. So they started to make films like Shaft, and it was just incredible. And some of the films that got made so quick, like Black Caesar, but they're brilliant movies. But they were made as just quick exploitation films. Some of them were shot in like a week or 2 weeks. But they're fantastic works of cinema.
I just remember the kind of bass line of Shaft.
Oh,
You just take it and immediately do things with it. It's brilliant.
I remember Superfly, the Curtis Mayfield. That was a great bass. Dun. The only name he knows is Do or Die. Dun. It was brilliant.
So how are these people still alive and not affected by everything?
I was sure Lex Luthor was going to die early on. I'm really surprised he's made it this far. I really am.
I was sure your surrogate was going to go.
And I mean, she was totally in the room when the spores explode. I think this is going to be one of those movies where she gets out and she's going to be infected. And then it's like world infection in 27,000 hours.
No, you just basically, it'll end where she's flying off to Moscow. And you just, you see the skyline of Moscow, and then you assume that she gets to the airport, and then it's game over.
You mean she got halfway across the country?
Well, if we're speaking about infection movies, what's the best infection movie? Because there's some great ones.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, depends what you call infection. I mean, is the Andromeda Strain an infection film?
I would say so, aye. Because it makes...
Because they don't really know what it is, do they? It's like this sort of... Is it like a life form?
Well, it solidifies the bloodstream, right? So it's... So it solidifies... Or crystallizes the blood, sorry. It doesn't...
So not the alcoholic and not the baby?
Yeah, because the alkaline content was too high in their blood, right? Because the baby was crying all the time and he was pulling in the air. So he had too much oxygen or too much something because he was crying, right? The baby. And the alcoholic had too much alkali, I think, in his bloodstream because of the alcohol. It's been ages since I've seen them, but I think that's what it was. Did you see the miniseries, Minty, that did? The miniseries was pretty good.
No, not seen it.
It had one of the guys, the guy from Will and Grace. He was pretty good in that. But I love the guy. What do you call him? An Andromeda Strain. Oh God, I'm so flipping. It's horrible getting older, isn't it, man? You forget everything. I used to know I used to know who composed for it. It was like one of the first electronic scores of all time, right? Flipping Andromeda Strain. But that was Forbidden Planet. But it was one of the first. What's his name, man? Arthur somebody or other. He was in Possession 2, Amityville. He was in Amityville 2, the guy.
The infection.
She's getting pretty grim now in this film, don't you think?
Pretty cool, like. I mean, they're in the heart of the beast now.
I just like this sort of stoic sort of disposition these people have got. None of it affects them. They're just getting on with it.
I've got to check this. I need to know what the guy in the Andromeda Strain's name was. It's Arthur somebody, I'm sure it is.
Arthur Schwarzenegger?
Arthur Schwarzenegger. It's James Olsen. Arthur Hill's the other guy. It was James Olsen. I love it at the end because they pick him because he's the single guy and they know that he'll do the right thing. He will blow up the town if he has to. And they pick him because he's got no family, he's got no ties.
Yeah, that's it. They sort of do like a profile, don't they, of the people who, So the married men are, what was it? The married men are not likely to, or
because they've got kids and family. They're less likely to blow up the world if they need to, or blow up the town if they need to. Sorry. But what
about guys that got divorced though?
they're too unstable. They want to kill the world. any chance you give them, they'll kill their ex-wives. But it was, I mean, how tense is that scene at the end when he's climbing up the ladder and the lasers are shooting him and you don't know
he gets shot, doesn't
he? And he gets to one flipping input, but it's not finished because they're still building the station and it doesn't work and he has to get back on the left. So tense. Robert Weiss, man. I mean, that's the guy that directed the Sound of Music. Same guy that Day the Earth Stood Still. That's the same director, right? It's a great director. He also did sci-fi Star Trek, right? The motion picture, if I remember.
Oh, the first one.
The first one. But was it
Trumbull who did the effects for that one?
Yes. Doug Trumbull, the guy
he got around. He did Silent Running, and he did the Andromeda Strain
2001 as well.
2001 as well, yeah. I do love Silent Running. It's a beautiful little film, that. It's what are the robots called? They always make it. Huey and Louie,
Huey and Louie.
always makes us tear up, man, when flipping. I don't know which one it is, but one of them dies and the other one's so sad because he's like saving the station and he gets sucked off. And it's just like his legs, and the other little robot's like, ooh, walking along. It's so sad.
It's like a precursor to R2D2.
It is, exactly.
He got sad, didn't he? He had a sort of sad bleepings and happy bleepings and confused bleepings.
Totally. I love him when he's. I think it's when he's on the final approach in Star Wars, and like it might be Return of the Jedi, and he's on the wing and he gets shot, and you think that R2D2 might be dead, and then they had to put in the film that R2's okay. But like there's actually a line of dialogue where Mark Hamill goes, "He's okay, R2." It's like,
He's okay.
As long as R2's okay, we're all right. Oh man, it was great.
To be fair though, C-3PO was quite a hard time.
Oh
yes,
you know, he has a lot more trauma going on.
Aye. And modern film views give their relationship a lot more than I think it actually has. It's like,
what you mean, woman that?
No, I just think it's like I think so.
Yeah, well, I don't think she has any more than a cursory understanding of Star Wars.
But oh no, the great characters, man. Who was it? Anthony Daniels. Was Anthony Daniels did the voice? Yep.
Yeah.
Such a great voice.
Was the guy in the suit.
Kenny Baker was the guy in the suit. But I love them so much. Like how much
and R2D2.
Just how much they care about each other. It's like, I mean, I care more about them than I do about Luke Skywalker or flipping anybody else. I care more about them too than anybody else.
About those two, but I was sad when Yoda died.
Oh man!
Oh, you saw.
He was quite an old guy when he died, but still.
I was really upset when Mace Windu died.
He's not dead.
That's with Samuel L. Right? That's Samuel L. No. I was really upset. I was like, that sounds like Samuel L. Jackson would not go out that way. I was so
motherfucker.
I was like, he would have taken on the whole fucking enemy by himself.
That's another good scene.
Oh man, it would have been. Do you know? Did you hear the story about the purple lightsaber when he was on? I think it was Graham Norton he was on, and he was saying, "I'll do Star Wars, but George, I really want a purple lightsaber." And he was like, well, it's either kind of, green or, and he was like, no, I want a purple one. He was like, okay, then I'll give you a purple lightsaber. He was like, he didn't know though until he saw the final film. And when he saw the final film, he had the purple lightsaber and he was like, yes, I got a purple one.
I do remember the Star Wars toys.
Oh man, I've got. I haven't got any of them. I've got
my friend of mine's got loads of it still. Probably worth a fortune.
I know. I still wish I had them. I remember there was a mate of mine from primary school, Craig Dawson, I think his name was, and we used to play with the flipping Millennium Falcon all the time. Like every break time, would make Star Wars flipping stories with the Millennium Falcon. Awesome.
Yeah, the first figure I actually ever got was Darth Vader.
The first one I got was Jabba the Hutt's. The second guy with like the worm hair.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that guy. The guy. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, the guy with very pale skin, very pink pale skin.
That was the first.
That guy. I think he's like Jabba's right hand man, isn't he?
That was the first figure I had.
Yeah, I do remember owning that one.
But it was so random. I mean, like the little guy in the red and black suit who's one of the X-Wing pilots. I had him as well.
I had him, yeah.
Can you remember the one I mean? He's got the grey face.
Yeah, he looks like he's got a bit of a leather hat
That's
on.
The guy. That's the guy.
Big lips.
I had him as well. But it was so random. Like he's in the film for about 3 minutes. It's like apparently
they were making a killing. I mean, really, if they got that massive. You remember when you used to get the figures on like a card back sort of bit of packaging, and you see all the characters on the back.
I didn't know this until I watched the Toys That Made Us. But the first release, the toys weren't ready. They released that cardboard collectible first.
Yeah.
so the kids would want to collect the toys afterwards. So you could actually get that cardboard collectible set before the toys were released. So you bought that, and then you collected the figures so you could get the set. It was a total like kind of mock. Oh my god, there it is. That's the one. I think mine was a little bit. It might have been a little bit different, but that's brilliant. That.
Courtesy of real life sound effects, special effects. Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
Fantastic.
Well, he actually had like a little coat as well.
Yeah. Did I? A little vinyl coat.
I do think toys from the sort of very late 70s, early 80s were really good.
I did have some of the June figures as well, but I've got.
Oh, did you?
But I haven't got them anymore because, I mean, I had younger cousins and stuff. My family's huge, so I give stuff to my cousins and things. But I wish I still had them. I didn't have any of the massive sets or anything, but I had like an Atreides, and that was about it. But I did like June better than Star Wars because I was a proper geek. I loved it.
I think Star Wars is too positive.
Oh, yeah.
It's too sort of happy. Whereas June is not a very happy. Everybody's going to have a nice happy life.
Oh, I love that. I love June. I think June's fantastic.
The funniest thing about the Lynch version of June is where the Trade Guild navigator is wheeled in his big sort of tank.
Yeah.
One of the blokes falls over.
Oh, I know.
And it's in the film. You can see the guy just falling over in the film.
I love the fact in that scene that the like just the little details, like when the mop on the floor in front of him.
That's right. Yeah.
Them little details make it. They do. I love it so much. I mean, I'd never read the books before I saw the film. I saw the film
before I read the novel.
Me too. And then I started reading the novels after I'd seen the film because I fell in love with the film so much. It was like you say, I'm a proper little dark heart. I really am. I am. My heart's a dark. It's a loving.
As a kid, I always liked the baddies. I didn't really like the goodies.
Oh, yeah.
I remember you saying before you liked Skeletor when you were talking to He-Man last week.
Yeah, Skeletor. He had the best lines.
He did, didn't he? Frank Langella.
Yeah, Frank Langella. Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
Speaking of the fantastic drummer Dolph Lundgren.
Yes.
Masters of the Universe.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That needs to. Has that ever had a Blu-ray or?
I think that was 87 that came out.
87, I.
Yeah, last year.
And then they had a load of like new toys, He-Man toys that were sort of.
I had them. I was a lucky guy when I was a kid. I had all the. I remember having RoboCop toys because I was always.
I didn't even know they had the RoboCop.
I was always obsessed with films, and
I remember having Castle Grayskull.
Aye, that was great. The green and kind of grey castle.
Green, yeah.
Aye.
I had some Thundercat stuff as well. I had like Bumra and all the rest.
I had Battlecat, the green and yellow Battlecat with a little you had the little saddle you could strap on his back.
The red saddle, yeah.
Oh yeah, I had Battlecat.
I do remember.
I think I had She-Ra as well.
She-Ra. I used to fancy She-Ra.
Especially Tanya Roberts in the movie. That's fucking.
Oh, I meant the cartoon.
All right. That's a film I need to get on DVD or Blu-ray. I haven't got She-Ra. I need to get that. Thinking about Tanya Roberts. She was amazing, Tanya Roberts. I was so sad. I mean, she passed away a couple of years ago, and everyone was saying, "Oh, you know that woman from that '70s show." Was that '70s show, man? She was a Bond girl in Flippin' Feudal Kill. She was in the Beastmaster. Everybody, what you talking about? The girl from that '70s show. She was She-Ra in the movie.
Who was the girl? Sorry, which character was it?
Oh, Tanya Roberts. So the Tanya Roberts played She-Ra in the movie. She passed away about 3 years ago.
Is that the one who played Eric's mother?
No. Yes. So her husband was the one with the black curly hair. She was that guy's husband.
Oh yes, yeah. No, she was
You mean Red's wife?
Kelso's mom.
Kelso's mom. It was Kelso's mom. That's who it was.
I can't remember Kelso's mother.
I'll see if I can find a picture of her as a.
So not the one that was married to the guy that was the baddie in RoboCop. Not.
No. That was.
No.
Because I thought they were both of those two actors were very funny. But I think, having the guy that played the baddie in RoboCop be Eric Foreman's father was just brilliant.
So that's Tanya Roberts in The Beastmaster. I don't know. Can you see my screen now? I've just shared screen.
Oh, hang on.
No.
There you go.
Oh, yes, I do remember.
So whose mother was she in that 70s show?
Kelso's.
Who was
Kelso's
she?
mom. She was Kelso's mom.
She looks a bit like, you remember Xena the Warrior Princess?
Oh, definitely.
Bit of a lesbian icon that was.
And this was her in She-Ra.
Yeah. She looks like one of those airbrushed images you used to get all over the place.
Oh no, she's all woman.
Well, she's probably not all woman now.
No, she's dead now, unfortunately.
Yes.
She's worm food now.
Must have been a big meal.
Aye. With a lot of silicon. Oh man, but no, I loved her, Tanya Roberts.
So I think when people die, when they bury them, I don't think they bury them with all the silicon, do they?
Do they not? I don't know.
I don't
They
know.
have to remove it first, so they're going to have a big time with Pamela Anderson. Yeah, the edit of this film is very unusual. They've just left bits in.
It's kind of like I was really liking it, and it went from like 0 to 60 in like 20 seconds when they got downstairs, like down to the final level. I thought it was great.
Well, it's not going to get any better the deeper you go down the tunnel. It's going to get worse.
Exactly. That's what
I'm trying to work out why they're doing all of this.
because they've got to go super deep, Minty.
Of course.
Burn.
No effects of heat.
It's the same with that. There was a movie that did As Above, So Below in the Catacombs. Can you remember that one in France? And I remember just thinking, why do you just keep going deeper and deeper? Just turn around and go.
It's a bit like I was watching a film a few weeks ago called The Rift.
Oh, I know The Rift.
Like, we will split up. You go this way, we'll go the other way. Because then, it's like, well, obviously you're all going to get killed.
Well, we were talking about that in my only time on Discord. I mean, you were talking about The Rift, weren't we, the other week?
I thought you were going to say in your only fans then, eh?
Oh. If you want to see me dressed like Tanya Roberts, see pictures of me
on my other channel.
see pictures of me in my loincloth.
That's right. There's the boneyard for my normal fans, and then there's the bone for my other.
It's just bone. That's it.
That's just the bone.
It's just the bone.
Fans of bone. I tell you what, we walked past a shop today, and it was a clothes shop, and they got a gigantic sculpture of like a rock-looking sculpture of a penis, and we took a double take. We were like, "What the hell is that?" In a shop window.
It's Germany. They can do that.
Oh, it's Berlin, isn't it?
And if you look really close, it had John Rennie's bone just written on the side of it.
Modelled on.
Oh shit! What's happening now? Why she got the? I totally missed.
It's getting a bit Resident Evil-ish now.
I know. I was laughing so much there. I missed why she ended up in the. How she ended up.
She drank the champagne and then thought, right, I'll cover myself in the water because she's probably going to go to a very hot area.
Ah, right. Yes. Let's go for a skinny dip. It does look Resident Evil. I see what you mean.
It's sort of been inspired by Doom and Resident Evil.
Yeah. Doom. That was a crazy flipping game adaptation, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson.
One actor I've never quite gotten away with, Dwayne. I did like him in that Michael Bay Pain and Gain. I thought he was good in that with Marky Mark. I thought they were pretty good in that film, them two. But apart from that, I mean, he's fun to watch stuff at, like Skyscraper. And I like disaster films.
Mm-hmm.
So I did kind of like him in that Earthquake and San Andreas and stuff. That was all right.
She's
looks like they've walked into a Brian Yuzna movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sticking to that.
Yeah, it's like Society, isn't it now?
Society. Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I couldn't remember the name. That's
like the orgy scene in Society. Yeah, it's pretty off the wall, really, some of the films.
That's really good. I've really enjoyed this.
So wasn't it Screaming Mad George who did the effects for Society?
I don't know, but I would imagine it looks like his stuff. I really like him. He did Children of the Corn 3, and I love the stuff in that.
Oh, did
he? He's always, no matter what his budget is, he's always really imaginative. I really like his special makeup effects. There's a great bit, man, in like Children of the Corn 3 at the end where it's the huge monster's there, and he picks up one of the characters, and you can so tell it's like a Barbie doll that they've just kind of animated like stop motion. But man, I remember watching that and just thinking, this is great. This is what horror movies should be like. And I fell in love with Screaming Mad George after that. I tried to look for movies that he'd done after that. That was a no budget film, and he'd done so well with it, you know. It's great.
Yes.
But I like Yuzna. I really like. Remember the Dentist films he did? I really like Dentist 1 and 2.
Yeah, I like Yuzna. He's done some good stuff.
Children of the Living Dead.
Living Dead of the Children.
Living Dead of the Children 3. What was it called?
Living Dead of the Children 3.
Living Dead of the Children 3.
What is it? Proposed analysis of analysis.
Children of the Night, Dawn of the Living 7. That was really good. What the fucking hell was it called? Return of the Living Dead 3. That's what I'm thinking of. Return of the Living Dead 3. That was really good, that Yuzna film. I thought that was great.
Now that's obviously fake. I mean, that's not very, very believable.
Oh, that's all right. That looks practical.
It's starting to get a bit like. Can you remember Slither, the James Gunn movie from like years
Slither's
ago?
really good. Yeah, I like Slither.
It's getting a bit like Slither in at the end when he's Michael Rooker's the massive Slither monster.
Keeps feeding his wife.
It was so good, that movie. It's so underrated.
Yeah. I like Slither.
Was that James Gunn's, was it his first movie?
Yes, first directed movie, yeah.
His first directed movie. Before then, he'd worked for Troma, right? He did, Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, was it Troma?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So, have you seen Poltergeist?
Poltergeist, yes.
Yes.
Night of the Chicken Dead?
Yeah.
So, I tried to screen it for a friend of mine last winter, and I think she lasted about 3 minutes.
Oh, jeez.
She just like, I can't watch this. It's like, what do you mean? It's funny.
There's only one film that's ever happened to me on, and it was Castle Freak. There was I really like Stuart Gordon.
Gordon, that's it. Yeah.
I love it. I think it's a great movie, and I took a date to see it. It was playing at Tyneside Cinema in Newcastle, and it was like at the beginning when he kind of gets this girl and she feels and she touches to where his what is, and it's not there because it's been chopped off. And my date just went, right, that's it. This isn't working out, and left.
So she was expecting cock on her first date.
And I was like, right, that's it. But it was just like that there was that moment in the movie where she was like, nah.
Why though? Well, I mean, maybe he had a tragic accident.
But I mean, watching it back now, it's like, because she's obviously thinking, I'll just sleep with him to try and get out of this. Oh my goodness, it's horrible. But I really like that film. I think Jeffrey Combs is really great in that film.
Yeah.
But it's a great movie. But
I'm
that
trying
was
to work out why the date would be so freaked out. I mean, that's
no
tame.
idea.
That's nothing.
I never saw them again.
You should have taken her off to see Society, and that's like really, really messed up.
The thing is, Minty, he would have been about 6 or so when I was asking out.
It's
Really weird.
People on chains. Give us a kiss.
By the way, her hair is still perfect.
So she's gonna have to kill our mate, then I take it.
I don't think there's like long life expectancy of any of the people in this scene.
You know, one of those scenes that gets me the most ever. Obviously I love George A. Romero, but Day of the Dead's one of my favorite films ever. But there's a great scene where one of the guys gets his throat ripped out, and he just says to Steele, "Please." And he just looks at him and he knows that he wants to, and he shoots him in the head because he doesn't want to be a zombie. Man, it's so horrible. Like, she's waiting here. If this was Day of the Dead, that guy would be dead now. Just be like, please, poof, dead. Next scene. But it was like harrowing even as a kid. I was like, oh my God, that guy. One of the great things I read about Day of the Dead, or not read, actually, this was an interview with Gary Clark, the guy who played Steele, talking about it, was saying that at the end, he wanted to try to redeem Steele a little bit. And at the end, I don't know if you remember, but at the end of the Day of the Dead, Steele gets bitten. And all the zombies are surrounding him. And he like shoots 1-2 zombies and he's like running out of bullets. He's got like one handgun left. And he just puts his head up against the wall and he does like a Catholic cross and then blows his own brains out. And it was like he was just supposed to kill himself. But the actor said to like George Romero, I really want to try and redeem Steele. I want him to be Catholic. And Romero was like, okay. So he does this thing and then he does the cross and kills himself. And then Romero said after they shot the scene, Catholics go to hell. They don't believe in suicide. But it was just like after the act had gone through all that, Romero was like, "Oh, you totally redeemed him, but by the way, you're going to hell because Catholics don't believe in hell."
Well, you redeemed him in this life.
But I love that scene so much, and you get the great effect because he's been bit in the neck, and you hear the gun go like, and when he puts it in his chest, it's great. Who's got him from behind?
Oh dear. Oh dear.
Oh, that was the guy who's infected, right? I couldn't see who got him.
It's just
that's called
done a bit of a Hellraiser maneuver on him. Thank you, fungal headman.
Would you please just slip this CD back into my head?
Yeah.
I've got a really bad itch.
Part 3.
I was part 3 of the CD head, man.
I think it's crazy part 3.
I really like it.
Not that it got any better later on. I mean, some of the Hellraiser films are really...
I really like it. I really like Inferno, Hellraiser Inferno. I think it's really good.
Which is that one? Which number is that one?
Did you see it was 5, Kerry?
Yeah, 5, yeah.
All right, I really like 5.
I've seen that one. I've seen so many of them. I've not seen all of them, but there's like Hell World and such. And...
I with Lance Henriksen, yeah.
Yeah. Hell World, yeah. That's the one.
This one was like a little cult of them. I think that was done in...
And Henry Cavill's first film.
I'm not
sure.
Was it?
Yeah. Hell World, yeah.
And there's one where they bring back... What was the girl called? The daughter.
Kirsty.
Yeah, Kirsty. They bring her back and she sort of gets like a police guy.
Yeah. That's the sequel. That's Deader, I think. Hang on.
Deader.
Yeah, it's getting difficult coming up with Hellraiser titles.
Well, Inferno was directed by Scott Derrickson. I really rate Scott Derrickson. I think he's a great director. He did the remake of Day of the Earth Stood Still with Keanu Reeves, and everybody slated that, and I absolutely love it. I think it's one of the greatest remakes of all time.
So what's going on with this girl then? She's got sort of like
So she managed to get out. Our mate saved her, who was infected. She's jumped back in the lift, and now she's trying to head back up the surface. But to me, it looks like she's totally infected already.
I think she looks it.
Well, actually,
she was trying not to go up to the surface.
You know, it's just sending herself somewhere else. No, she's trying to go to the surface.
I thought she was trying not to go to the surface. Yeah, she is trying to go to the surface.
I like that bit of sequence in there. That's nice on the soundtrack.
It is actually.
I like the way her hair still looks perfect, even though she's been through hell.
Oh yeah, you're right. Look, she's trying to sabotage the machine now, isn't she?
That's yeah. I mean, she knows she's infected, so you know. Technology always works when you want it to fail.
And vice versa.
And the other way around, yes. Yes. I tell you what, though, these proper control systems with the big flashing lights, I mean, it's proper. It's not like a bit of a touch screen or whatever.
So many films got that wrong. Can you just remember Colossus, the Forbin project?
Yeah, I have that on DVD. Yeah,
I love that movie so much, and it's one of my favorites. Like the fact that he's the last guy left in the world when it destroys the Earth at the end. But it's really good. I think that's what computers could do eventually. I'm totally sure that's where James Cameron got the idea from for Judgment Day. But it's so cool that the computer's just all these massive flashing lights. It's like, I love that so much.
Yeah, proper computer, not like these modern things.
Newfangled.
Or Demon Seed. I love the computer.
Demon Seed. Demon Seed. Yeah, it's like a nightmare.
I love that computer in Demon Seed.
Yeah.
Did you see the episode of The Simpsons where Pierce Brosnan did the voice and it was like trying to do the Demon Seed?
Yeah, and it was like more like looked like Hal at the beginning.
Hello, Dave.
I'm afraid I can't do that, Dave.
I'll never forget the first time I ever completed Metal Gear Solid. Me and my mate, Ashley Troop, were sitting and we'd finished it. I think it was on PlayStation 1, I think. And it gets right to the end. And the guy says, "What's your name?" He says, "Hal." And he goes, "What's your name?" "Dave." And he goes, "Hal and Dave." And like me and my mate were both like laughing, and we looked at each other and just went, "We're proper geeks, us." Like, and he was like, "I know." The fact that we got to the end of Metal Gear Solid, and then there was a joke about 2001 was like, "We're the biggest geeks in
Sunderland."
In Sunderland. But we totally got the joke though at the end. Hal and Dave. That's it. The world's infected now.
And they all lived happily ever after.
Don't just love happy endings.
Well, give it a minute. There's still a couple of minutes left. You never know.
No, that's credits.
Are you at the credits? I've still got.
No.
All right. Don't spoil the ending first.
There's a roll of people. Snails.
What's going to happen? They're all going to die. Everybody gets infected.
Are you okay? You look a little bit sick.
She's been at one of those solarium beds a little bit too long. And so someone's covered her in pizza sauce.
Pizza. That sounds
maybe they're going for that sort of Carrie look, you know, like at the end of Carrie. Oh, she's got the grenade.
Spoilers.
But if she blows herself up, she's going to put the spores into the air?
Yeah, but if it's in Antarctica, they could just not... Oh, no, it's not in Antarctica, is it? It's in...
Siberia.
Siberia? Right.
Yeah, like the Kola Peninsula. What do you call it? The Kola Peninsula, is it? Like really remote area. But Russia, I mean, Russia did this. Soviet Union, Russia. If they just polluted an area, they just wouldn't go there anymore, or they'd still go there in some cases.
She's literally became the guy that they shot on the way in, hasn't she?
Yeah.
You know when they shot the guy when they first landed? She's that guy now.
Well, at least
this is the new team coming in. Oh,
I feel sorry for the dogs.
Yeah, me too.
We can help you.
That was good.
So what did that guy do? Just knock her out then from behind her there?
Mm-hmm. Looks like it.
Or did he stick that pickaxe in her head? What do you think?
I'll see you knocked her out.
Yeah, I think that could have really used some proper editing.
Yeah, yes. Definitely. But it was super good.
It was. It was a very deep film.
I did see that a couple of years ago. I did, but it was good. I really enjoyed it. And I can now see why you might want to put that on a double bill with The Thing.
Yes, that was Minty's idea all along. Give him the credit.
Wow.
So we'll go straight into The Thing.
Yep, give us a sec. I'm just going to get it lined up.
I just need to turn on my DVD player. Hang on. Because I actually ran that through the laptop.
Oh, no. There it is. I thought I just cancelled my window with The Thing. There it is.
I'm going to see if I can split this. We can.
Turn the volume down. All right. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just going to go and grab another quick beverage.
Beverage.
And I'm only going to eat out of cans, so don't worry.
Oh, okay. Boom. The Thing, 1982. Dun, dun, dun. Score by Ennio Morricone. He worked with Sergio Leone, amongst others. Yeah. One person in the chat. Say hello. We miss you. Yeah. So. Ooh.
Calling McMurdo. Come in. Over. We found something buried in the ice. This is one of the best movies ever made. It really is.
Yes.
It's incredible to think that this ruined Carpenter's career. It's just nuts.
Well, his career in Hollywood almost.
You haven't started already, have you? Have you started already?
No, just waiting for
All right.
I was updating the description.
All right.
Here we go. Hang on.
Hello.
Sorry for that.
Head Meekin.
Meekin, yes.
Yes. Sorry for that, Mint.
What happened there? That I think it all went out.
No, I updated the description for the video.
Yep.
And
that was all the fans wanting to see your face there, Minty.
Only fans, okay.
Yeah.
That
was them saying they want to see us in our leopard skins.
Leopard skins and spandex, of course.
with pictures of Tanya Roberts like sellotape next to us.
Use your imagination.
Use your imagination. Oh my goodness. Oh my.
Cool. Great. Whenever you are ready.
Well, I've got mine queued up. I've got it on the DVD player.
Okay.
I just need to press play.
Okay. All right, John, you can count us in this time.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 1, go.
Excellent. It's running. So this is one of the best horror films ever. Just in case anyone hasn't seen it. It financially ruined Carpenter, which is a bit of a sad story. And it also, he said that's how he started getting like lifelong skin issues.
Okay.
Due to being exposed to the higher UV levels.
It's got nothing to do with smoking 600 cigarettes a day, I'm sure.
No, I wouldn't say so. No.
Listen to that soundtrack.
I know, mate. I was just thinking the same thing, Minty. It's flipping perfect.
It's the best film to watch in winter because it's really isolating and cold.
Yes.
There's nothing warm about it.
Burt Lancaster's son, wrote the screenplay for this. Oh, wait a minute. I think I've put Predator in by mistake. Sorry.
Oh.
No, I'm just kidding. It's exactly the same opening. Can you remember the opening from Predator?
Yes. It is, yeah, you're right. Yeah.
When he comes past in the ship. Right.
Same spaceship. Or was it?
Ooh.
God, I know every flipping sound effect in this movie.
Some would say you had a wasted childhood, John.
Oh, man, in woodwork, you wouldn't believe it, but in woodwork, we had to make something, like make a circuit with an LED in a wooden thing, at school. It's a secondary school.
Yeah.
And I made a little wooden, like, dynamo thing with McCready with his lantern, and the lantern swung. And it had a little LED in the lantern that like swung and turned on. And I remember the DT teacher, design technology teacher, saying, "What's this?" And I was like, "It's the best movie ever made, sir." He was like, incredible. It's been a part of my life, my whole life. I can't remember a time when I didn't like the thing. I really can't.
It's been a big thing in your life, the thing. Listen to the sound on that.
I know.
It's very minimal as well. It's not over the top.
Well, that's got to be his Prophet 5, right? The V5, what he talks about, it's got to be. Because Morricone did the score And then John Carpenter kind of said, "Can we make it sound more like John Carpenter-ish?"
I was wondering.
And Carpenter went back and added in a lot of what we're here. All right.
What was it? Alan and it was John on this one.
John Carpenter.
No, Daniel.
Alan Howarth.
Yeah, Alan Howarth's not involved in The Shining. I don't in The Shining in
the thing at all.
No,
I don't think he's involved at all. It was because it was obviously the first massive budget film Carpenter did for Universal. At the time, Universal were remaking all the old classics. They'd done Invasion of the Body Snatchers in '78 with Phil Kaufman.
Oh yeah.
They did The Thing. They did Cat People with Paul Schrader. They were trying to remake all the old classics, and unfortunately, all of them flopped. So they stopped remaking them. But
even Invasion of the Body Snatchers, was that a failure?
Yeah, '78 wasn't that much of a commercial hit.
Wow. Because that's an amazing film.
I know Kaufman's a brilliant director, isn't he?
Genuinely scary.
No. But it's weird. I mean, when you listen to the actual soundtrack of The Thing, there's so much more orchestration in it than there is in the movie. The thing that we hear, the little bits of The Thing's theme, The Thing suite is much longer and much more orchestrated. But Carpenter just likes to keep it minimal, man, doesn't he? He really does. He likes to make it, I don't know, like he says, a carpet of atmosphere.
Mm.
God, it gives us goosebumps. It really does.
This is a film that you have to watch during winter.
Yeah. But it's perfect. I mean, that film we just watched, Superdeep. They tried so hard to make it, like it was great. Don't get me wrong at all. It was great. I loved the bit with the helicopter and stuff, landing and the opening and all that. But this is so simple, but it's a million times better. Do you know what I mean? Well, it's
The Thing.
It is. It's the best thing.
It is the best thing. It is the thing. It is the thing of all things.
Did you hear the quote from the director of the original Thing from Another World, Christian Nyby? He said that The Thing looks like a goddamn commercial for G&B whiskey. That's what the director of the original Thing, Christian Nyby, said about this movie.
Wow.
That's a bit lousy.
Well, there is a lot of alcohol used in this film.
Just because McCready likes a whiskey doesn't mean,
Well, I don't know about you two, but I started drinking G&B whiskey after I saw this movie.
Subliminal message in that, as John.
In fact,
I just grew a beard.
he does look like ultimately cool, doesn't he? In this movie?
He looks like Snake Plissken. He's the same looking guy.
This is what happens to Snake after New York.
That's right. Yeah, after he gets out of this place. It's like, imagine if they're all connected. So Big Trouble in Little China is connected to. Yeah.
Oh man, Big Trouble in Little China. That's another perfect film. It's perfect.
Was that a flop, or did John make money on that one?
No, it was. I think he made the money back, but it wasn't a hit. I mean, it was not a hit. He didn't have any hits after. Well, he didn't really have any hits. I mean, after Escape from New York, he never really. I mean, this was his big. This was supposed to be his Hollywood breakthrough, and it just didn't.
Just remind me, on what year was Escape from New York?
1981.
81. So he did this like a year later then.
Yep. So he did Halloween, The Fog, New York, and they were all massive independent hits made for like $3 million. So and they made loads of money because they were so low budget. Universal gave him all the money to make this. I mean, like, was it something like 30 million? It's a lot of money.
10 times the amount then. And
it didn't make any money back. And I mean, this is the summer of E.T., Conan the Barbarian, the Blues Brothers. It was like, and he's this little depressing film about the end of the world. That, nobody wanted to see it, as far as I understand. I did. That flipping, I love the end of the world. That's my favorite subject matter.
Yes. I always feel better after I've watched an End of the World film.
Me too.
It's like, you know, when you're depressed, if you're really depressed, you used to go and watch the EastEnders Omnibus edition on a Sunday. Then you realise that your life really wasn't that bad.
I used to watch Hollyoaks when I was hungover on a Sunday and just think, oh man,
dear.
can't get much worse than this. Elba kommer weg. En Isla-sling. A real big day.
So we did actually watch it with a Norwegian guy once, and he said he's just talking crazy.
Well, apparently, he says, what is it? I did a flipping podcast about it, and I translated it.
That's not a dog. That's
that's not a dog. It's a thing. Get away from it. It's an imitation.
Okay.
It's a copy or something, yeah.
It's a copy.
This is like very severe cabin fever when you...
Yeah, totally.
Oh, the doggy. Hello. I love doggies. Love cats too.
I just like the way that McCreary's solution is just alcohol.
Oh, of course.
Got a broken leg, you've been shot, alcohol.
I love it later on when the doc's giving him the stitch. He's like, he goes, oh, come on, man. Barely 4 stitches. Barely grazed you.
Yeah. It's like open heart surgery. Barely grazed you.
I've just been shot in the leg, mate.
Don't. He's dead.
Well, at least they've got a load of snow. They can use the snow to put the helicopter out. That's good. Oh, no.
And it really does make you realize how bad films are now. Watching a film that's this great, doesn't it? I mean, even the first 2 minutes.
This is like 82, and what year are we in now? It's 2025.
43 years later.
It's only 43 years later.
I mean, how many films as good as The Thing have been made in that 43 years?
7.
I don't know. I think I might be slightly biased, so I can't give an honest answer.
I mean, there is movies I absolutely love. Prince of Tides, for example, by Barbra Streisand. I love that movie, Prince of Tides, with Nick Nolte and Barbra Streisand. It's an incredible film. And that was made like 91, 92. But I mean, there's been no great horror movies like The Thing made in that time. I really don't think there has. I mean, it's like Beethoven, right? I mean, this is what people will watch in the next 200 years. They'll be watching The Thing, you know, to like be reminded of what time was like when we were
master work kind of thing.
It is.
But the thing is, though, he made so many good films. I mean, not now though, but he sort of dropped off later.
Well, John and I were talking there. I picked up someone's watching me on Spanish import Blu-ray recently.
Yes.
And that was a made-for-TV movie, and
it's fantastic, right?
Yeah,
it's fantastic. It's he did that just after Halloween, right? That was one of his first gigs after Halloween. It was TV movie.
Yeah, but he did Elvis with Kurt Russell, and then he did Halloween.
Oh yes, Elvis. Yeah, he certainly sticks to his favourite actors, doesn't he? He's got his kind of little clique of actors that he likes.
It's like a repertory company. I look at it like that, like a repertory company. I mean, the guy that shot Elvis shot Christine, the same cinematographer. It's Christine's one of my favorite John Carpenter films. My dad used to build cars when I was a kid and bikes, so we loved classic cars. And there used to be a magazine, Street Machine, that me and him would look at that were classic American cars and stuff. And so me and him watched Christine together because he liked the car. It's always been one of my favorite films. I absolutely love Christine. I think as a director, I think it's one of his best films. Going to get a chance to use his pop gun.
I would say They Live.
They Live's a brilliant film.
Yeah, They Live's very, and it's certainly the last few years. It's really had an upsurge in interest.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's like John Carpenter. He knew 1987 or whatever it was.
89. 88, 89.
Well, it was Carpenter said that's not a movie. That's a documentary.
It's a documentary.
That's in his own words.
But John was saying that, a lot of the time when he was coming up with ideas, he was just high all the time. He would just sort of watch TV and get very high and come up with crazy ideas. I mean, there's some really big concepts in his films, like crazy big concepts.
Well, it was like, I love Prince of Darkness. That's one of my
I was just thinking of Prince of Darkness.
And he was literally reading books about astrophysics when he wrote the book, when he wrote the screenplay, and he said that just all worked its way into the screenplay. I was just interested in it at the time.
Yeah.
And it was like, I'm also interested in Hammer horror films and how the Dracula would be defeated with a cross and religion. So he put the religion aspect in there with Donald Pleasance and defeating the, at the end, he smashes the mirror and stuff. The religious guy saves the day. So it was like Hammer horror mixed with modern day physics and astrophysics. I love Prince of Darkness.
There's just some really ballsy concepts like Satan's in a can.
I know, and he's a liquid
under a church. Like before America was even founded, it's older, and also they found calculus and quantum physics like hundreds of years before anyone else.
Differential equations, right? Before differential equations.
That's right. Yeah.
Right? But he's in the smallest parts of it, in the atoms, in the smallest parts of it, invisible. Oh man, I love that.
Awesome. When I hadn't seen it when I was younger, I'd got out of university, and I sort of, in the days we had very rudimentary internet in those days, and I just remember like finding out about the Prince of Darkness, and I really looked around for a copy, and I just got it. I was like, this is amazing.
Did you get the Guild home video release, the big box?
I forget. No, I didn't get that one. No, I forget which one I got. Wasn't that one?
That was the first one I got, the Guild home video. I fucking loved it. I watched that until the magnets wore out on the tape. I watched it so many times. I loved it.
No, I never got the VHS. It was DVD by the time.
DVDs. So it might have been the DVD. What was the DVD? Because it was pretty hard to get for a while. But the DVD was it was like a black front cover with Alice Cooper's face on the front.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, so finding Alice Cooper in the film was just like, oh my god,
That's surreal. Ooh.
And he's like the head of the crazy. He's like the leader of the crazy people. Just amazing.
I always wanted to be a roller skating chef.
I always wanted to be a husky.
I always wanted to be a fridge door. Oh man, I laughed far too loud.
Or say Frosty, whatever.
Frosty people. We're looking for service in here. That's the other shocking thing about, having VHS tapes and all the rest of it. And really, we'd get to watch a lot of stuff on video when it was on TV and people would tape it. So you ended up like my brother just watched Star Wars like 1 million times. So you literally knew every single line to every film. And even now, decades later, you still know every line. It's frightening.
I did that with so many. I did that with this. I did that with Day of the Dead. I did that with Howard the Duck, man. I watched Howard the Duck so many times. I know every word of Howard the Duck. Honestly, I do.
Do you remember the Garbage Pail Kids, the movie?
Oh, the Garbage Pail Kids. Yeah. The ugliest looking puppets of all time. Well.
Maria.
Oh, man, there was so many great videos, though, wasn't there then? There was so many great ones.
Yeah, different world.
Kids, that one that used to fart all the time.
They were basically banned at schools, and of course that made them more desirable.
I remember watching the Video Nasties at the Faces of Death. We were doing our GCSEs, and you got like study leave in between. You get like time to go and study. And of course, we never studied. We went and drank beer and smoked pot and went and watched films at our friends' houses. And that's the first time I saw Faces of Death. And we were all around my mate, Darren. I can't remember his name now.
Aronofsky?
I wish. Around my mate's Darren Aronofsky's house.
Watching Pie the movie.
Can you imagine Darren Aronofsky, what he was watching when he was dubbing off school during his GCSEs?
Well, doesn't he do a cameo in the film?
He does.
He said, "I'm just an art student."
Oh man, do you know what it is? Everybody I know, you might agree, hated Noah, but I thought it was a masterpiece. I thought Aronofsky's Noah was brilliant. I can't count how many times I've watched that film. It was fantastic.
I still go to see Mother.
Oh, Mother's great. Ed Harris is on my short list of the best actors of all time. I love Ed Harris. I didn't know he was in the film, and I went to see it at the pictures, and Ed Harris popped up, and I was like, oh wow, it just elevated the movie for us. It's great. But I love Noah. I think Aronofsky's Noah is great. I think it's a really great film. Totally underrated.
Okay, that's green screen. No,
invented it. But isn't it nice to know that it couldn't have been? You can believe it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm making a joke. It is believable because it is all practical. And you can't get that.
Botin was the man.
Yes, definitely.
I forget. Botin popped up in a film that I watched not that long ago, and I was like, "Oh, he did it, did he?"
Mad God.
RoboCop.
Was he? What did he do? RoboCop. Oh, didn't he? Yeah.
Rob Bottin, right? The special effects guy.
Yeah.
He did RoboCop. He did Piranha, or a little bit in Piranha. The best bit in Piranha where the guy gets Keenan Wynn gets his legs bit off. Apparently, he helped with that, which I loved. But Rob Bottin, man, he was cool as out. And he was so young. He's like 23 doing the thing, like really young. Carpenter had used him on The Fog when he was like 19. He plays the ghost at the end with the scotch light on his eyes. The ghost of
the leader.
Yeah, like the leader of the guys in The Fog. That was him. That was Bottin.
Ghastly.
It's proper for me. I mean, Kurt Russell, growing up, he was the coolest of the cool. Like he was. I mean, like my mother and my father, for example. There's not many films we can watch together. Me and my dad watched Christine together because there was cars in it, and he liked the cars, you know. But my mother, there was only a couple of films my mother would watch with us. She liked Death Wish because she fancied the arse of Charles Bronson. But she would watch anything with Kurt Russell in because she thought he was gorgeous. So like when I was a kid, if like Captain Ron or something was on, she'd be like, "What do you want to watch your film?" And I'd be like, "Kurt Russell, yeah." And so watch it with her. She loved Kurt Russell. Sorry, what's that, Gary?
Did you have tennis shoes?
Tennis shoes. And Speedos.
No, the computer wore tennis shoes.
Oh no, I don't think. Oh, the Disney one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When he was the kid who got zapped by the computer and.
He did a couple of good ones. He did the World's Strongest Man as well, didn't he?
That's right, yeah.
When he was with Disney. But that's what that's what Carpenter said he loved about Kurt Russell because he was so trained. He turned up, he knew his lines. He said that about Janet Leigh too on The Fog. He said there was a scene where Janet Leigh had to cry, and he said because of the studio training, she cried like 4 times in a row because I had to do the shot like 4 times. And he just said, that's incredible. It's incredible. But I think, obviously him and Kurt Russell are total opposite ends of the... Kurt Russell's a big Republican, you know. And John Carpenter's you can see in his films, very, very left-wing hippie guy, you know. I mean, he was 20 years old in 1968 or something, right? It's in LA at the time of that. He was a proper hippie. But he said him and Russell just got along so well because they didn't talk about politics.
Yeah.
They just talked about the movies.
Which is good.
Oh,
put politics aside and just...
I mean, there's only a couple of pairings in Hollywood I can think of that are better. You've got like Steinberg and Dietrich, you know, and you've got like Carpenter, and I put Carpenter and Russell in that pairing. I mean, you've got Elvis, Ski from New York, The Thing, Ski from LA, Big Trouble in Little China. I mean,
I forgot about that, actually. Yeah.
I mean, they worked so well together. And you can imagine, I can't imagine They Live without Roddy Piper, but you can imagine Kurt Russell in The Thing, in They Live.
Yeah, he could have done that, couldn't he?
You can imagine him in it.
Anybody really have to act?
What's that, Gary?
Anybody really have to act? Because it's a left-wing movie.
Oh, yeah, totally left-wing.
But I think if he said the famous line, he would have given it a bit more authority. I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum.
That's right.
Roddy Piper.
Yeah. I mean, in a way, They Live, it was just like unbelievable film.
It's great. I mean that soundtrack too, Minty. I don't know what drum machine he was using, but I love the that he uses. It's so good.
Do you mean the similar one that he did in Assault on Precinct 13, or?
No, it's late. It's not in Precinct 30, he had like 4 tracks, right? On Precinct 13. So he programmed each track separately. But he said with They Live, I can't remember what it was he was using. I watched the making of. I wish I could remember. But the drum sound is so good in They Live. It's a great drum sound.
Poor Windows.
Let me give it a quick Google. I'll see if I can find out what. Well, I mean, they could all be affected at this point. I mean, if they're breathing in there's a bit I always remember the guy with the what do you call him? Wilford Brimley with the rubber on his pencil. He's like touching the thing and then he's putting it next to his mouth.
Yes.
And it's like he could have been affected anytime, anywhere.
Any place.
Well, John was saying there's only 2 types of fear. It's like John Carpenter is, the fear from outside and the fear from within. He says everything else is sort of based on that.
Totally. Well, it's all the story in the book. I've just Googled it and it said Carpenter and Howarth famously used the Lin LM1 drum computer.
Ah, yeah, the Lin drum. Yeah, that's the famous one.
For They Live,
Well, they've just they've just released that last year.
Oh, yeah.
Like a remake of it by Beringer. And it's only about, I think it's about 400 quid, something. It's not that expensive. Not for, music.
I saw him live. He came to London twice when he was touring Anthology. And he did Halloween. The first time was actually Halloween at the Troxy. And the second time I saw him at Shepherd's Bush.
Oh, Shepherd's Bush. Yeah.
And it was, but he played with, he had a physical drummer with him. He wasn't using drum machines.
Yeah.
But the only one that they used drum machines for was Prince of Darkness. He did Prince of Darkness, and I don't know what it was they're using, but it was really cool for the ba-bum, ba-bum, bum. It was really good. I don't know what it was, but it was. I know that he had. He was playing through GarageBand and Pro Tools because I got really close to the stage. Like right up the top, and he had a laptop open, and he was playing to similar to the keyboard I've got back there, the M-Audio one I use in the background.
Oh.
He had an M-Audio keyboard. I couldn't see what model it was, but I could see the laptop, and he was playing through GarageBand and Pro Tools. They were the 2 programs he had up, so he must have been using VSTs through them.
Yeah.
But man, it was cool to see him live. It was pretty much all live drums apart from when he did Prince of Darkness.
Well, I suppose in those days, MIDI came in sort of 82, 83, was it? MIDI. Before that, you got CV, control voltage for.
Oh, yeah.
Still use CV now and MIDI, but like they had. They had like an Atari computer and even a Commodore 64 or whatever. I think the guy that Vince Clarke from Erasure, I think he was using like a BBC Micro or something.
Oh, yeah.
But like the idea of actually controlling all your gear with like a computer was slightly far ahead. Now it's normal, but at the time it would have been probably not everyone's practice.
No, not at all. It was. I remember listening to Carpenter talk about. He was really influenced by Tangerine Dream. He loves them. He loves Tangerine Dream. And he was the guy that actually got them onto Firestarter, but because the thing flopped, he lost directing Firestarter and it went to Mark L. Lester, but they kept Tangerine Dream on for the soundtrack. But it was Carpenter who said, get Tangerine Dream. That they're the best electronic band going. They're doing these great soundtracks. and they'd done Sorcerer, I think, by then, and Risky Business, I think, by that point. But he loved them, and he loved the sequencing stuff, and you can hear that a lot, especially in Halloween 3. You start to hear the sequencing a lot more, don't you? The digga 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 digga. You start to hear the sequencing that he used a little bit on Ski from New York. But man, I love it when he started messing around with sequencing. But I still think he's underrated. I mean, it was the synthwave guys you hear now. I don't think they've got any idea how much Carpenter influenced their sound.
Yes. Well, it's very derived, but people have to keep in mind that, I mean, John Carpenter was on a job. He got a deadline.
Yeah.
And he said a lot of the time he did the music himself because he hadn't got the budget.
I can imagine.
He'd only get so many days to get it all down. And I think his dad was like a music professor or something like that, and he was quite musical.
The only thing I know about that is that I was watching years and years ago about Halloween on DVD for the first time, and there was a special feature on it, and he talked about Halloween's in is it 4/3 time or 3/3 the time, the
signature.
You know, the dun 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 dun, and he said his dad taught him that on a bongo, the dun 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 dun, and he said that's where Halloween came from. His dad teaching him the time signatures, and he said that it just reminded him of his dad, and that's where the dun dun dun. It's 3/4. It's 3/4, right? It's 3/4 time signature, and he said his dad taught him that on the bongos, and that's where Halloween came from. But I mean, I love that. What I love most about him is the fact that it's always there. I mean, when I was a film student, I really looked at Prince of Darkness because I loved the score from Prince of Darkness.
Yeah.
And it's when you time the movie, I mean, this is how geeky I am, but as a student, there's always a score for the first 45 minutes of the film. It's always there. No other film I've ever seen has done that. There's always some kind of low rumble or some kind of he's got a drone going somewhere.
Well, he did it in time as he watched, didn't he? He's sort of getting his film. He's doing a cut of the film, then he's sort of making the soundtrack to match.
Yep.
So I mean, it's really quite full on creativity. He's sort of hands on.
I mean, that's brilliant. I think it's brilliant. I think it was. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, so I might be wrong here, but I think it was Escape from New York. He said was the first film where he had video playback, so he could sit and play the soundtrack in real time.
Yeah.
So he was just sitting watching the movie and playing back, and you really feel that, especially in Prince of Darkness, because you got that boom ba boom, boom ba boom, boom ba boom, and it just totally fits. When you watch the movie, it fits. Because it's not all 4/4 or 3/4 or 5/5. It fits the movie. Do you know what I mean? Like when somebody speaks, there's a gap, and he goes bum 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 in the gap between the speech. It's I remember. I mean, I pulled that film to bits when I was a student because I really wanted to understand why I liked it so much. So I really pulled it to pieces. But I have 45 minutes. That's just pure score. The score doesn't.
And this was an era before we had, digital audio workstations.
Exactly, before there was soundscapes and sound designs, and he was literally sitting watching the movie and holding a chord until he thought, okay, I'll drop that now, I'll hit that note. Brilliant, man. I mean, it's
Honey or Carpenter.
I'm gonna sound really pretentious, Minty. Carpenter, Kerry. We're just talking about Prince of Darkness, the score.
All right.
But that's proper art, man. That's proper art.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. It really is.
Well, it's the craftsmanship as well. I mean, it's full on. I always think he's doing the lobster scene here, where he's sort of breaking off bits of the thing that, I mean, they've got half of it and the other half ran off.
It's incredible to think that every shot here is a special effect. Every shot. Yeah. I mean, that's really complicated. Every shot there has got some kind of special effect in it for like 3 minutes.
Yeah. It's unbelievable, really. This was a flop at the time.
Total flop. Ruined Carpenter's career. It
ruined it, and it made him. I mean, people still talk about it now.
He got the chance to do one more studio film in 91 with Chevy Chase, Memoirs of an Invisible Man. which is a film I actually really love. I've actually got the film poster kicking about somewhere in here. But I love that movie. It was I really like Memoirs of Invisible Man. Great soundtrack. The first time he worked with Shirley Walker, they went on to do some great soundtracks together after that. But I mean, that was it. This wrecked his career. He was supposed to do Firestarter after this, and it totally derailed it. He did end up doing Christine instead, but it was a lot less budget than Firestarter had.
Yeah,
Hey, Dougie.
it's about how it got him. You know,
I mean, I love the guys, that like the special effects guys, like Greg Nicotero and Howard Berger and all them guys at Kane VFX. I love them the way that they talk about films. And I mean, there's not one person who worked in the 90s or the noughties that this film didn't inspire, whether it was musically, whether it was effects driven. The guys that grew up like us watching VHS tapes. It inspired everybody. But yet it was, a massive flop.
Well, it was a commercial flop at the time.
Yeah.
But then, of course, later, home video would have kept it alive. And
well, that's where I saw it. I saw the CIC video of this. I had the CIC video. And it was, in fact, I've got the CIC video cassette framed. Not the cassette, but the front cover of it. I loved it. It was, I mean, I can't. Because I broke the video. The video, like, eventually it broke. But I kept the front cover of the video.
Yes.
This is what I'm talking about here. So he's got the pencil with the rubber on the end. And it's like, if one little molecule of the thing gets on that, what look at him. He's touching his mouth now with it. He's chinning that. I mean, he's gone. No wonder he got a...
He's gone. Yes.
He's erased.
Didn't realize what he was dealing with.
I know at all. But yet he's trying to explain that's not a dog, that's imitation.
It's a thing. Those things in there.
Those things out there are everywhere.
Oh, it's perfect effects, isn't it, really?
I mean, that's a piece of art, that sculpture. It really is. It's a piece of art.
Yep, totally agree.
I really like the actor who plays Clark, Richard Masur. He's a really cool actor. I love, My Girl with Jimmy Lee Curtis and Dan Aykroyd. Mm-hmm. I really, really like that film a lot. And Richard Masur plays like the kind of brother who's like got PTSD from the war. He's really great in that movie. And he plays the head in the fridge.
That's right, yes. Forgot about that. He does, yeah. Stanley's head, yep.
Stanley's head, aye.
No, it's not Stanley. Oh, hang on. No, it's Thingy. It's Richie.
No, it's not Richie. Richie's BP.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking of.
No, you're right. It's Stan. I'm sure it is.
Yeah, it is because Stan killed himself. And...
That's the one. Stan kills himself in the bath when he gets the phone call.
Yeah.
This is the reference to the original, right? When they're all standing around the circle. What we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, I got quite lucky when I decided to get the thing on DVD. It was a double pack. It got the original film, and then they'd got the 1982 thing. So there's 2 DVDs, and I've actually got the thing multiple times. But the first time I actually bought it with my own money, I got both of them. So I ended up watching the first one and the thing basically in sequence.
Cool.
I got lucky.
I got this one first, and then I got the original, and then I got the prequel.
And then you got a tattoo. Just imagine the tattoo artist, though. Like, how do we sort of depict the thing? Because it could be anything.
Mm.
Well, it can't be like inorganic material, can it? It's got to be something organic.
I think the truest form of it is when it's, it's all kind of not tentacles, but kind of guts.
Right.
Not like that, but Do you remember when they're doing the autopsy? And
I think it's are you guys fans of Red Dwarf?
yes,
Yeah.
It's a gelf.
that's it.
Well,
Yes, good spot.
That's what the thing is. It's a gelf.
well, yeah, I mean, they do. They've had a couple of episodes where there's like a sort of shape-shifting creature.
What's the one with the thing that sucks the?
That's right.
Brains, yeah. When
Um,
it feeds on your emotions.
I'm
Yeah,
Dwayne.
yeah.
I'm Dwayne Dibley.
That's right, yeah.
It goes to Rimmer. I was like, nothing here.
Oh, aye.
Red Dwarf is brilliant.
Oh,
Yeah.
man, I know. I need to watch it. I've watched it for a
It
good.
never gets
while.
old. You can watch it a
You can watch it
million
again.
times and you'll
Oh,
still find it funny.
Smeg.
Smeghead. But I mean, look at the effects here. This is the bit I was talking about. I think before the stream started, we were talking about this one, but look how good that is. That's a matte painting by Albert Whitlock. I mean, that guy worked with Alfred Hitchcock. He worked with Albert. He worked with Albert Hitchcock.
Go home, John, you're drunk.
Uh,
I don't want Albert Hitchcock, the best director in the world.
Brother.
he worked with David Einstein.
David Eisenstein. David Eisenstein.
That's our guys. The little brother.
Tony Scott. I work with all the brothers. But I mean, that's insane that's a flipping matte painting. It's so beautiful. But it was, it still looks fantastic to this day. That looks so fantastic.
Well, they had the budget. I mean, he had a load of money. He probably spent it wisely. With him coming from a sort of low budget background, he would have spent it wisely.
And I can imagine for Carpenter that it was like amazing to think I can work with Albert Whitlock, the guy that worked with Hitchcock and worked with all the best. I can imagine that really was appealing to him. I mean, that was why Morricone did the score. Because he was like, obviously, I mean, that's a matte painting there, the helicopter and everything in the background. It's incredible.
An old school friend of mine, she actually worked in Antarctica.
Oh, I'd love to see it.
She said it's not as cold as you think, because it's south. It's below the equator, so it's still got a bit of heat. But it's not like it's about -10 on a bad day.
There's a movie I really
not
like.
that cold then.
No, not at all. That's quite nice. Well, not quite nice, but
it's nice for there.
warmer than I thought.
Yeah, but she was in Arctic would be, obviously colder because it's further north and stuff. But she's kind of a botanist, not botanist. Kind of works with science, like things like that. So, but she's home for a few weeks. I was talking to her mom last week actually in town, and she's but you go to see Stephanie, and I said, yeah, I've seen her a couple of weeks ago. Oh no, she's home now for Christmas. I said, all right, okay.
Penguin walks in. There's a great. I'd love
Penguin.
I always did love films that was set in the snow, though. I always did, because of the thing. It was the thing that started that off. There was a great. Did you ever see The Fourth Kind?
Yes.
That rings a bell. What's that about?
It was an alien abduction film that was.
Has it got Walken in it?
Yes.
Oh no, that's Communion. No, that's Communion. Yeah, Minty. I love Communion with the Michael Kamen and Eric Clapton soundtrack. That's great. I love the soundtrack for Communion. I've got it on vinyl. But the one I was talking about, The Fourth Kind, was Mila Jovovich. It's I can't the director's name. It's horrible to say this, but I can't pronounce his name. It's Ozomandu. He's got a South African name, but he's a great director. He did Evidence as well, which is fantastic. But it was such a great use of like the cold environment in that film, The Fourth Kind. And I think it was Nome, Alaska. He shot it's all like blue colored. It's beautiful looking film.
What was it? Werner Herzog. He did a documentary where he went to Antarctica.
Encounters at the Edge of the World.
That sounds right. Yeah, I watched it
ago. There you go.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kerry?
Olatunde
That's him.
Sami.
So Olatunde
Ususami.
Osusami.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. I don't mean to do a disservice. I'm just bad at that pronouncing things.
Yeah, I think he is South African.
But he's American. I've seen interviews with him. He talks American. But he's a fantastic director. The Fourth Kind and Evidence, both are brilliant.
Yeah, Nome, yeah, that's right. You're right. Yeah.
Nome, Alaska. But I love that film so much. I'll never forget it. I went to see it at the cinema, and Mila Jovovich, I already liked because of the Resident Evil films. I thought she was great. And I remember seeing her in that and just thinking, wow, man. I mean, it's a very scary film. And it's really great, the way that he uses the kind of snowy, well, not snowy, but cold environment. It looks fantastic. It's a really fantastic looking movie. Olatunde Ususami, right. Thank you. He's a great director. And I'd say very underrated because The Fourth Kind is a very underrated film, I think.
Oh, God.
If only we could all look that good with long hair and beards. If I let I'm starting to lose mine. I'm getting a ball patch at the back. I'm gutted. It's like I had long hair for years. But life is life.
Life is life.
And the thiacone, please, Mac. I love it how Fuchs is like the smartest one.
He knows, doesn't he? He knows what's going on.
See, he's the guy that says we should only eat out of cans and that. He probably knows what's going on, Fuchs. Because after he was like kind of... He's like the assistant to the main scientist guy, right? To Wilford Brimley. Yeah. He's like his assistant. That's going to win someone a Nobel Prize.
So Windows really... I mean, he starts the film almost with like kind of low-level PTSD, but by the end of the film, he's well on his way.
Well, one of my favorite bits is the bit with him on the radio. I think we've already seen it.
Yeah.
When Donald Moffat comes up behind him, he's like, "Man, I'm trying to reach anybody. We got to report this mess." I love that bit. I've been able to reach shit in weeks. Yeah. He's a really good actor, man. I loved him in The Warriors, too. He was in The Warriors.
He's in The Warriors, is he?
He's really good in The Warriors.
Yeah, you can't make films like that anymore. So many films you just can't make now.
But, I mean, actors were much better. I think they really were better.
Well, they can rely on technology now to fix a lot. I mean, I haven't seen it, and I won't go watch it, but have you seen the trailers for the new Godfather film?
Oh, no. It looks awful.
It looks fake.
What?
Oh, it looks really...
Are you making The Godfather?
Yeah. They've
redone it.
If you watch the trailer, it'll just look totally fake. Like, even the cat doesn't look realistic.
But the thing about The Thing, I mean, these were actually in the ice fields in Juneau, Alaska. They were actually there. They had to deal with the cameras fogging up. They had to deal with stuff like that, you know? I mean, Kurt Russell tells some amazing stories about them trying to get up there and things. And I think it made a big difference that they were actually there and they were doing it and they were in the story. I mean,
they'd never do that now, would they?
No.
Probably not. I mean, he had a lot of money at the time. If he's got sort of 10 times the amount of money, I mean, I don't know what the ratios would be, sort of independent film to a mainstream film, but he still had 10 times the money, didn't he?
He did, yeah. And that's how they were able to do it. I mean, they were driving the actors up to the set. They built this whole set, and then they actually blew the set up. I mean, that's incredible now. They would never
Well, they did it backwards, didn't they? They did the sort of damaged Norwegian one at the end.
Yep.
Even though that is early on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then in the second, well, the prequel, they had to remake the kind of Norwegian little.
Oh, I know, I hated that, man. It totally took the mystery out of it, didn't it? It showed you why the axe was in the door. It showed you why the guy
Well,
was
they
there.
did that at one point. They made a load of films in the not too distant past where they over-explained everything.
Yeah.
And now what they do is they make media for people who are basically watching films when they're on the phone.
Oh, yeah.
So every so many minutes, they have to recap everything for people who weren't paying attention, which is terrible, really.
Previously on,
man, I love Mac so much. Like, I'd like to think I'd be Mac, but I'd probably be Windows. I'll be the guy screaming, running out into the snow. But I love it how Mac's out. He screams. He's like, that guy's fucking horrible. Just pours the gasoline on him and sets him on fire. He's got like no shit about that guy needs to die. He just does it right immediately.
Well, he's dealing with an impossible situation, but he just carries the burden. You know, he doesn't say, oh, you know, I can't really handle it. He just gets on with it.
He's my friend. I love that, man. Fucking that's really good, man. I mean, it's just really good. No one like earlier on, right? For example, I was talking about that film, recommending the one Richard Thomas and Brooke Shields, the
Stalking
Laura, right? It's a really great film. It is really great TV movie. But then at the end, some cops come in, and there was an actor who really spoiled the film at the end. Right? He was a really bad actor. Everybody was really good, but there was one bad actor who spoiled it at the end. I was like, man, I don't believe that guy's a copper in this really tense situation. But it's still a great film, and I recommend it to anyone who's listening. But nobody lets this film down. Every actor in this film is 10 out of 10. They're at the top of the game. They're all into the characters. I remember hearing Keith David talk about it, and he was saying it was like his second film or something. And he was just like, man, I really knew I had to give it my all. I was happy the Carpenter would give us a chance, and I was really going for it. And they all do. I mean, he picked character actors. I mean, he didn't have to pick Donald Pleasance to do Halloween, right? He tried to get Christopher Lee or Peter Cushing first.
Yes.
But he picked good actors, you know? He didn't just pick anybody. He cast right. And he always did that. Like Roddy Piper in They Live. He's perfect for that role in They Live. He really is. And that was just from John Carpenter being a WrestleMania fan, you know? But he watched WrestleMania and thought that guy would be perfect for that role. He was, you know, I mean, like Chow and Big Trouble in Little China, or you know, he picks the right people all the time. He's a true filmmaker, man. Proper film.
I think Jeff Bridges in Starman as well.
Apparently, he liked to take his clothes off on set. Have you heard the stories?
Yes.
Apparently, he loved the fact that he was naked, and Carpenter was like, I was totally like taken aback by the fact that Jeff Bridges had his schlong hanging out while we're on set. And he was like, I thought he was well too much into it. But it's a beautiful film, that it is.
Yeah.
And that Jack Nietzsche score, man. Bum, ba, ba, bum, ba, bum.
But I like it because, you see, you can believe that he's an alien because his mannerisms are just...
Well, in my opinion, he should have won an Oscar for that, Jeff Bridges. I think it's a brilliant role. But then again, so is Karen Allen, right? She was fantastic in that movie too, and Charles Martin Smith, and you've got Richard Jekyll. Fucking hell, that's another great John Carpenter cast. That's 4 actors who were spectacular actors. You know, it was. I get excited when I talk about.
Don't forget the woman in the cafe having your dad.
He's great, man. Carpenter's great. He's just he was the last of the old school filmmakers, man, because he grew up worshiping the old school filmmakers like Hawks, who he always talks about all the time. Howard Hawks. And he cast the right people. He directed the shit out of his films. He scored the shit out of his films. He edited the shit out of his films. He made the right decisions because he was a good filmmaker. You know, nobody's like that anymore. Everything's too fast, or everything's too slow, or people don't think about how the actors connect with. It's just, I've never seen a good horror film for so many years. I really haven't. I've seen interesting films.
There's still good independent films. I mean, I thought Kill List was good. I thought,
Kill List, yes,
Song was good.
Kill List was good. I enjoyed Kill List. That's Ben Wheatley, right?
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, they're not massive budget films, these ones, but they, pleasantly surprised. They were good. But I mean, I know a girl that works at a cinema in a different part of Germany, and she said to me today, "Oh, I can get you free tickets."
Cool.
And I was like, "What you mean?" Like, I said, I usually go to independent, smaller cinemas.
Mm.
I said, "Do you mean like, your big chains, or do you mean the independent?" It says, "Well, UCI, which is, a big
Yeah.
chain over here." I said, "Well, it's so seldom that I'd go and watch a Hollywood mainstream film anyway. In the last sort of major thing I watched would have been Frankenstein, which I didn't like. And before that, it was 28 Years Later, which, I mean, that's kind of mainstream, but it's not like, the latest superhero,
Mm.
massive budget type film."
I think the last thing I saw was the Paul Anderson one, the Paul Thomas Anderson.
One way or another.
Yes,
Yeah.
one battle after another. That
Yeah.
was the last one I saw in the cinema.
Mm.
And it was good. It was a very good cinematic experience. It was a very good cinematic experience.
Well, there was a film shot near us. Well, when I say near us, about 20 minutes away from us, and it was got a local release. Local cinema here, and then we didn't get to see it, but now the local cinema next time over, they're showing it. One-off screening.
Yeah.
So hope to see it then. Like, it's called Horseshoe.
Well, that's the other thing as well. A lot of the time these days, things really aren't on for that long at the cinema now. They're sort of in and out pretty quick.
Well, it's got a 2 to 3 week run because it's local.
Yeah.
But because of Christmas coming up, and we didn't get around to seeing it. But as I said, it's been shown next year at the Film Club, local town next to us, and it's a comedy, but it's shot local and talk. You got to support local cinema.
Yeah.
Our local filmmakers and all that. So, and I want to see it. So I think Lexi will enjoy it too, because it's got very Irish humor. So, and she's lived here now 30 years almost. So she knows she's used to Irish humor. So she should enjoy it. Like,
no, I think it's quite. I think to me, I've noticed that the quality of the writing has really gone down. There's a lot of politics now in film, like a lot more than there used to be, and it's not like open sort of whatever politics. It's kind of like there's sort of directives, or there's backing behind it, and it sort of gets in the way. I mean, I watched a Russell Crowe film. He did like 2 exorcism related films in like 2
Back
years.
to back, I remember, yeah.
It's getting a bit typecast there, but there's like unnecessary politics in the film, and it's like it just detracts from the. I mean, in the future, you're going to look back and think, why is that there? And like people who were there at the time, like, well, I'll tell you why that was there. And I just think it detracts from it.
Oh, totally. I mean, there's anybody who's ever done anything that was political has done it. Like, I mean, for example, one of the big ones, like something like Dawn of the Dead, right? Or Night of the Living Dead, have done it by accident. They haven't done it because they were trying to do it.
Well, people read into it as well.
Yeah, exactly. People read into it, exactly.
It's a bit like, religious text or whatever. People just read into it.
I mean, I go back to it all the time, but the fact that they cast Wayne Jones in Night of the Living Dead, just because it's a film I really admire and I know the story of it, the night that John Russo and not John Russo, Russell Strana and George Romero were driving that film print to the city to try and sell it, they heard that Martin Luther King had just been shot. And they both looked at each other and said, this is going to give our film a different meaning. And Romero said, we realized that. And it did. It gave the film a different meaning because they cast the first ever African-American in a lead role. You'd had Sidney Poitier before, but he was always kind of second to Tony Curtis and the Defiant Ones, It was like he was always kind of the second guy.
And Rod Steiger in
Heat of the Night.
Yeah.
I love that movie, Heat of the Night. I love that movie. Norman Jewison, man, great director, Carrie. I love Norman Jewison. He's really interesting. I love the soundtrack. That was Ray Charles, wasn't it? Did the soundtrack. I love the soundtrack of that movie. But it was, I mean, it is part of it's the accident of history, I think. And I think if a film makes itself, or the filmmakers make a film because they want to make it, if that happens, it's great. But I think when they try to make it political, it never works for me.
Yeah.
I mean, that was a really long-winded way of saying that, but you know what I mean?
It's a bit like hanging things and other things. So if you're a good actor, if it's good writing, it will stand up.
Yeah.
So you can watch a film, you know, an early Al Pacino film, it will stand up.
Panic and Needle. Oh, love Panic.
Yeah. I mean, he's done all sorts, but you know, that was. I mean, he's not taking dead easy roles.
No,
he never did. I mean, I love Cruising, William Friedkin.
Yeah, that was quite difficult.
I mean, I think that film's a brilliant film. I mean, Paul Sorvino on that, incredible. It's a brilliant film. I think. I mean, James Remar pops up in there from The Warriors, funnily enough, 6 Degrees of Separation. But it's a brilliant film. And Friedkin said Pacino was difficult to work with because he was doubting himself all the time. And Friedkin just said, "Look, mate, do it, man. I'm paying you to be an actor. You know, you're a good actor. Do it." And for all the years after the film, Pacino always like gave it shit, I think, because he felt insecure about it. But I think it's one of his best roles. I love Cruising. I think it's a great film. I love him in Bobby, the love story he did with Sidney Pollack.
Scent of a Woman.
It's not that.
No.
It's one where he's a race car driver.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, what's it called?
You mentioned it last time.
What the friggin' hell's it called? It's directed by Sidney Pollack. It's Bobby. Not Bobby Goldsboro, because that's the guy that sang fucking.
Bobby Deerfield.
Bobby Deerfield, aye. He did so many great films. I mean, can you remember him in Heat when him and Nero?
Oh yeah, everyone remembers it for Heat.
So great.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of like it's a bit lazy to sort of like try and hang something on other things. You know, it's a bit like, say if you were cooking and instead of actually learning to cook and blend things or whatever and, you know, spices or whatever, you just sort of add just chili powder or just sugar. And it's like, well, yeah, you sort of get a rush and everything, but it's not really, doesn't really got any substance.
No, it's like, to use a cooking metaphor, like when I make spaghetti bolognese, I always, you know, put basil, I will put oregano into the sauce and make my own sauce and all that, you know, so
yeah,
you know, like you have to kind of combine and you can't just cheat it, you know.
Well, I mean, you know, if I was using coriander seeds, you know, or fennel, I'd sort of heat it to a certain level first, and then I'd add a spice in layers, and I'd sort of get it to the right temperature first, and then it would sort of activate. But
it's science.
yeah, there's a process to it. But yeah, these days I think there's gonna be a lot of disposable cinema in the next decade.
Totally. I mean,
look back and say,
I
what
think,
a load of trash that was.
I think there's already been millions of films that are pure trash. I mean, I love. There's a great quote from John Landis, the guy who directed Blues Brothers and Animal House, and you know all those great films, and like Schlock and Kentucky Fried Movie, and he did so many great films. John Landis. But he said there's a great interview with him, and they're talking about modern cinema. And the guy says, "Oh, what do you think about this modern film? I think it's really good." And he says, "No, it's not. It's fucking shit." and the interviewer says, "What do you mean?" He says, You're thinking that film's good because all the other 100 films you've seen before are rubbish. The thing is about all these 100 films before it, they're all rubbish and mediocre. The film that you think you like is just okay because it's better than the rest of the crap. We need to get back to 1969 where we're making films like Easy Rider, True Grit, The Midnight Cowboy. Then you'll see good movies. You don't want to see 1,000 bad ones Because that means that when you see 1,000 bad ones and you see one okay film, you're going to think that's a good movie.
Mm.
And I always thought that was a kind of great quote from John Landis. I thought it was pretty cool.
But like, let's say it was Texas Chainsaw Massacre or Halloween or a film that was fairly low budget. When it's low budget, there's less money in it and there's less worry that it'll fail.
Totally.
So you can sort of take risks, you can go your own way, and you can do that the other. When there's a lot of money involved, and these Hollywood films now, with all the CGI and all the rest of it, they don't want to take risks. So you end up with kind of banal, don't upset anybody, kind of ticking all the boxes, boring.
You end up with 12 Avengers films or 12 X-Men.
Yeah, and it's boring.
I know.
I mean, they've overdone the superhero thing, and historians will look back and say, why did they do that?
And I mean, it's funny that, earlier on we were talking about Halloween 3, right? Which is a great, great film, in my opinion, Season of the Witch. And it's really great because it was its own thing. It was part of a franchise, but it did its own thing.
Mm-hmm.
But it was also referential of the genre. I mean, Santa Mira, where it's set, is the town that Invasion of the Body Snatchers was set. They took bits from their favorite things. It's written by Nigel Neal, for goodness sake, who wrote the Quatermass movies. It's got a great little thing of its own. And the fact that it hasn't got Michael Myers in it, apart from a reference on a TV screen, is cool. And that's what makes it its own thing. It's original, right? And that's what sequels should be. There should be something that's based on the original, but does its own thing.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have to keep calling back. They should be original, I think.
Yeah.
And I mean, I wish more people did do original things. I mean, it was...
But they haven't done that with Halloween. I mean,
not at all.
Laurie Strode is now very much so retired.
Yeah.
So if Michael is older than her...
Well, can you remember she got killed in 2002, right? And
but then they'll say, it's a different timeline and this, that.
No, well, technically it's not.
I know it's horrible, right? It is horrible.
They're just milking it. They really are blatantly just milking it. And the thing is, I mean, I did go and watch. Didn't they do 3 Halloween films in so many years, like the new ones? I saw the first one. And Laurie Strode's character was obviously very old in that. And then they made another 2 more. So I saw that one. But I'm like, I don't need to see another Halloween film because I know what's going to happen. It's the same old thing.
It did happen.
Not interesting.
I totally predicted Halloween Ends and Halloween Kills. I predicted them. I did. It was crazy. And I mean, Halloween Ends even references Season of the Witch. I couldn't believe it. I mean, they used the same colored font. That the blue kind of Halloween font they use at the beginning. They've got that. We were talking about the Great Pumpkin lines. They used the same lines. I couldn't believe it, and I was like, I totally knew this would happen. And it didn't do its own thing at all. It just copied what it came before it. It's a weird. It is a weird thing, Hollywood.
Part 6 did try and sort of develop, but they weren't scraping the barrel at the time. But they think they kind of tried, but it.
Do you know what it is?
That well.
I think me and you are kindred spirits. I really do. I mean, for me, Halloween goes 1, 3, 6. They're my favorites. They are.
I like part 4. I think 4's got good atmosphere at the beginning,
especially at the beginning. The way they set it up with a cool opening.
Yeah. It feels very, very autumny in Halloween.
It does. Yeah.
Start.
Especially the stuff, the fact they do it in barns and stuff as well. So it's like, I mean, it kills.
It's sort of, that something's going to happen.
Oh yeah.
It's got that sort of impending sense about it. But Halloween 5 was really just like...
That's
so
horrible.
To me, Halloween 1 and 2, they are the same night continuation. 3 is on its own. 4 and 5 are just... 5 is just an extended, too long version of 4.
Yep.
6 is on its own, and I think I gave up after that.
I really like 6. I think 6 is really good. I do. Maybe it was because I went to see it at the cinema and it was kind of, with my friends and everything, and I enjoyed it. But I really do like 6. I think it's a really good film. I mean, it was the first time I saw Paul Rudd. It was like, you like 5, Gary?
Mm-hmm.
No. Come on, then sell it to us. We've been selling you the other ones.
It's a remake.
It's a remake. Is that the one where the old couple take him in at the end of 4, is it, and sort of look after him,
and
he
then
kills them.
and then he kills him, and he floats down the river. He gets shot into the well right at the end of 4, and he floats down the river, and then some old guy finds him and nurses him back to health. Then he kills the old guy, and then you've got that horrible, like really early kind of CGI lettering that looks like it's got fire coming through it or something at the beginning.
CGI. No, like I don't care.
Oh, me neither.
They had got computer graphics. I mean, you know when they did the Halloween logo. I mean, maybe they were using some silicon graphics machine at the time, which would have cost a fortune.
Definitely.
But maybe, I mean, looking at Halloween, it was animatronics and puppets and
definitely,
prosthetics effects and real. But when they did the logo and those sort of things, maybe that was.
Well, I mean, to be fair, you're talking to a guy who likes Sequest here, so I mean, I'm okay with some of those effects.
Yeah,
but I love it all. It's part. I mean, it's part of it. Now it's really interesting to watch them all back to back because you can literally see times change, you can see fashions change, you can see music change. I mean, 6 is I love the music in 6 because that's when I was growing up. It's all like kind of grungy and stuff. And
there's a lot of sort of goth references, like Sister of Mercy and such.
Definitely, and the main guy's a bit of a goth, and his girlfriend.
Yeah, and that's the guy that made that little Windows program where he could work out the constellations, and
that's the thing,
some was it like a runic symbol?
It's the Cult of Thorn, which was
Cult of Thorn. That's it.
Which was what was it? You're right.
It was part 2. I think it was on the school classroom board.
Sam Hain.
So yeah. So it wasn't the symbol. It
Thorn.
was just the name.
So number 2, Sam Hain. That's a blood on the board. That's Sam Hain. Number 6 is the Cult of Thorn, but Cult of Thorn kind of starts in 4, and then in 5 you see the guy with the boots, right? Am I right, Kerry, in thinking that?
Yes.
So you see the guy with the steel-toed boots in 5. He pops up in 6, and then Cult of Thorn ends after 6.
Yes, it does, and then
because number 7's H2O.
H2O, yeah.
So
7 years later.
that's it. So basically, in part 6, his niece has grown up, hasn't she?
Yeah.
In part 6, and so
I can't believe we're talking about Halloween while we're watching the thing.
That's right.
I'm over now, man. Game over.
Game over. But yes, it's his niece in 6, right?
Yes, yeah. She's introduced in 5.
So the kid from 4 and 5 has a kid in 6.
Yeah.
But he kills the little girl from 4 and 5 at the beginning.
That's
of
right. Yeah.
Which is Danielle Harris, right? From 4 and 5.
But yeah, I mean, they just milked it too long, and I mean, I think they did the same with Hellraiser. I think Hellraiser 1 and 2, I like 1 and 2. I like 4. I think 3 is okay.
I love Inferno though, which is 5. I really like Inferno.
I can't remember 5. I'm sure I've seen it, but I can't remember it.
But I mean, I'm like that was. I've seen earlier on. I really Children of the Corn 3. I think that's a great sequel.
The guy he's invested in murder, and it finds out that he's actually dead and all that stuff. He's in hell.
If we're talking about sequels, then what's the best sequel of all time? Because there's some great ones like Godfather 2, Terminator 2, Aliens. I mean, there's some great ones. What's the best sequel, including the slashes and stuff, and the Halloweens and the Friday the 13th?
I remember watching The Godfather Part 2 when I was at university. I think it was like a 3-hour film. It was really long.
Yeah,
it was amazing.
Godfather 2 is pretty good. I like Terminator 2, but I think Terminator 1's better.
Well, a few years ago, probably 2024, I think it was, they had like one night in Berlin where they'd got like some independent cinemas where they'd all screen Terminator 2. So I hadn't watched it since literally the 90s, like the early 90s. So we saw it at the cinema and we were like, yeah, that really does stand up still.
Brad Fidel score is amazing, man.
Yeah. I think it was an Ensonic synthesizer that they used for the soundtrack. I forget what they used.
He'd been using one for a while.
The ESQ1 was it?
I think so, man. I'll check, but I think it was.
I think that was the synth because it's quite a famous synth. That one is.
Because I loved him for Just Before Dawn. Brad Fiedel did the soundtrack for a slasher movie called Just Before Dawn, and it was amazing. And he's just that's what got my attention. And I remember I'd seen Just Before Dawn before T2, but I'd seen Terminator, and I was like, oh, that's a guy from Terminator doing the soundtrack for this film. And then in Terminator 2, I heard some of the same sequencing from Just Before Dawn. And
I do own the soundtrack for Terminator 2. I don't have it for the first one though.
It's great. It's great. Like Brad Fiedel sequencer from T2.
Kind of flame grilling the thing.
Have it your way.
Amazing. The whole thing is absolutely fantastically amazing.
Says he was working on a Fairlight Series 3 system, and he was also using a Oberheim OBXA.
Oh yeah, the Oberheim, yeah.
But also the Lindrum DMX for the drums. So
yeah.
I mean that's Google, but that's what it was saying.
What does that say? I can't read what Kerry's written. What's that?
What's that? Best sequel.
I can't read it. It's not in focus.
It says best sequel. Hellraiser 2 Hellbound.
Well, it's good because they sort of explain it more, don't they? In Hellraiser 2. I do like Hellraiser 4 when they show you how to make the box.
Yeah, how they made the box. Yeah.
So I always found as a teenager, I found it absolutely fascinating. One of the first things I ever did when I joined a video club is, with my own card, I just got Hellraiser 1 to 4 out on VHS and then copied them.
I think the first video I ever rented was Zombie Flesh Eaters by Lucio.
Wow, you started pretty high up then.
And that was like, but it was like, oh, I really liked the VHS cover, and I was like, I'm going to rent that one. That looks cool. It was.
Well, of course, I mean, album covers and, film covers, it was really on the artwork.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You'd be bought and sold on the artwork. But in those days, I mean, you try and explain this to younger people. When you walked into a music shop, you didn't really know what the music would be like. Unless you were really lucky and you'd already heard it. So you were actually literally buying on the cover.
I'm just laughing. I think Solitude's back. Solitude just said, did I hear Masterpiece there in the chat?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you might have a few times, Solitude. We've been talking about a lot of masterpieces tonight.
Many masterpieces.
So there you go. That's artwork.
That's part 2, isn't it? Yeah, that's right.
That's terrible artwork. The poster was much better.
I actually have like a little box set.
Is there a flip side of that, Gary, with the original?
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
Let's have a look.
It's like the one with on the back cover. They've got the Cenobites, so all together.
That's new artwork, but
yeah, that's
the Doctor, is it?
That's the Doctor, the guy who gets
Dr. Schnard.
I love that, man. When
the Doctor is in the house.
When he gets pulled back and the flipping the wire goes around his head, I love that. Some of the matte paintings were beautiful in that.
Yeah, and like Leviathans kind of.
Yeah.
So how are you doing, Solitude? Are you still there with us? Thanks for joining us again.
Yes.
If you're interested, we are watching The Thing.
We're 1 hour, 10 minutes, 20 seconds or so.
And I got it from Dailymotion, the one that I'm watching.
Links in the description, hopefully.
The description.
And if not, if you need it, I'll put it in the chat.
Can you believe how insanely good this is, though? I mean, the guy's head's just falling off. Now its tongue's wrapped around the table leg. It's pulling his head along the floor. I mean, this is insanely good.
Kind of deviant mind imagines these things. I mean, the shocker is when they're using the what do you call it when they use a shock treatment to try and restart someone's heart, and they just fall through the guy's chest and then bite his hands. I mean, it's crazy, and no one was expecting it. The first time you see it, I mean, it's not quite in the the scene in Alien with the chest burst. It's not quite on that level, but it's still shocking.
They might have borrowed it from it.
So what was it? 79, 82. So not that many years between.
Yeah.
No, I-79 is 3 years or whatever. But this
Well,
is
I'm trying to work out. Maybe you two know, but did it fail commercially at the cinema because it was just bad timing?
Yes.
Because it came out in the
I
summer.
think so.
I mean, we like this film because we're dark arts, right? And there's not many dark arts. It was, I mean, but like I say, this was 1982. This, I mean, when you look at 82, the Blues Brothers came out, Conan the Barbarian came out, E.T. came out. There was so many like uplifting films. And this, I mean, this film's about the end of the world. Carpenter said he made 3 films about the end of the world: The Thing, Prince of Darkness, and In the Mouth of Madness. And he said them films are about the end of the world. And he is a pessimist. I know he says sometimes that he's not, but he is. If you watch his films, they're all anti-authoritarian. I mean, people like Snake Plissken and stuff, you know. The character, he's totally. He doesn't. I don't think he's got a very optimistic view of the world, Carpenter. I really don't. What a shot. You see that? With the hand by the camera with the gun there? Fantastic.
I like the scene where they're having to test all the blood.
It's beautiful, isn't it? Total tension.
You just weren't ready for it.
Oh, yeah. You were the only one who had access to that blood, Gary. So we'll do you last. Wow!
You'd make sense.
It's on the edge of your seat sort of situations.
But he was a guy for me. I mean, like when I started taking film very seriously, and I started, you know, I mean, it sounds pretentious, but I guess I am pretentious because I studied film. It's like when I started to pull apart the films that I really admired. You know, I mean, there was Roger Corman, there's John Carpenter, there's John Landis, there's Kelly Reichardt, there's people like Catherine Bigelow, or there's people like Stuart Gordon, who we were talking about earlier on with Catherine Freak. I love Stuart Gordon. But when you start to pull Carpenter's work apart, it's beautiful cinematically. He's not like the other low-budget guys. Like low-budget guys like Corman will be like, okay, shoot this really fast, do that, okay, do whatever you've got to do. But Carpenter composes the shots. He lights the shots so well. You know, he's got Dean Cundy on this. And but his other films too. I mean, like Assault on Precinct 13 he made for something like, it's ridiculous. It's something like $90,000 he made that film for. And it looks fantastic. Because he really understood the language of cinema because he'd studied it. And it made me feel like good as a student because I thought, okay, Carpenter studied Howard Hawks. You know, he studied Hitchcock, he studied Ford, he studied the greats, Sturges, you know, Altman, whatever. Oh, sorry, not Altman. He didn't like Altman. But, I mean, the composition of his shots and everything's old school. It's not like, for example, I love, can you remember the Spanish films, Record 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Like zombie films that were so fast.
Oh, Wreck. Yeah. I've seen the first. Yeah, it's quite good.
Brilliant. It was so fast and furious. Carpenter could never have done that because his shots have got to be really composed, you know? He thinks really cinematically. Whereas something like Record, which is brilliant, don't get me wrong, I worship those 2 films, 1 and 2. Probably one of my favorite 1-2 films because they carry on from each other perfectly.
Is that the one that they called Wreck?
Yes.
Yep, it's the Spanish film.
Yeah. I've seen the first original. I think I've seen the second one as well. And then I think, didn't they make an American remake of it?
Quarantine. It was called Quarantine, yeah.
Yeah, they made 4 Spanish
ones. The first one is, I mean, as I remember, it was very scary.
It's fantastic. The first Record or Wreck is fantastic.
So I remember reading about it in the Dark Side years ago.
Do you know what it is? I think that's why I watched it too many. I think I read about it in Dark Side.
Oh, are you a Dark Side reader?
Yes, I am. Yes, I think.
Yeah, I still read the Dark Side.
Oh, because I think
me
too. But it was fantastic, man. It was, but it was Carpenter couldn't have done that. He couldn't have ran with the camera that way. It's not his style, you know. He's proper old school, composed, and I think that's why his films stand up as well as they do because they're as good as Wells or anybody, I think.
Well, I think the masters are the masters because they've got something, and you could sort of. I think if you listen to another band play, you see another. You read another writer, you see another director, you're going to pick something up.
Yeah.
Even if it's something you don't like, you say, well, I know I
Mm.
don't like that. So
Yeah.
now you know.
That's a good point. Kind of like, kind of a tribute, but you don't want to admit it.
I mean, I still like watching Hitchcock films, and I don't think they get old. But then again, I'm not really. When people talk about, oh yeah, I've got 4K Blu-ray, something, something, something. I've got a million, thousand, billion pixel screen. I'm like, well, to be honest, I'm quite happy just with fairly low grade. But I'm not a kind. I mean, I think The French Connection is still a really good film, and it's
That
very gritty and believable. You could do it. It's almost like a documentary at the start of the film.
believe it or not, Minty, the reason I chose the school I went to study study film at, was because of that film, because they taught documentary along
French
with fiction,
Connection. Yeah.
French Connection, and I'd just seen it and I fell in love with it. And it
Yes.
was because the university taught documentary and fiction, and Friedkin had said he shot French Connection like a documentary. There was no cranes, there was no traps, it was all handheld. He just went for it. And I fell in love with it. And that's the reason why I chose to study at the school I studied at when I studied film, because they taught
Cool.
documentary along with fiction. And it was because of French Connection, because it's got such a, to this day, it's one of the best looking films ever made, I think.
But it's just believable. I mean, especially when they're in New York, it's very gritty.
I mean, it was when Frankenheimer did French Connection 2, he totally copied Freakin's style perfectly, and I think he nails it. That's a really good sequel. We're talking about sequels.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
I think French Connection 2 is a really good sequel, considering how Oscar-winningly amazing the first one was. I think Frankenheimer did a great job with the sequel as well.
But I think it's a bit like, as I said earlier, with using sugar and, chili powder just to make things extreme. I think when you've got like really good looking actors or really top of the range CGI, you can mask a lot of things. Like, I mean, if you think about some directors like what's his name? I can't think of his name now. It'll come to me in a minute. But you get some directors that'll sort of make the film later when they've got all the different takes. And then you've got other ones who people like what's his name? The guy that did Alien. I forget his name now.
Ridley Scott.
Yeah, Scott. So he storyboarded a lot. So he some people think very visually, and they could sort of see the film in the head before it's even got there.
Yeah,
I'm like that.
You know,
I
I'm like that. I really do see things without.
I can't shoot a film without storyboarding and having a shot list and stuff. I mean, some of the, I mean, I grew up. Hitchcock were mentioned there earlier on. For me, I mean, he might not be the soundest guy in the world, but I grew up watching his films, and I remember vividly in my mind sitting watching like Trouble with Harry, sitting watching Rope, sitting watching Vertigo as a kid, like on video, watching these and being blown away, realizing that, oh my God, this is art. This is what art means. This is it. And I mean, I remember like for Christmas, I mean, this is when I'm like 11, 12 years old. I'd asked my dad, I'd seen a couple of Hitchcock films, and my dad, guy, John Rennie Sr., I'm named after my dad, I'm John Rennie Jr. And I was like, Dad, look, I've seen a couple of these. And he was like, oh, I'll see if I can get you some videos. And for Christmas one year, he bought us a couple of videos of Hitchcock's. And it was Rope, Trouble with Harry, North by Northwest, and I can't remember what the other one was now. And the Lady Vanishes. Lady Vanishes on the train, the one with the train with Michael Rennie. And man, it was like, that was it. I fell in love with film at that moment. I remember it was a Christmas time, and I remember sitting watching the films on my little portable black and white TV I had in my room with a little video plugged into it. And it was incredible. I think Hitchcock, for my opinion, is a master of cinema. And I know that, he might have been a questionable character and all that. And I think he probably was, because Tippi Hedren said he ruined his career and everything. But I mean, you watch Trouble with Harry, it's perfect. The colors are perfect. The acting is perfect. Every scene is perfect. Not perfect technically, but perfect in every possible way you can imagine. The soundtrack's perfect. The acting's perfect. The props are perfect. I mean, to me, that is what Martin Scorsese calls pure cinema. You know, when Scorsese talks about pure cinema, that's how I feel about those movies. I mean, Rope for me is just mind blowing. I think Rope is incredible. Hitchcock's film Rope. I just think it's mind blowingly. I mean, he invented new cameras to make that film that didn't even exist. It's sorry, I'm going on a bit on it because
No,
but
okay.
it's just
Well, I suppose there's a level of depth and complexity. So, say if you know like the technology and the art, so if you know how to film things, you know how to light things, you know how to record things,
yeah,
you know how to storyboard, and it's probably like you couldn't be an expert in all of it, but you know enough about the areas to sort of have a
The
mold
important areas.
yeah. So when it was at a certain level, it might have been doable, but now maybe it's just, computer graphics are so specialized in its own thing that it's maybe you end up with like a kind of situation where the left hand doesn't really know what the right hand's doing, and because you can't do everything,
yeah,
So I mean, a lot of the time with these Hollywood films now, they don't use like sort of the same writers, or they just sort of use whoever because it's cheaper.
yeah.
So you end up, if you know that that's how the industry is hiring at the top, you just sort of write for hire.
Mm.
I mean, of course, you want to get what you've written ultimately produced and turn into a product kind of thing. But there's a difference between trying to make something that you can then sell to selling your writing just to get hired. And they'll rationalize it and say, well, if I don't do it, somebody else will, so I better conform.
Exactly. Exactly. You've hit the nail on the head there. People do
Yeah,
it
the
because
same
of
with
people.
music as
Aye, aye.
well. You'll
It
say,
is.
this is the sound we will have.
Yeah.
This is currently in vogue.
Well, somebody else will use auto tune, so I'll do it first.
Mm.
It
Yeah.
was, totally. I mean, it was. I'm a
It's
big.
sort of like a race to the bottom, though, because it doesn't get interesting after that point.
You're right. It doesn't. It doesn't.
You don't get the pioneers pushing it. You just
Yeah,
get
I was going to say you lose originality.
yeah. Well, I think it's the capacity to try things out, and maybe you'll find something that's kind of not that useful, but you learn something, and then
Mm.
eventually you'll know that that's worth having, and it's kind of not been done before.
That's interesting. I mean, it's like me with. I can look at that in terms of I'm a huge. Do you guys like Neil Young? I'm a huge Neil Young fan. Like
Mm.
That's why I play guitar. Neil Young was really influenced me. I was into. I mean, came up in the rave kind of culture, proper raver. I was like raving, bobbity beats up, bobbity beats up, bobbity beats up, bass, all that kind, all that kind of stuff. And then I heard Neil Young, and I was like, oh man, I had to change my mind. I started thinking about lyrics. I started playing guitar, and in the 80s, he totally experimented with the new technologies. He did. He did an album called Trans and Modern Earth, where he started messing around with, like almost like Kraftwerk type stuff. He started doing that kind of thing. And everybody hates it because it didn't work for Neil Young. But he was trying it, didn't work for him. And then he moved on to the next thing. And then he wrote one of his most successful albums of all time, Harvest Moon, after he'd gone through all of that like experimentation.
Mm.
And to me, that's a true artist. Someone who experiments with the stuff and thinks, okay, that's not what I need. I liked it, but I'll move on to something else. And I like that about Neil Young. He never did like two albums the same. Whereas I think now we'll get people who will, especially technology wise, we'll get people like, I mean, Rihanna kind of had like a bubble there where she was really famous and then kind of passed down,
Mm.
And you could tell when she was singing early on. I remember I liked one of her first singles, Umbrella, right? But you could tell it was auto-tuned the way her voice sounded. You could really tell, you know? And it was, and she's kind of, that kind of sounds faded away, but hopefully it's going to come back. I think like proper singing,
Well, you can rely on technology too much now, whereas like I watched a program about Ronnie James Dio, and he could just do multiple takes, and he didn't, like water off a duck's back kind of thing.
Yeah,
and
he has an amazing voice, Dio.
You have to sort of compensate because the tools aren't there, and then when the tools are there, there's always the I was talking to a lady last year in Holland. She works at university, and she was saying that the students aren't actually. She's working in a branch of mathematics, so the students aren't sort of learning how to find mathematical proofs or whatever. They just walk up to the LLM, and it just does it for them. So rather than, like, if you're a marathon runner, rather than training to run a marathon, you just get to the end of the race or whatever. You don't build up the stature, the muscles,
as I said earlier, you don't cheat.
Yeah, you have to. There's no easy way. So it's very tempting when those things are there to kind of bypass all of that, and you won't get the confidence to know because it's always going to be robbed. So they're talking at the moment, like a lot of younger people getting into software engineering or whatever. And it's like it's very difficult for them now.
I can imagine. I mean, it was. I was never much of a coder, but I understood the basics of it, but I wanted to make my own website. And it was when ChatGPT had first came out, and I said, "Oh, could you make this? Could you help? Could you help us write the code?" And it did it in like 2 seconds. And I mean,
how will you know if it's got it right? And the thing is, it lulls you into a false sense of security because
exactly. When
it fails, you'll be up sort of shit creek without a paddle because you won't have the skills to critique it.
You won't know how it's done, what it's done. I had the same thing.
That's why I don't worry about it personally.
Yeah.
But I do think it's a problem for people starting out now.
It was funny. I mean, when I was teaching film editing, I was teaching a color grading class, and obviously you've got LUTs that you can just drop on film, edited film, that will make it look like 16 mil, or make it look like 35 mil, whatever you want it to look like. And I remember I had a student, and he was really interested in this. He was really interested in LUTs and stuff, and his footage was pretty good anyway because he was a good cinematographer. And I was saying, why do you want to change it, man? You've shot with intention. You've got red light and green light here, and you've shot some stuff. He's like, oh, I want it to look like this, this, and this. And I said, okay, you can make it look like this, this, and this by bringing the brightness and contrast down. You can do this. You bring in lumetri color. You can do this, this, and this. And I taught him how to make it look like how we wanted it to look. But it took him about 3 days. And then at the end of the 3 days, he came to us and said, John, I've just found this drag and drop effect I can put on top of it. It's done exactly the same thing. And I went, yeah, but I'm teaching you, dude. Do you now understand?
Yeah, there's a difference between training and education.
Exactly. I said, that drag and drop effect, do you now understand what that drag and drop effect did to your footage? He said, yes, I know it adjusted the brightness and contrast and did the lumetri color. And I said, exactly. Now that guy's a color gradist. That's his job. And it was like, because I taught him what that thing did, that he wanted to drag and drop onto his clip, and that's the difference. It really is. There's people who can do it. And there's people who do the drag and drop thing, which is cool. But the people who understand that will be the ones who carry on working. Do you know what I mean? They will be. They'll be the ones who carry on.
Like people that end up in research, they go through all of the fundamentals first, and then they just gain an even greater appreciation for the fundamentals. Then they can extend it and apply it. But you can't get rid of the fundamentals.
Exactly, you can't. It's the base.
Yeah, the human ear still works the same, regardless of how much technology you have.
Exactly.
The human eye is the same.
That's a great way to put it. That's a great way to put it, Minty. The human ear still works the same. That's a great way to put it. It is. But it was like, I've always taught that way because that's how I learned. It was like when I wanted to learn how to use a camera, I went and got my camera ticket. I figured out how a camera was put together. How did the lens get built? How did it, but that was because I come from a construction background. Not my whole life, but as a teenager, I worked in construction. So I said, okay, I want to get this. How does this work? How do I put it together? I didn't just pick it up and use it. I wanted to figure out how it all worked. so that if I wanted to change how it worked, I could. I mean, it's like one of the best examples of this, which I used to teach the students, is Stanley Kubrick with Barry Lyndon. He, which is one of the most, it's a boring film. It is a boring film, but it's one of the most beautiful looking films ever shot. There's no, in my opinion, there's no denying that. And he did this because he understood that there was a lens from NASA, which was a Zeiss 0.5, right? Which could shoot in the lowest light possible because it was designed to shoot in space by NASA engineers, right? By camera engineers. And NASA had said, we need to have a lens that will shoot in the lowest light possible, you know, the widest possible iris, you know, to let the most light into the camera lens. And it was Hitchcock's producer, Jan Holland, had read about this in a magazine, and he showed it to Kubrick, and Kubrick said, can we get one of these lenses? And he said, well, I don't know. I'll try. And he ended up buying one, right? Jan Holland, Kubrick's producer, and actually brother-in-law, funnily enough. But at the end of the day, he said, okay, we've got the lens. And Kubrick said, well, okay, we haven't got a camera that we can put it on because it's got a different mount to any cameras that are ever made, because this is made for, you know, astronauts' chests. So they adjusted I think Kubrick bought like, it was a few cameras that were left that could fit the lens. That could possibly fit the lens. He bought them, broke the cameras so that they could fit this lens, and adjusted them so they could fit the lens. And he gave us one of the most beautiful looking films of all time. But that was because he understood that any camera can be adjusted to fit the glass, and the glass was the important thing. And I always loved that story because it was like, people were saying, oh, you can't do that. And he was like, yes, I can. I can mangle this camera to get this lens onto it. That means you're going to break this camera. It doesn't matter. I want to break this camera to get this lens onto it. And it looks fantastic. I think to this day, it's one of the most fantastic looking films of all time. And he did use...
That's learning a medium and sort of being willing to experiment. And, you know, when you've got it almost like laid out for you on a platter... You
wouldn't try that, would you? If it was all laid out, you wouldn't try that. And there wouldn't be a Barry Lyndon or a NASA space camera lens mangled onto a 35mm camera. And we wouldn't have that film if somebody hadn't thought, I'm going to think out the box here.
Well, maybe in the future we'll end up with a society where people can do the basics, you know, so you could have a bit of software, have a spreadsheet, make some music, you know, even get the basics for writing down. But like, then you're going to get people who really push it, and, you know, their levels are going to be much, much higher. It's a bit like, you know, with Japanese newspapers, you get different newspapers depending on how many symbols they have. And then you get like academics that they just know like multiples of what the average person would know. So they're like the experts.
Academics are funny people. I've met a few academics in my time, and a lot of them think they know everything. And it's like that.
Well, they're usually very good at a small number of things. They're not, you know, generally capable.
I mean, I've met some of the most incredible people you can imagine as well at the same time, but it's like some people don't want to learn more than what they already know. It's like, what do you mean? It's like some academics, I think, I mean, this is my humble opinion from people I've met. Like I say, not all of them, because, I mean, in particular, one academic, I mean, gave me my first jobs, and I wouldn't be me without some of the teachers and stuff I've met over the years, academics. But some of them just get to a certain level and then don't want to do anything else. And when somebody comes along and pushes it, they get worried about it. And it's like, no, man, what are you talking about? This is what you do. This is the next level. We use everything in academia that is below us to push to the next thing. And I remember teaching students about artificial intelligence and looking back to what people had said about the Steadicam. So when Steadicam came into cinema, John Carpenter, 78 with Halloween, it changed cinema. It really did. And film was changed for a long time because you could now follow an actor down a hall, up a window, up a fire escape, like Black Christmas I was talking about before. That rig was fantastic, you know. But for a while, films looked different, and then eventually, it just got absorbed into filmmaking, and Steadicam became a thing that's just part of. If you want a Steadicam shot, you can have one. You know, like what Kubrick did in The Shining, for example. He just used a Steadicam when he needed to use it. And I think that'll happen with AI if we look back at the history of film and like understand what happened when new technology was introduced. Fingers crossed, anyway, because I don't
It's
want.
like any technology, you know. The printing press came out, and took a while for it to take off. I imagine the capacity to create fire was the same.
Right.
Lasers was just a cool kind of physics project.
Exactly,
and became something useful.
Right. And I love that about it. I think eventually, even though AI is, blowing everybody's minds at the minute, eventually it'll just be a tool that's integrated into creativity. If we look at history, I think that's what will happen.
Well, yeah, I mean, the other thing is when it leaves the sort of cloistered beginnings of, a very small number of specialized people that use things for specific things, when it's unleashed into wider society, then people find other uses for things.
Yeah.
But they're only tools, though. I mean, but it's only as good as what you can apply it to. And I've been to things, and people just don't know what to do with large language models. They have no idea.
No, I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean.
And they actually think it's restricted to human languages, and it really isn't.
Yeah.
Computer languages as well.
Well, you could use it for genetics. You can use it for all sorts of things.
Well, now the movie's over. I must go to the toilet because
have you waited all that time?
I've been holding in for like half an hour.
That's pure commitment on.
It is. I mean, we were talking about all that crap there, but it is.
Maybe you were waiting for the ice cream lady to come halfway through.
I wish, with the condoms on a tree.
In Germany, we still have the ice cream lady at some cinemas.
Oh man, I'd love one of those.
Halfway through.
Anyway, give us a sec because I must go. I'm gonna.
Okay, go before you wet yourself.
Go. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
2 shakes of a lamb's tail.
It is one of the best endings in movie history, that though.
And the comic continues the story.
Oh yes, that's right. You said you cut some comics.
I have Dark Horse did a series. Like a sort of continuation of the events after the film.
Cool.
And I can't remember what happens. It's been so many years.
Oh, Jesus.
But I do own them. I think there are about 2 or 3 of them that they made.
It's kind of like
the
end. What is it?
Well, I don't know what happened at the end of the comic, but I have read them.
I used to read the Star Wars Dark Horse comics for a while.
I think I saw them. I don't think I ever read any of them. Was it the 70s, the 80s then, that one?
Oh, right. No, this is early 2000s for me.
Oh, much later. Okay. No, I was
like these go in the backstory of the Jedi and way before.
I remember there were novels around, even in the early 80s. They'd sort of got like novels about Star Wars around.
Yeah.
But I don't know which ones were considered canon or.
They're not anymore. Disney said the books aren't canon, so.
Okay. Well, they do that a lot. I mean, even not James Herbert, Brian Herbert did that with Frank Herbert's Dune.
Yeah.
Which is like sacrilegious heresy and blasphemy. You shouldn't be allowed to do that. And
I heard that right.
He won't allow the Dune Encyclopedia to be reprinted.
Oh, okay.
Because Frank basically had commissioned his friend to kind of produce this encyclopedia. Now it's a very, very rare and sought after book. But because it was ordained by Frank Herbert, it's kind of considered legitimate.
Yeah.
Whereas Brian has just turned on the money-making machine. And Brian really can't write.
I haven't a clue because I
Don't read Brian Herbert's Dune is my advice.
Oh, okay. I quite like Brian Herbert. The
he's terrible.
The novelist. Oh man.
Compared to Frank.
Oh well, no, of course I mean, it's his son, right? Isn't Brian Herbert his son?
Yes.
Yeah. I remember reading. I think it was. What was the? So I read June. Man, I can't even
June.
remember now.
It's basically June, June Fire.
Heretics of June.
Then Heretics, and then what's the other one? I know the last one's Chapter House.
Charterhouse.
It's Chapter House.
It is Chapter House. You're right.
I forget what it is.
I know you're right. Yep.
But Heretics is the one with Peg.
Yeah.
It's God Emperor June.
That's a pretty good book.
So that's the one after Children.
Yes.
That's probably book 4, is it?
I'm not
Then
sure.
Heretics is the one with Tag.
It's been so many years since I've read them.
I read them years ago. Like
Me too.
years and years
I was
ago.
a teenager.
I haven't read any of them, so.
Oh no, they're good. But I think my favourite is the last one. It's Chapter House. But he was going to write another book.
I thought you were still talking with Brian Herbert.
Oh no! Oh, Brian is. Oh, don't even bother. It was offensive. I remember reading. He said he used the principles of the golden mean to design his spaceship. I literally threw the book across the room, never to be picked up again. Just terrible writing.
Yeah. Right. Movie's over. Can we call it a night, do you think?
Well, she'll not talk about the fact that it's one of the best films ever made, and that was a great ending. I mean, we were watching The Thing, and we ended up talking about June. How did that happen?
We're talking about Halloween as well.
Yeah.
I think we spent more time talking about Halloween.
I know. I think
Previous
so.
film, we ended up talking about Jaws.
I know. so much so, I've still got the poster here. Just bring it up again. The thing,
we have the June
thing, everybody.
Just when you thought it was go back into the boneyard.
Oh my goodness. Well, there's so much dust on the top of that poster. It's been on the wall for 10 minutes.
Your pictures.
But no, it's brilliant. I think it's one of the best endings of all time, and the fact that it is left unknown is what makes it incredible.
John won't say. He always gets pestered whenever he does a live talk or whatever, and they always there's a whole swathe of people who have to know everything, and John's like, I'm not telling you. Which is the right answer.
It is. It was like, Bob Dylan was really good at that. When people asked him what his songs meant, he went, "Well, what do they mean to you, man?"
Yeah.
Or David Lynch, when people would say, "What does Radiohead mean?" And it's like everybody now believes, right, that it's about a guy who's worried about fatherhood. He has a baby. He's worried about the baby and all this blah, blah, blah. And Lynch always said, no, that's not what it means. But everybody now is convinced that that's what a Radiohead means. Everybody. And it's like, he always said, nope, that's not what it means. But everybody's always convinced. I mean, I was listening to a podcast the other day from that guy who was in Superbad, who played the cop with the black hair. I can't remember his name. But he was saying like, oh yeah, it's about a guy who's, he's worried, he's married, his girlfriend's family don't like him, and it's like, that's not what it's about. It's not what it's about. It's not. David Lynch has actually said that's not what it's about. But that's what people think it's about, and that's the beauty of it. Because
but he has said as well that it's actually based on
the Bible. He said it's based on the Bible. No.
Yeah.
Well, you can always say the Bible. It's the number one sort of, it's a bit like, can I have your phone number? Yeah, look in the phone book.
It's in the Bible.
It's in the Bible somewhere. You'll find the verse, I'm sure.
That's great. Can I have your phone number? It's in the Bible. Have a look in the Bible.
It's in the phone book. It's in the Bible. Well, you could do the whole kind of like Carl Sagan kind of thing and say it's out there.
Guy. It's out there.
The answer's out there.
We are all made of star stuff.
That's right.
We're all made of stuff.
I love that guy so much, man. Carl Sagan, he's fucking amazing. If I could be another human being, it might be Carl Sagan. He's so cool.
The white Carl Sagan. Okay.
What can you not? Well, you must remember Cosmos, right? When you were a kid, seeing him on the
Well,
TV.
you were talking about it last time, so.
Oh, I love him so much.
Oh, these
Darren,
days,
I only had 2 channels growing up, so.
how many did we have? I think we had 4.
Yep, we had 4.
Then we got 5.
And we got 5 in like the late 90s. After
I think it was like, was it the mid 90s or the late 90s when we got?
Well, it was definitely the Spice Girls, because I remember watching the Channel 5 opening and the Spice Girls singing, "We got a brand new station." Like the Spice Girls on the
well, the Spice Girls had quit by about 97, so they're probably in for about 3 years. So that'd be 94, 95-ish.
That must have been when we got Channel 5. And all the late night erotic porn that we could ever
I was just about to say Manuel Does Paris. Or
I remember I didn't know who Shannon Tweed was until Channel 5 started.
I don't know who that is. Who is that?
It's Gene Simmons' wife from Kiss. And she's in Woman Scorned. You'll recognize her if you were a Channel 5 fan. You'll have seen her in some. In fact, let me try and find that image. You'll know her for sure. Shannon Tweed. What's our most popular film? Let's see if I can find it. Popular.
So, just in case anyone's just tuned in, we're just wrapping up the thing.
Yes.
By talking about late night Channel 5 light erotic films.
Brought to you by Boneyard Cinema.
That's right, yeah.
No, cinema conversations we're on right now, Kerry. Thank you very much.
Cinema conversations.
Well, you're looking at the picture.
There she is. That's Shannon Tweed in Hot Dog the Movie in 1980.
It's very 1970s there.
But yeah, that's she was Channel 5 to me, that woman.
She could be in an episode of Dallas.
Definitely.
Or Dynasty.
She could be one of the women that JR gets involved with and probably sires several illegitimate children with.
I was a big Charlton Heston fan, so I preferred the Colbys. Can you remember the Colbys?
Yes.
No.
I like Charlton Heston. He was the head of the family in the Colbys.
Can you imagine them redoing that now?
The
head of the family. Can you imagine them doing like a reimagined version of the Waltons now?
I mean, the closest thing we had to it, I think, was Greenleaf, which was actually Brian Keith from The Thing, which was a couple of years ago when Netflix were kicking out episodes. They did a great show called Greenleaf, and it was like proper Dynasty style, but about this family who the dad was David Keith from The Thing, was like this evangelical guy and his whole family. It was pretty cool, Greenleaf, in my opinion.
Did it have a very sort of kind of soundtrack?
Definitely, yeah.
Right.
So what could we end on then? Because thanks very much for joining us, Minty, man.
Yes.
It's been fantastic.
John, we want to know, first of all, we're going to ask both of you, John and Kerry, is McCready the Thing? John?
No. Oh.
Okay.
Well, I played the video.
No.
I think well, they both get infected either way. I think yes. I think
So is it the logical thing to kill themselves? Well, even if they kill themselves, it doesn't mean the thing will die.
Well, what exactly? So at the end of the film, they do die. I mean, no matter what, if one of them is the Thing or not.
Well, can't they just incinerate themselves or jump into a big block of ice? And hope that global warming isn't anytime soon.
There's no flamethrowers left. There's no warmth left. There's just
still lots of ice.
Either is it just McCready and Giles. So I think it's like what McCready says, man. We haven't got any surprises for each other. If one of them was the Thing, they'd just freeze to death, and then they'd be there until the what do you call him? He says till the support
The
team
cavalry.
comes and gets them in spring. So, but I don't think McCready was the thing. But I don't think Charles was a thing either. Actually,
I think Charles
It might have been lurking around after them. You just don't know.
I mean, in my
his whole finger just lopped off and then walked away.
So I've said no. What do you think, Harry?
I say no. I think Charles is the thing.
What do you think, Minty?
I don't know.
Oh, well, you can't ask us and then say you don't know.
Yeah.
with you two, more senior members who have more time to consider the wisdom of it.
Well, I'm going by the theory, right? That you see,
did you listen to my podcast episode about the thing?
No?
I did a whole podcast about this.
You still haven't got the answer, or you have got the decisive answer?
I have, but it's in the podcast. Listen, everybody.
Oh, I see.
Subscribe to Boneyard Cinema for more podcasts.
Listen, it's on all your Spotify's and all that shit. There's a podcast about me talking about the thing for an hour about the different theories.
I thought you were going to say, but the thing that John isn't telling you is a 17-hour podcast.
And that's that good version.
17 days.
Yeah, it's like, that ritual that they did, the Abramelin ritual that Jimmy, what was that guy in Led Zeppelin?
He's not.
Oh, Jimmy Page.
Jimmy Page.
Right.
Well, he bought that house up in Scotland. So
I went to see that house. It's on Loch Ness.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, the house. I went to see it. It was I was in Loch Ness when I told you before I was working up Scotland when I was a builder, about 19 years old, and I was I'm a big Zeppelin fan, and I wanted to see the house, and you couldn't get there because there was a big fence around it, but it's on the opposite side of Loch Ness. You've got to get a boat across to see it. So I got a boat and got across, and I jumped over the fence and got to it, and it was all like just crap inside. There was like nothing left. So I boarded up. But man, I want to see that house in Loch Ness.
It burned down, but I can just imagine they'll say, "Oh, John, did you see the Loch Ness Monster?" No, there was just smoke on the water.
Oh.
Dun 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 dun
just smoke on the water.
Dun 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 dun.
On that note, we'll say good night.
Oh no, come on, let's keep going. I'm really enjoying myself.
But yeah, so you have to carry out some ritual for like a year or something.
Yeah.
So that's how you get the answer to
life's problem.
Charles, the alien, the thing.
What was it on? What was the one on Red Dwarf we talked about earlier on? No, it wasn't Red Dwarf.
Gelf.
It was the Gelf. It was. I was thinking about Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. When they build the world's biggest computer. And he says, "Oh, I can't give you the answer." And then it's like 42.
Yeah. Well, was it the meaning of life or something, or the meaning of the universe?
The meaning of the universe. But it takes like 3,000 years, and they say, "Well, you didn't ask us the right question, did you? What was the answer? What did you want?"
42.
It's so good, man. That was a really good show. I watched that recently again. The BBC TV show of Hitchhiker's Guide. So good. It's really funny. I love when they go to the restaurant at the end of the world, and you get to see the galaxy ending like every day. This galaxy at the end of the Earth, the restaurant at the end of the galaxy. It was brilliant.
Well, I suppose it's good in a way. I mean, I suppose it introduces perspective and context. It's like, well, if it takes you a couple of billion years to get the answer, maybe the question doesn't matter.
Well, it all comes back to just remember that you're standing on a planet that's revolving at 900 miles an hour.
Yeah. I remember there was a film, I forget the name of it. It was saying we're on planet Earth or spaceship planet Earth.
Yeah,
I think, well, maybe, yeah, it is a kind of spaceship if you think about it.
The best thing I ever heard about planet Earth was from Wes Craven, right? And he was getting interviewed about Scream. And I think it was that the guy, Charlie Rose, that famous American guy that got Charlie Rose anyway. And he said, "So what scares us, Wes?" And Wes said, "We don't need to be scared, Charlie. were on the middle of rock spinning through outer space with nothingness around us. We're already afraid. It was just like, that's the most intellectual answer I ever heard about it. It was like, but how cool was Wes Craven, man? We don't need to be scared, Charlie. We're on a rock spinning around in the middle of nothingness. We're already afraid.
Give us a manual. There is no meaning. There's no reason. And I think that boils people. I think they're like, oh no, really?
What a cool thing to say, though, man.
There is no answer. There is no reason. It's just, yeah.
It's just the hills of eyes.
Yes, they do.
Very good.
They do indeed.
He's super cool. Like, I like Wes Craven. I always did. I thought he was super cool. But I mean, so they all are. I mean, John Carpenter is super cool too. There's a lot of them. I mean, from that time, from that
era,
you've got you've got Stuart Gordon, you've got John Carpenter, Toby Hooper, George Romero. You know, I mean, they're all.
Is Cronenberg older then? I mean, he must be.
No. Cronenberg was the same time. It was he was like studying literature in London in the 60s. He was a.
Oh, was he?
He was a literature student. There's a great interview with him recently. I'll find you the link, man. He was getting interviewed. It was Sigmund Freud's daughter, I think, interviewed him, and it was a really good interview. And he was talking about like how he grew his hair long and stuff was because he was in London in the 60s and he got in the Rolling Stones, and that's why he grew his hair long and all that. It was a really great interview, and it was because of obviously he's an older guy now, and his wife's passed away, and he's kind of said he made the shrouds about that. But it was interesting because she kind of said like, you know, how do you feel about being, because she's a fashion designer, Freud's daughter. And she was like, how do you feel about being naked and stuff? And he was like, dude, man, I'm from the 60s. I walk around naked all the time. You know, it was like, I mean, he's a really interesting guy. Cronenberg's, I mean, they're all 60s. Stephen King's a 60s guy. Spielberg was a hippie in the 60s, you know. I mean, all the guys that we love and admire that made the best films. James Cameron was hanging around then. He was like, what, 17 in the 60s? I mean, they were all like in the summer. I love these guys. I think it's really interesting that a lot of the filmmakers we love today, or at least the classic filmmakers we love today, were all hippies, storytellers, I think, anyway.
Well, I mean, you know, we're all from the same sort of era, you know, we all sort of arrived. So we were
70s and 80s.
Yeah, very late 70s into the 80s, and we had our formative years in the very late 80s
and 90s,
whatever. So a lot of our taste in music and film, and even appreciation for art, and you know, our sort of appreciation for governing systems or whatever, a lot of that will have been informed by when we were born. I'm just thinking, does it still apply to sort of people a lot younger than us?
It's interesting. That is an interesting thing to see, because they've got, I mean, but so did, I mean, that was just, give us a second. I need to collect my thoughts. I was spewing over my own words there. But it was like thinking about, so if you were born in the 50s, right? You had, say, you know, Chet Baker or Dizzy Gillespie or other musicians that came before, Louis Armstrong, or other musicians that came before you. And then you made your beautiful music. And I think it's the same with film or anything. Like, obviously, Carpenter, his city built on Howard Hawks and John Ford and the filmmakers he admired. So I do think it matters what comes before you. But I think this was a conversation I had the other day, actually. This is interesting, I think, to see this. And slap us in the face and tell us I'm wrong if you want. But I think a lot of people now claim they're inventing something new without knowing what's come before.
Yeah.
And they're wrong.
But that's not just now, though. That happens a lot. It's just that now it's more obvious.
Yeah, because we
you
know
really can go and find it if you look.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. It's on Amazon Prime. It's on wherever. I mean,
maybe that's stunting though, because when you were younger, you weren't sort of thinking, "Oh, I don't need to do ABC because it's already been done," and you would only know it's already been done because you could easily verify it.
Yeah.
So maybe ignorance was more bliss.
I mean, this is something I quote quite a lot. I mean, I can't just let me get a name, but actually, no, I probably shouldn't say someone's name. But She's a very famous director now, this young girl. And she directed the remake of Candyman. And I'll never forget how much it made my blood boil. Because I think Bernard Rose's Candyman is a beautiful piece of filmmaking. It's not just a good horror film. It's got this great Philip Glass soundtrack. It's got Tony Todd in one of his career-defining roles. It's got Virginia Madsen. It's got Xander Berkeley. It's got a great cast. It's a fantastic film. And I remember thinking, Candyman's getting remade, and I like the sequels too, man. I love the Bill Condon sequel. I think it's good. And I remember when they were remaking Candyman. I was like, great, they're going to remake Candyman. This will be exciting. It was a franchise I'm really interested in. And I was watching a documentary with the director, and she was a young director who had made a couple of short films. And she said, the opening of Candyman, which to me is fucking breathtakingly spectacular, Bernard Rose, starts off above the city. The camera glides above the city. It looks like a beehive. It looks like you're looking down on the world. It's a perfect way to start a Candyman film. Perfect. And with the Philip Glass score, it's a beautiful piece of filmmaking. Impeccable piece of filmmaking. And she said, oh, yeah, that's rubbish. Anyone could do that now with a drone. I'm thinking about doing something different. I'm going to put the camera down. I'm going to put the camera down on the earth, looking up at the buildings like something Bernard Rose could never have done, because anybody could have done that. And I thought, what the fuck do you know about filmmaking, man? You're talking about this as if this shot means nothing. It's perfect for the beginning of Candyman. It's the perfect shot for the beginning of this film. It's perfect. And it was like, and that's when I thought filmmaking's totally fucking gone now. Like, it was like,
I want to say something to you.
Yeah.
Don't watch 28 years later, Bone Temple.
I haven't watched it.
I've seen it. It's at the cinema.
No. Any good?
Oh, Bone Temple.
Oh, the new one.
Yeah, because she's the director of that.
Well, in my opinion, look, I'm not. Look, I mean, this is.
Oh, that's it. Yeah. So the original director and writer, they did the last one.
Danny Boyle.
But not the guy that did Trainspot and everything. But
Charlotte Grave, man, I love Charlotte Grave.
But it's not the same people who've done the next one then.
It's the same writer, but it's a different director, because he's doing the third one.
Right.
So.
But I couldn't believe it. It was just like, I mean, to me, that director. Look, I mean, obviously she's probably never gonna see this, but I don't mean to be down on her. I just mean to turn around and say that is shit filmmaking and anybody can do it. You're totally wrong. Somebody couldn't do that shot with a drone. It's a helicopter shot.
Yeah, but again, she's sort of judging it from
a modern perspective.
I think people do this all the time. They're saying, "Oh, what's so good about an oil painting?" Or what's so good about a cave painting?
But it wasn't in like a technical point of view. It was in that was perfect for the story, Minty. Do you know what I mean? It's perfect. And she didn't see that. She didn't see that was perfect for Candyman.
Well, they had that other nut job, the one that was in the Disney film of Snow White.
Oh,
and she was there literally in public trashing the Snow White story,
trashing the film she was in.
And it's like, well, you do know the foundation of your employer, Disney. And like, no, she didn't, or she didn't give a shit about it one way or the other. So is it that, I mean, there's a theory that they were saying that because people don't have the same connection to, the printed media, TV programs, the news or whatever. So there aren't 4 channels that everybody has to watch, like it or not.
It's 4 million.
There's so many now that you just can't. I mean, it's not that it's all good content. It's just that it's highly distributed. It's different.
It's interesting. I mean, I'm one of them, Minty. I'm one of them. You can choose to watch Boneyard Cinema if you want. It's like it's incredible now that there's so much we can do. But I mean, to me, it's a lack of respect. I really respect Candyman. I really respect Bernard Rose's Candyman. I respect Philip Glass's score. I respect Virginia Madsen's performance. I respect Tony Todd's performance. And it was like, why give that to someone that didn't respect the original, It's like give it to someone who did. I'm not saying give it to me. I couldn't have done that. I couldn't have done what she did. I think it's really great. There's one little bit at the end that really got us where Tony Todd came back and it was good. But it was just the fact that you said that at the beginning was like, man, come on, dude, you know? And I think a lot of modern filmmakers have got a serious lack of respect for what's came before. I really do.
I think that's also a reflection often of the young generation. The young generation is only young for a time.
Yeah.
And it just passes through.
But I mean, when I was young, I never disrespected. I mean, like when I was a kid, I never disrespected. I mean, for example, I love the Doors. The Doors are my favorite band, Jim Morrison, the Doors. I never disrespected those guys. You know.
Well, I remember there was a girl at university. She said she would never watch a film that was older than 5 years old. So if you imagine it's the year 2000, she can only go back to 95.
That's crazy.
Well, yeah, because it's most of the good films have already been made.
Oh.
Because if you were given the opportunity of taking the last 100 years or the last 5 years, the chances are that the best films are not made in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
They were made before the last 5 years. So it's basically 95 years or 5 years.
I can't imagine a world like, I mean, for me.
Scary.
I can't imagine. I mean, God, I remember being a kid and watching. I'm a huge Hitchcock fan, as I was saying earlier on. But I remember seeing Hitchcock's like The Lady Vanishes or Jamaica Inn, especially Rope. Those films like shaped who I am when I was that age. You know, it was
also depriving people of heritage. So if you've got the novels that have been written, if you go and look at, I'm sure there are works of art that they're certainly not modern works of art, but classical works of art. And you might go and look at the Sistine Chapel and look at, Michelangelo's painting and think, well, what does inspire someone to spend that much time focusing on this type of artwork? And then you think, well, why would they build a cathedral?
Yeah.
Because that is not a 5-minute commitment.
Well, it took them a long time.
I mean, some of it was multi-generational. Some of the, the religious buildings, it took them years to complete them. I mean, there are some cathedrals that still aren't complete.
Yeah.
Like years later. But maybe there's. I mean, I think we're in an age where we're anti-intellectual and then we over-intellectualize things. But I do think that we're in an age that's anti-aesthetic.
That's interesting. That's interesting.
It's almost like a bit of a crisis of knowing what is art and aesthetic.
Well, I love Dennis Hopper, from Easy Rider. Dennis Hopper. I always loved him. I mean, from being a kid, I saw him in a film called Night Tide, and then I saw him in Easy Rider. And then I saw him, in films like Rebel Without a Cause and Giant. And I just fell in love with him. He's one of my favorite actors. And when he got older, he became he took photographs his whole career, photographs of everybody his whole career. And then obviously he went through his hard times and he had a comeback with, Blue Velvet and stuff and Hoosiers and all that later on. But he said he was a yuppie, in fact, later on. I would say he totally abandoned his original roots of being a kind of hippie guy. But he always said, I loved it. I remember going to see one of his exhibitions of his photography, and they're so beautiful. He's a beautiful photographer. But he said, what art is now, this was in the 90s, was that someone points to a piece of art and says, that is art. And then everybody who has money thinks it's art and buys it. And that becomes art. That's
speculation, though.
It is. I agree. It is.
So really, art isn't a material asset.
Not at all. I wouldn't say so.
That would be a commodity.
Yep, commodity. Yep.
So if you could say that a painting is, if you would get a scale,
and
put on the left side the painting, on the right side a load of gold bars, and eventually they would balance. Well, that's a commodity. That's
Totally,
not art.
it is. It's a commodity, and it has become a commodity.
Yeah.
I really think it has. I think now art it's no longer someone like Jean-Michel Basquiat or a Van Gogh or, somebody creating because they have to create. It's became something like I don't know, Damien Hirst or
Yeah, I was just thinking, because when you said the 90s, I immediately thought about Damien Hirst and people point. I mean, I remember going with a girlfriend of mine years ago. We went down to the Tate Modern.
Oh, yeah.
Have you been to the Tate Modern?
Oh, many times I have.
Yeah. I mean, you get like a gigantic red rectangle
Yeah, I know.
painted, and it's like, yeah. Or you can go to the National Art Gallery and see actual art.
Yeah.
It's
people. It's all about money now. It is. I mean, totally, it is. I mean, the film. We were saying this earlier. The films now that are getting made, most likely aren't the ones we're seeing. They're the ones that are on the sidelines, the independent guys, the ones that are making films, just because they have to. Because that's what they want to do. The ones who are, I mean, George Romero, for example, who made Night of the Living Dead as a hero of mine. People don't realize that he lost money up until Dawn of the Dead. He was making films for 10 years for no money. Up until that film, he was making films just because he had to make films. He made Night. He made Season of the Witch. He made The Crazies. There's Always Vanilla. Martin. These films, he was making them because he wanted to make them, not because he was going to get a turn back from them. And then eventually, obviously, he made Dawn and it broke him, which is great. But he went bankrupt on The Crazies, I mean, that's art. That's an artist wanting to make films because he has to make them. And we don't get that anymore. We get filmmaking.
Well, it's risk taking.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's an argument going back to the UK in the sort of 70s and 80s. There's a lot of economic turbulence in the 70s and 80s in the United Kingdom.
Oh, well, of course, man.
You still had loads of bands.
I know that all so well.
Yes.
Right.
So you'd got in the US there was the hardcore movement that was anti-Reagan.
That was kind of Repo Man, Alex Cox. That kind of,
yeah. So that was in the US, and in the UK you got the punk scene, all the rest of it.
Derek Jarman and people like that,
and the UK really did change at that point.
Totally.
But what we ended up with, we had a whole slew of really well-known bands.
And loads of old pitmen who didn't have jobs.
That's right. So when people haven't got when people get angry, I mean, I've been to cities where there's the economy's screwed, no one trusts the government, but there's a very vibrant art and music scene.
Yeah.
Because people have got an axe to grind, basically.
Yeah.
And they can't sort of go against their government. They can't sort of oppose the government directly. So they do it indirectly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sometimes that's the only. In China they had the the paper movement, where people would just go out with a piece of A4 paper with nothing written on it at all, because that was the only form of valid protest they were allowed to have.
That's incredible. I mean, that's incredibly sad, but incredibly beautiful at the same time.
But I don't see it. I don't see it in Europe anymore. I don't see it in Germany anymore. I see lots of safe kind of forms of expression that are ordained from on high.
Mm-hmm.
I agree. I totally agree.
They're almost like manufactured opinions.
I totally agree. I do. I mean, I do love her from that Damien Hirst time. I do love Tracy Emin. I've always been a Tracy Emin fan, and she's kind of retired to. She's in France now. I think she's bought a house in France. She's left London, but she's still cracking on. She's still doing some beautiful stuff. I think she's still one of the most valid artists of our time. But there's been nobody in the last 10 or 12. I mean, can you name an artist, Minty, in the past 12, 13 years that's popped up?
Not at all, no, because they don't get in. And I remember, do you know Killing Joke?
Oh, of course, I love Killing Joke.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, going back a few years ago, so Jazz Coleman's always a bit. I think he's got his art's in the right place, but he's a bit eccentric at times.
Well, people call him extremist sometimes.
He's gone through phases, and he can be, but he has valid points here and there.
Definitely, I agree. Yeah.
So if you're listening, Jazz Coleman, we do like your music.
We love you. Yes, we do love you. Yes.
But he was saying, he said, in the Occupy Wall Street movement, where's the music? Where's the protest? Really?
Exactly.
And it's like very safe people, with safe opinions and whatever. I mean, I live in Berlin, and every Saturday there'll be all these sort of middle class people going on protests. It's almost like a hobby, but it doesn't really do anything. It's just you feel good about yourself, or you look good in public, but it doesn't do anything. It's ineffective.
I wrote a song. It's on Spotify if you want to listen to it. But I wrote a song, and one of the lyrics I saying is, to raise your fist up in the air and put your opinion on Twitter ain't enough. And I feel like there was a lot of people who started to do that, like post pictures of themselves in protests, as in saying, "Oh, I was there." And it's like, yeah, but you don't care, do you? You were just there. You don't care about it. Why are you even posting this picture? You didn't care the fact that one of my mates just couldn't marry his flipping husband. You don't care about that, do you? You're just there on the march because you wanted to put your picture on Twitter. Yeah. And it started to get us really annoyed for a while, but I'm forgetting about it now because, like I say, I'm a bit of a hippie, and I'd like to think I'm a nice, kind guy, and I just kind of let things go. But I've got my opinions. But I wrote a song about that. But it's on Twitter. It's called Witch Hunt. If anybody it's on Twitter. It's on Spotify. If anybody wants to listen. Witch Hunt, but it was I just said to, raise your fist up in the crowd and put your picture up on Twitter ain't enough, man. It's not. It's never enough. It never is.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah,
we live in such times.
Yes.
I know, but I mean, great times at the same time. I mean, for all the crap we've talked about this, there's so many beautiful things. I just can't think of any right now.
Well, I've just read the Economist have just done a predictions for 2026, and there's like 10 different areas, and I've just gone through them, and a lot of them are very, very kind of missing the mark, or just
I can imagine.
Playing from the ordained hymn sheet kind of thing. And what the guy, I mean, this is a guy that's able to write for The Economist, and he's just writing like complete rubbish or very safe opinions. He's sort of saying things that are so obvious that like he's not really taking any risk at all. There's no real analysis.
Well, then, I mean, journalists are not the same as they were anymore. I mean,
no, certainly not.
I mean, from what I understand, Donald Trump is suing the BBC because that interview they did on Panorama about him.
It was basically they'd spliced together two different speeches.
And he's going to sue them because of it. But they said the same thing. Both speeches said the same thing. And I mean,
but it's perspective though. I mean, what they did, that's not reflecting the reality of the deliverance. So
yeah, it's not news. It's not news. It's an edited version of the truth.
Yes, which is political.
Exactly, it's an edited
and
version.
And if you're a broadcasting, I mean, obviously, if you're Al Jazeera, Russia Today, or China Daily Morning, whatever, yes, you have a definite agenda.
Yeah.
But the BBC is not supposed to be biased.
Well, no one's supposed to be partisan.
Yeah, and it certainly isn't.
I know.
And that's what upsets me.
I know it hasn't been for a long time.
Because that's publicly funded when all's said and done.
I know it's supposed to be telling us what's happening in the world.
That's right.
Not giving us an edited version of the truth.
Yes.
Yep. And it was.
I think. I can understand why people have to. I mean, we had a guy. You remember Max Mosley a few years back?
Yep.
With his, was it 7 dominatrices or 12 dominatrices? And he wanted to do a bit of prison role play, and the women were dressed up as like prison guards, and he wanted them to shave his arsehole and speak German to him. And one of these dominatrices, or one of these people involved in this operation, the guy planned it very well. He got like an apartment set up, and he'd flown in various dominatrices from around Europe and the world.
I've got a very similar setup here,
Or with all the dominatrices. But basically, this woman sort of took a private thing and just went to the press.
I know why. It's
and he had to basically sue for damages.
Yeah, I remember.
And Hulk Hogan did the same. He had a sex tape become public knowledge.
Did you watch it?
I've not. No, of course I haven't seen Hulk Hogan's sex tape. Why would I watch that?
I did.
The Hulk Hogan time, remember?
I mean, there was a whole spate of them. The Pamela Anderson had one, and
Paris Hilton, Colin Farrell. There was a whole thing. And they were all so terrible. I had to watch them twice.
Definitely on that note, Will Anderson.
Peter Mandelson, he has.
Oh, no, I didn't watch that one.
No, but I think he's hoping that doesn't become public.
Well, it's funny, isn't it? Now, I mean, it was. Obviously, being film fans, the Epstein files.
Not that much though.
I know.
No, I agree with them. Not that much.
But there's but Woody Allen's popped up in the Epstein files. There's pictures of Woody Allen in the Epstein.
Oh, has he really?
Yeah, he has. He's popped
up.
I
wonder why.
Then again, everyone's popped up in the Epstein files.
Well, that's the thing, man. Epstein made it a point to be with these people, right? I mean, that was his MO.
Yeah, he did. I saw one today of him. He was in the Financial Times, and he's with Michael Jackson. Is that right?
No, that was fake. That was being fake.
That was that fake, is it?
That was fake, yeah.
Right.
And it's on the Financial Times.
Ooh. Oh no, that was him and Billie Jean.
What, he was in Billy's jeans, or
that was him and Billy's.
You have to ask.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, there's some very dark goings on with that chap.
Well, he made it his business to make sure he was with these people. He did.
He certainly did.
I mean, that was his horrible little sordid, disgusting thing that he did.
Yes.
Yeah, it was. But on that happy note,
he's almost like on a sort of James Bond super villain. That guy.
Oh, totally. In fact,
if he had had a lizard with a diamond necklace,
he probably did.
He probably did.
He probably did.
Yes.
I tell you what, I really do like License to Kill. I think that's a really good Bond movie.
Well, Dalton's actually my favorite Bond.
Well, out of the two, I think Living Daylights is my favorite. I think I really like Living Daylights.
Which is the one where he's on sort of training and they get shot.
Gibraltar. That's Gibraltar.
That's it, yeah. Basically, there's a baddie in a Land Rover.
That's great.
And then he lands on that bored continental European's boat.
Aye.
And he said, she'll call you back.
In an hour.
Call in. Make that two.
Make that two, aye.
And you can see that, like, Dalton's pissed. He's like, right, you've killed my guys. Now I'm pissed. You don't stand a chance. And the thing about Dalton is he's more believable because he's not like a big butch kind of.
License to Kill is ruthless, man. The government literally revoke his license to kill, and he goes and kills people anyway because they've killed Felix Leiter's wife, who's his friend. It's like, I mean, right at the end, he actually shows the guy the lighter that says "Regards from Felix."
Because is that the arms dealer?
The smack Robert Davey, the smack dealer.
Oh, the guy, the guy with the face. Yeah. He was in everything. He was always about it.
He says, "Don't you want to know why?" And he shows him the lighter that Felix's wife gave him for the wedding present. I love it. I'm a big Bond fan. I love Bond.
Well, there's one which is the Canadian guy where the woman actually dies.
On the Master Secret Service.
Yeah,
that's it.
I
Yeah,
always
at
said,
the end, the woman's killed.
Diana Rigg.
Yeah.
I think there's like a drive-by shooting or something, and she gets
But
killed.
it's Blofeld. Telly Savalas playing Blofeld
Blofeld, is it?
drives past and shoots her, and then we're here. We have all the time in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so Bond got broken up over women like twice, I think.
Oh man, it's all the way through it. I mean, like in For Your Eyes Only, he's at her grave at the beginning of the film, and then in License to Kill, Felix actually says to his wife when she throws him the garter to get married, Felix goes, "Oh, he was married once. It was a long time ago." So they mention it a few times in the Bond films.
Right, it was quite a big thing for James.
Oh man, I love James Bond. I'm proper obsessed.
Well, I've read a lot of Le Carré over the years, but I hadn't read any of Fleming's. I got Casino Royale years ago. I lent it to somebody before I had the chance to read it, and I never got the book back, so I didn't read it. So I actually bought it.
It's very pulpy, isn't it? It's not as good as
I've not read any of it yet, but it's supposed to be quite entertaining.
It's very pulpy. It's not exactly Charles Bukowski. It's really pulpy, but it's good. I like it. I mean, I've got a few first editions of Bond books. I'm a huge Bond fan, Minty. I really do love Bond. He's great, especially Roger Moore. I'm a big Roger Moore fan.
Well, yeah, I mean, Roger Moore, he was sort of our James Bond, when we were younger.
He was, definitely.
I just remember the one with Christopher Walken when he's sort of like
a Kill.
That's it, and he's there sort of fighting Grace Kelly, is it?
Grace Jones.
Grace Jones, that's it. Yeah, Grace Jones. He's there fighting her in the dojo. And he sort of goes through all the languages that like Bond speaks. And he goes, impressive. Then he finds the most dangerous horse for him. Try and have him taken out.
Ithacus called. He gets a horse called Inferno. James Bond's riding a horse called, and they kill Patrick McNee from the Avengers.
They do.
John Steele. John Steed.
He pretended to be a chauffeur.
He did. I love that movie. I love
him out. But again, out of all the different Bonds, I think Dalton is the most believable because
he's great. Like he is.
He doesn't stand out though. He just blends in.
Well, it's my favorite. My favorite Bond score is "Living Daylights," from John Barry, which was John Barry's last score. That was the last score he did for Bond. He retired after that, didn't he? Am I right, Kerry? John Barry retired after Living Daylights.
Yeah, because then they had
Michael Kamen. Was it Michael Kamen did License to Kill?
Yeah, and then they had separate. That forgot who the GoldenEye. Jesus.
So Duran Duran did the music for both then?
No. Music to Kill.
Duran Duran did Meeting You with a View. One of
the recent ones with Craig, they've got that bloody what's that guy called? He keeps popping up. That guy with what's he called? That guy. That's it. Yeah, that one. I'm thinking, why is he remotely connected to anything Bond like?
Wasn't very good.
Right.
They have a tradition Bond films. Some great sound, intros, songs, but then they got some really bad ones. But they always try to get a popular artist at the time, like Billie Eilish.
Oh man, I really didn't like the Billie Eilish one. That No Time to Die. I really didn't like that. I thought that was like, oh god, it was awful.
I think Gladys Knight did a good one.
She did too.
All I wanted was a sweet distraction for an hour or two. That's her, right? Never intended to do the things we've done.
License to Kill was a good one.
License to Kill is great. I love Sheena Easton, man. For Your Eyes Only. I love For Your Eyes Only. Can see me through the night. I love For Your Eyes Only. Well, do you know what it is? He's pretty ruthless in For Your Eyes Only as well. He kicks that guy off the top of the cliff in his car. It's like he's pretty ruthless in For Your Eyes Only.
Well, I mean, he is a brutal. I mean, he's a sort of shoot first, ask questions later kind of guy. I mean, he's not dealing with the nice folk here. He's not dealing with like pedestrians.
Especially not when he's Sean Connery. Sean Connery's like really rough. He kills everybody. Sean Connery.
He does.
He really does.
He had some funny ones. So what was that one where he ended up in Japan?
You only live twice.
I forget which one it was, but he says all these women come out and they're all wearing just their underwear or whatever. And he says she is very sexiful, and like the main one wears a different coloured underwear.
I mean,
it was just like, can you imagine them making that now?
That's You Only Live Twice. He actually gets some eye placements to make his eyes look more oriental, like this.
Yes,
that's it. Yeah, and they try and poison him, don't they? With that strand
and they get his girlfriend instead.
I think it was his wife at the time.
Right, did he
They
marry her?
got married, but he didn't get to shag her.
No, and she was an agent. It was that was who Roald Dahl wrote the screenplay for that film. Roald Dahl.
Wow.
Wrote the screenplay for You Only Live Twice. I really like that one. Donald Pleasance plays Blofeld as well.
That's right, yeah.
And he's such a good bad guy, isn't he?
Donald Pleasance is one of the best actors who ever lived. If I could pick a handful of actors as the best actors in the world, Donald Pleasance would be in them. He's so good. He really is. He can do anything. That guy.
Is it Moonraker where the cat starts to freak out and he's like visibly holding on to the cat?
No, that's
which is that one?
Diamonds Are Forever?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It sounds like Diamonds Are Forever.
See that the cat is freaking out.
It's not a Moore film, anyway.
Yes.
Of
course, as kids, the man with a golden gun became the man with a golden bum. And there's one bit where one bloke walks around with all these kendo gear on him. It was just laughable.
Oh man, some of them are great, man. What's the one when he goes to the kendo school, and he's like CIA agents' daughters end up having like a kung fu fight? What was that one?
I forget.
From Russia with Love?
No, it's Roger Moore. It's a Roger Moore.
Oh, right.
Our Russia with Love.
I think it might be Live and Let Die or something like that.
Well, which is the one where he jumps into the jacuzzi with the KGB honey trap lady?
That's View to a Kill.
And she goes, "The bubbles are tickling mine." Then she
Tchaikovsky.
That's it. Even as a kid, we were like, "Come on."
I was thinking of Man with a Golden Gun when he gets in the fight with the karate school guys and the taxi driver's daughters.
Oh yeah.
But no, I love him. I loved him. I actually had the privilege not to meet him, but I was working doing lights and stage at this is in Cambridge, Minty, at the Cambridge Corn Exchange. Can you remember the Cambridge Corn Exchange?
Corn Exchange, yes.
Roger Moore was giving a talk there, and I was doing the lights for it, like follow spots.
He must have been getting on a bit then. How old was he then?
Oh, man, it must have been before he wrote his. It must have been. He must have been. He did look old, but he was. It was like an evening. It wasn't like a show. He was just sitting talking about his life, and there was like an interviewer, and they were doing the talk. But but he was so like humble, and loads of the guys came in. Everyone was like, "Fucking hell, it's James Bond." And but the first thing he said was when he came in was, "Hey lads, I really appreciate his working and building a stage and that. If any of you want an autograph or anything, you can bring us any James Bond shit and that, and I'll sign it for you." He was really nice, like to everybody. He was such a like gentleman, like you'd imagine Roger Moore would be. He was a proper gentleman. It was incredible.
Did he say to you, "Shaken, not stirred"?
Not stirred. Not to me, but I thought it in my mind. I knew it. I knew
he was a model, wasn't he? First of all,
he was a model. That he got a job.
Brosnan was a model, and Moore was a model.
So was.
But I always felt that Brosnan was just too pretty.
Well, Brosnan was. I like GoldenEye. I really do like GoldenEye. I think that's a really good movie. I like that one a lot.
Well, I think for me, I remember being in love with Famke. She
Oh,
dropped
Famke
off a
Janssen,
lot.
man. Oh,
My God, she was bloody good looking.
well, man, I love that the remake. They did a House on Haunted Hill, and she's in that too. And she ended up playing the X-Men, right? She was
Jean Grey.
Jean Grey in the X-Men too. Great actress.
Yeah, she was a baddie.
No.
So usually it was sort of like indicative of the era it was made in, but you needed a baddie who had sort of nondescript European accent with strange sexual predilections. Then you knew they were baddies, and they had that with Mads when they did where he plays Le Chiffre character.
Schiffer, yeah.
He's got like some really twisted ideas about.
I just want the world to know that you died scratching my balls.
Yeah, that's right. And I remember it was quite funny. I mean, Craig Scott says he goes harder.
It's horrible.
Apparently, in the novel, it wasn't with it was with piano wire.
Yeah, it was. It's a good book, man. I mean, he did some good ones. I mean, do you know who the first James Bond actually was? It was Barry, the guy from The Shining, the guy who played Ullman in The Shining. Barry, what was his name?
Oh, you mean in the first black and white Casino Royale?
Oh, yeah, I think it was Barry Nelson, right? Barry Nelson.
Because they're playing a game in isn't it Monte Carlo they're in?
Yeah, Monte Carlo, eh?
And they're playing, what's that game that we're playing? They're playing some game.
Banco.
Could be. I forget which game they're playing, but it's one of these, it looks flashy kind of thing. So usually if you want to be flashy, you go and play roulette or whatever. Because it looks good, doesn't it? It's probably the worst thing you could possibly play, but still. But yeah, there was that black and white film made first.
Which was an American TV show. It was an American TV film, the Casino Royale.
He was called.
And then you got David Niven and, Peter Sellers and all that doing Casino Royale. And then Joseph Cotton. and Dr. No, man. I mean, talking about a lethal James Bond. In Dr. No, Sean Connery is lethal. He literally sits in the dark and waits for someone to come in to shoot them. He's evil in that film, Bond. He really is.
He's evil in Goldfinger as well.
I love Goldfinger. I love Goldfinger. I love them all. I
think Connery and Craig, though, the characters are the closest.
Yeah, definitely. I would say that too.
I would disagree slightly. I think Connery and Dalton.
Oh,
but Dalton's more, he's the thinking man of Bond, you could say.
Well, he's a pragmatist, really.
Yeah.
He's sort of, job has to be done. This is the tool for the job.
Yeah, this is just nothing's going to stop me.
And you know what came to me the other day? The girl who plays she's the musician. She's playing in, is it the Bratislava?
Yes, yeah.
Video or whatever. She was an extra.
Yeah, she's the nanny and extra, yes.
That's right. And I remember thinking, for me, she must have been a French girl, but she wasn't. She was British.
So is it Mariam Diabo?
Mariam Diabo, yeah.
Mariam Diabo, yeah.
And her sister.
Apparently, I think she's British.
Yeah, she is, yeah. Her sister is actually in the Wonder Years.
No way. What playing Winnie?
Karen.
Oh, Karen. Oh, God. If she was Winnie, my heart was going to fucking explode.
No.
I was a massive fan of the Wonder Years.
Yeah.
What would you do if I sang out of tune? Just stand out and walk out on me.
Lend me your ear.
So it's very similar to Adrian Mole. I remember reading Adrian Mole and just laughing my arse off. It was pretty funny. But I think the Wonder Years, it was very, very popular.
Oh, man, it was like a family thing. We'd all sit and watch it together.
It was.
Aye.
But it was sort of very situational, and most people could relate to it.
Oh, totally. Oh, and there was a couple. There was like Roseanne was the same.
Mm-hmm.
Can you remember Desmond about the barbershop?
Yeah, I love Desmond.
We always used to sit and watch Desmond as well, and those some great ones.
I remember there was one
Brookside.
episode of Brookside.
Can you remember Brookside?
I do remember when it got crazier and crazier. Where
When they're burying the guy under the patio.
Yeah.
Jimmy Cockle.
Jimmy,
Jimmy
I
Goddard.
remember at one
Jimmy
point
Goddard,
Jimmy
sorry.
became a kind of teacher.
Mhm.
He would go in with his own little mug and he'd wear like a
Phil
little
Redmond.
suit. He was crazy.
My mum used to love that, and she'd watch it, on the week.
You know, it was the same guy that wrote Cracker. It was the same guy.
The guy that also did Grange Hill.
That's right, yeah.
Aye, same guy.
And the first couple of episodes of Hollyoaks.
Did he do the first couple of... I did not know that. He did Hollyoaks as well.
He did, yeah.
Oh, man.
So I don't even know if they could get away with doing Grange Hill anymore.
I don't like
it. Wouldn't be spin-off, so.
I mean, really, TV was brutal for children compared to today. It was hard-hitting stuff. I mean, do you remember Zammo and the whole heroin thing?
Oh, I totally.
And they had a little pop song.
Yeah. I remember Grange Hill when PG and Duncan got blinded, and it was all that.
Oh, Biker Grove.
Biker Grove, sorry, yeah, Biker Grove.
Oh, Biker Grove, bloody hell, that takes me back.
Biker Grove.
Authentic. Oh God, you must have been embarrassed.
I used to really cringe though at the intro music. Used to make, even as a kid, I used to absolutely cringe.
Do you remember Why Don't You?
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah. Why don't you just turn off the TV and go outside and play, or whatever it's called, whoever did.
Well, on that note, I'm gonna have to leave because it's 1:30 now. I've got to get to bed. I've got to get up at 6.
Oh, Jesus.
Got to get up at 6.
I'm exercising every day at 6 for like.
I thought you were going to tell us that you were wanted in the congregation.
At the spiritualist church.
It's called J&B.
Yeah,
that's the one. I hope I can get up. But I've been dedicated. I really have to getting up and doing the exercise. What's that? 1:30, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6.
Boneyard Cinema. Good night.
I'll never make it. I really won't.
Boneyard.
Well, cheers, Minty. It's been a flipping pleasure, but I've got it.
I'll send you my bank account number. Oh, I'm not joking.
Yeah, you got to join the church as well.
All right. Very
good night,
good.
gang.
Goodbye.
Oh, it's been incredible, man. Good night. It's fantastic. Cheers, Gary. It's been really good. I've really enjoyed it.